Chapter 401. Milton Cheney reined in his scattered thoughts. Instead of continuing to evolve the meditation routes and practice the meditation technique, he rose from his seat and left the wizard tower. Practicing the meditation technique doesn't happen overnight. Milton had more pressing matters to handle at this time. After leaving the wizard tower, Milton disappeared into the Guardian Sea. When he reappeared, he was already in the void space outside the wizard realm. Instead of lingering in the void space, Milton harnessed the power of rules and performed a large-scale displacement. This time, his destination was the void battlefield in the Bloody Sea realm. In the void battlefield outside the Bloody Sea realm, Bane surveyed Milton's body, a flicker of shock appearing in his eyes. At this point, he had no choice but to believe. After all, Milton had already demonstrated to him the power of rules. Although he had not integrated the rules. But one doesn't have to have eaten pork to know what a running pig looks like. If he hadn't integrated the rules, how could Milton possibly have mastered the power of rules? So at this point, Bane had completely believed what Milton had communicated to him through the Book of Truth. How did you find an unknown rule so quickly? The shock in Bane's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a curious look. Based on what he knew about Milton, the unknown rule that Milton had integrated was definitely not something he had found before. It was exactly because of this that he had been skeptical. He had never believed what Milton had told him through the Book of Truth until he saw him with his own eyes. Previously, he had always thought that Milton was trying to keep him from taking risks, so he created a lie to reassure him. But to his surprise, Milton had somehow found and integrated an unknown rule. Hearing Bane's words, Milton only smiled and didn't reply. Seeing Milton's expression, Bane understood and didn't continue to ask further questions. If Milton wasn't going to say, then he wouldn't keep asking about it. So Bane nodded thoughtfully. The next moment, his face took on a serious expression. Your previous speculation was wrong, a new unknown rule really has been born within the void. Bane commented, a hint of mockery lining his voice despite his serious expression. His mood was obviously in a good place, he was even in the mood to joke with Milton. After all, his student had truly integrated an unknown rule, which meant that there was a high probability for Milton to become a level 5 wizard in the future. Although he couldn't become a level 5 wizard himself, the fact that his student had a good chance of achieving it was definitely comforting. So Bane was indeed in high spirits. Why would you say that? Even though he knew why Bane would think this way, Milton feigned curiosity and asked. This was actually why he had come here. After all, if he hadn't come, Bane would have certainly gotten involved in the current situation. Hearing Milton's question, Bane didn't hesitate and directly said. A level 5 wizard from Dandelion Tavern has personally shown up, that pretty much confirms that the birth of a rule is inevitable. After Bane finished speaking, he looked at Milton. It seemed he was curious about Milton's reaction upon hearing this. But to his disappointment, Milton didn't react at all upon hearing his words. Milton's face didn't betray a single emotion, he just shook his head. That doesn't prove anything. Even level 5 wizards can make mistakes in their judgment. Milton replied. Level 5 wizards can indeed make mistakes in judgment, just like this time. Milton, who knew the future, was clear that even though everything seemed to indicate that an unknown rule had been born within the void, the reality was different. But the reality was just that. The reality was that this event, which had claimed the lives of countless wizards in a pursuit of nothing, was a farce. Hearing Milton's words, Bane shook his head. Even though seeing Milton in person had made him decide not to partake in the dispute for the rule, he still couldn't comprehend Milton's unfounded confidence. In his eyes, Milton was indeed a level 4 wizard. But he believed that Milton's ascension to level 4 wizard had more to do with his exceptional talent. But when it came to experience, his student was far from his equal. After all, Milton was still not even 100 years old, while he had lived for thousands of years. What he had seen was undoubtedly far more than what Milton had seen thus far. You still don't understand the Dandelion Tavern, this realm-level wizards organization. If a level 5 wizard from the Dandelion Tavern has stepped in, then it almost guarantees 100% certainty. Bane replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a thoughtful look crossed Milton's face. Of course, this look of puzzlement was feigned. At this moment, Milton's true feelings were of resignation. Milton didn't intend to continue discussing this topic with Bane. After all, how could he say that the only reason he knew there would be no rule born this time was because he had experienced this many times in simulations? Even if he did say so, Bain probably wouldn't understand. So, Milton decided not to continue explaining. When this farcical event eventually subsided, Bain would naturally understand everything. The reason why the battle for this non-existent rule ended up being so bloody. Chapter 402. The reason is closely related to the level 5 wizard of the Dandelion Tavern that Bain had mentioned. Because this level 5 wizard fell, all the wizards involved in this dispute were thoroughly convinced. Even Bain was thoroughly convinced at this moment. If Milton Cheney hadn't come here at this time, Bain would undoubtedly be involved. Although Bain was wary due to Milton's previous warning, and didn't face any life-threatening danger, he still suffered heavy losses. If Milton didn't know how the end was going to play out, he would doubt whether this was a plot by the level 5 wizard from the Dandelion Tavern. But Milton, who had experienced the future, knew that this was not the case. Even that level 5 wizard suffered considerable losses in the end. Even Dandelion Tavern, a top 5 organization amongst the realm-level wizards, lost quite a bit of reputation due to this farcical event. Seeing Milton contemplating his words, Bain didn't interrupt his thoughts. After a while, when Milton looked calm again, Bain spoke. I know what you're worried about, rest assured. Since you've integrated an unknown rule, naturally, I will not involve you in this dispute over the rules. I didn't have much confidence this time, either. You must have noticed that there are many more advanced wizards on the inter-realm battlefield than before. 90% of these advanced level wizards are here for the rule that has appeared in the void space. Bain had a hint of a smile on his face as he said this lightly. Milton had already noticed this without Bain needing to point it out. At this time, there were indeed many more advanced wizards above the inter-realm battlefield of the Bloody Sea Realm than before. Usually, advanced level wizards will not gather at one void space battlefield. This situation occurred because of the unknown rule that was about to emerge. Moreover, Milton, who had some foresight, knew that a large number of these advanced level wizards would die in this dispute. Yes, a large number. An exaggerated count. A wizard usually takes at least 1,000 years to cultivate to a level 4 wizard's realm. Because of a farcical event, so many level 4 wizards, who have been in cultivation for thousands of years, will be wiped out. It's impossible for Milton not to feel anything about that. After all, the total number of level 4 wizards in the entire wizard realm is not that many. But even though Milton has some thoughts about this, he can't do anything about it. After all, he can't possibly inform everyone that this is a farce. Even if Milton did, not many wizards would believe him. Furthermore, Milton is not an altruist, he wouldn't say things like those. Sometimes, one has to bear the risk that follows his own decision. These wizards are probably going to be disappointed. Milton spoke out with some emotion. Yes, with the presence of a level 5 wizard, the chance of these level 4 wizards winning this rule is very low. Only hope that fewer wizards will die. After all, the situation in the wizard realm is delicate right now, and we still face the threat of the Bloody Sea Realm. Hearing the emotion in Milton's voice, Bain also spoke out with some emotion. But Bain obviously misunderstood what Milton meant. He thought that the disappointment Milton mentioned was due to the existence of the level 5 wizard, little did he know that was not the case. When Bain said this, Milton did not respond any further. If Bain hadn't said that, Milton would have almost forgotten that this farcical dispute took place in the Bloody Sea Realm's void battlefield. It must be said that even though this inter-realm war was initiated by the Bloody Sea Realm, their presence in this war was truly weak. Milton, who knew the future, knows clearly that apart from the couple of interludes, the Bloody Sea Realm was being hammered by the Wizard Realm all along, they had no power to counterattack. Milton was a little skeptical, did the higher-ups of the Bloody Sea Realm not have brains? How did they dare to start an inter-realm war with the Wizard Realm? Looking at the final outcome, even if Mansur did not actively devour the Bloody Sea Realm, they could not have won this inter-realm war. The gap between the two worlds is larger than what it appears on the surface. After all, from the world's perspective, the depth of the Wizard Realm vastly surpasses that of the Bloody Sea Realm. And the methods of the Blood Descendants in the Bloody Sea Realm are too singular. The abilities of the Blood Descendants have been thoroughly studied by the wizards in the Wizard Realm. Otherwise, the Bloody Sea Realm would not have been infiltrated by the Wizard Realm for hundreds of thousands of years without any movement. It's not that the Bloody Sea Realm didn't want to make a move, but even if they did, the Wizard Realm wouldn't care. After all, the path of blood descendants and the wizard path are not on the same level of the transcendental path. Compared to the multiple techniques of the wizards, the single technique of the blood descendants is too lacking. The inter-realm battlefield initiated by the Bloody Sea realm against the wizard realm is more like a desperate act. Because no matter from which perspective, the Bloody Sea realm had virtually no chance of victory. Your purpose for coming here this time must be to completely dissuade me from competing for the rules, Bane said with a smirk. This sentence also broke Milton Cheney's thoughts. Milton Cheney, who was in deep thought, pushed his thoughts to the back of his mind. Milton Cheney nodded. There was no need to hide it. The reason why Milton Cheney came to the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm again was indeed to persuade Bane not to compete for the rules. Even if the rules were to emerge, Milton Cheney would not need them. At this point, he still wasn't capable to integrate the second unknown rule. What's more, in the recent two text simulations, Bane's endings were not good. Part of the reason was due to this farce incident. From the moment Milton Cheney joined the Guardian Sea, Bane's mentoring had been beyond reproach. So naturally, Milton Cheney couldn't just stand by and watch something happen to Bane. Even though Milton Cheney didn't meddle in others' businesses often, he was not a selfish person. Both his blood relatives in this world and his mentor Bane are among the few people who matter to Milton Cheney in this world. Seeing Milton Cheney nodded, Bane started a casual conversation with him. Milton Cheney also occasionally replied. Time slowly passed, and after a moment, bidding farewell to Bane, Milton Cheney vanished from the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm. Bane's gaze lingered on the spot where Milton Cheney disappeared, then he looked away. Leaving the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm, Milton Cheney did not linger in the void. Instead, he invoked the Book of Truth and returned to Guardian Sea. Back in the Guardian Sea, Milton Cheney returned to the Wizard Tower. Sitting back in the array center of the Wizard Tower, Milton Cheney suppressed his chaotic thoughts. Milton Cheney slowly closed his eyes and started running the meditation routes again. The spiritual power in his spiritual sea surged out and surrounded him. A thread of energy from the void was gradually refined into spiritual power and merged into the spiritual power around Milton Cheney. However, this kind of growth requires a very long time. The effect could not be seen in a moment. Even if the meditation technique was practiced for hundreds, nearly thousands of years in the text simulation, the resulting increase in the real world only caused a gentle ripple in Milton Cheney's spiritual sea. After entering into the cultivation of meditation technique, Milton Cheney was in a true state of mind without distractions. Time slowly passed and in the blink of an eye, a year went by. Milton Cheney, under his meditative state, could also perceive the passage of time. So at this moment, Milton Cheney opened his slightly closed eyes and ceased practicing the meditation technique. Chapter 403. After stopping his practice of the meditation technique, the spiritual power swirling around Milton Cheney once again returned to his spiritual sea. Over the past year, Cheney has been continuously cultivating the meditation technique along his meditation routes, without any interruption. However, practicing the meditation technique for a year in reality did not result in much improvement. Compared to Cheney's level 4 wizard realm, the increase in spiritual power could be described as insignificant. After the spiritual power returned to the spiritual sea, Milton Cheney still remained seated cross-legged in the array center. He did not get up and leave the wizard tower. After all, it has been 2 years since his last reincarnation simulation. Not only that, it has also been 4 years since his last true body simulation. This means that at this point, Cheney has accumulated 4 opportunities for simulation. 1 reincarnation simulation, 1 true body simulation, and 2 text simulations. Previously, Cheney thought the accumulation of simulations was a bit slow. But after experiencing so many simulations, Cheney could only say that the accumulation of simulations is happening too fast. Now, for Cheney, a span of few years is almost not considered time anymore. Any cultivation session of Cheney's meditation technique takes several years, just like this time, Cheney meditated for a year. During this year, Cheney hardly felt the passage of time. After all, a year is too short. A year passed, and the simulation count continued to accumulate. The next moment, Milton Cheney, seated cross-legged on the top floor of the Wizard Tower, had a thought. The familiar translucent light blue light screen again floated before his eyes. Cheney ignored the attribute panel on the light screen, and directly shifted his gaze to the lowest column, representing the simulation count. Text simulation count, 2. Reincarnation Simulation Count 1. True Body Simulation Count 1. There are more or less counts in the simulation count column of the 3 different types. Because Cheney spent this year cultivating the meditation technique, his text simulation count is 2. The next moment, the panel above the light screen disappeared. In its stead were black letters. Start text simulation. Seeing this string of black letters on the light screen, Cheney, without hesitation, activated the text simulation with a thought. Activate. Instantly as the text simulation was activated, strings of black letters began to appear on the light screen. No change in Cheney's expression, his gaze followed along the black letters on the panel. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 segments of memory. Cheney's gaze moved away from the last line of black characters on the light screen. After his gaze moved away, the black letters on the faded blue light screen began to gradually vanish. Retain realm. Without hesitation, Cheney chose to retain the realm. This text simulation was not much different from the last one a year ago. There were no significant changes in the future. Because Cheney did not intentionally influence it, the course of this text simulation was almost identical to the last text simulation. From Cheney's perspective, the future almost did not change at all. Except that his mentor did not get involved in the dispute over the non-existent rules. Of course, the improvement this text simulation gave to Cheney was also similar to the previous text simulation. If he can maintain such an improvement in his future simulations, then he is not far off from the limit of a level 4 wizard. At this point, Cheney's spiritual sea can already inscribe 7 fourth ring magics. Already only 2 short of the limit of a level 4 wizard being able to inscribe 9 fourth ring magics in their spiritual sea. Therefore, Cheney is not too far from becoming a level 5 wizard at this point. After all, he had already merged one unknown rule, so there's no need to worry about being unable to become a level 5 wizard after reaching the limit of a level 4 wizard. Now, Cheney does not have any bottleneck when becoming a level 5 wizard. If his spiritual power reaches the limit, then becoming a level 5 wizard should be completely natural. Even though he can now inscribe a 7th fourth ring magic in his spiritual sea. Cheney's ultimate choice is still to retain the realm. After all, for him at this point, the realm of spiritual power is the most important. Magic isn't that important to the current Cheney. Having an extra 4th ring magic or one less, it doesn't make much difference to Cheney. Because this improvement broke a small threshold. So the ripples caused in Cheney's spiritual sea were somewhat larger than usual. However, changes in Cheney's spiritual sea did not last long. Shortly thereafter, the ripples in Cheney's spiritual sea calmed down again. After the restoration of the spiritual sea, Cheney had another thought. Retain the memories of 1565 years old, 1566 years old, 1567 years old. As the thought formed in his heart, Cheney chose to retain the last 3 years of this text simulation. Maybe these memories might not be useful in the future, but still being the last few years of his text simulation, they hold some usefulness for Cheney. As a result, Cheney decisively chose to retain these relatively unfamiliar 3 segments of memories. The next moment, the 3 segments of memories retained by Cheney instantly appeared in his mind. The moment these memories appeared, they poured into Cheney's river of memory at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 404. At this moment, Milton Cheney closed his eyes slightly, digesting these 3 unfamiliar memories. The amount of Milton Cheney's memory was too vast, so the speed at which he digested these 3 memories was very fast. Almost instantly, these 3 memories were perfectly assimilated by Milton Cheney. The unfamiliar memories were transformed into experiences Milton had personally been through. It must be said that the function of retaining memory, which was added after he became a level 4 wizard through the text simulation, was indeed a great help to Milton. After all, in the nearly 10 to 20 times of text simulation, the retained memories from the text simulation have helped Milton a lot. The difference between experiencing a memory personally and merely observing a single sentence is tremendous. This is just like the difference between text simulation and true body simulation. True body simulation is undoubtedly much more valuable than text simulation. Even from the perspective of the time it takes to accumulate simulation attempts, this can be seen. Accumulating a text simulation opportunity takes half a year, while accumulating a true body simulation opportunity takes a full 4 years. The gap between the two is 8 times. The biggest advantage of true body simulation over text simulation is that Milton can truly experience everything within the true body simulation. After digesting these three unfamiliar memories in his mind, Milton slowly opened his eyes. The next moment, his gaze remained on the faint blue light screen floating in front of him. In the column representing the simulation count, the number changed from 2 to 1. However, this time Milton would not use the remaining text simulation. This time, Milton would use it after he had used up the true body simulation and the reincarnation simulation. After all, Milton was not sure if he would need to verify some things with text simulation after he had gone through the true body simulation and reincarnation simulation. Since he was unsure, it was necessary for him to keep one instance of text simulation. True body simulation count, 1. Would you like to start the true body simulation? Start. Looking at the black characters newly appearing on the light screen, Milton, with a thought in mind, initiated the true body simulation, which could only be accumulated once every 4 years. Even though it takes 4 years to accumulate a true body simulation. But to Milton at this moment, 4 years, even in reality, did not seem like a long period for him. The moment Milton thought to start, the light screen suddenly disappeared in front of him. But besides the disappearance of the light screen, nothing else changed in reality. Everything was exactly the same as before, everything was real. However, there was no change in Milton's countenance, as he had already undergone true body simulation far too many times. Milton already had much experience in completing a true body simulation. After sitting cross-legged for a moment at the top of the wizard tower, Milton's figure disappeared within the tower. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. In the void space outside the wizard realm, Milton floated solemnly. Milton focused his spiritual power on the changes in his surroundings in the void space, and the power of rules was mobilized at any moment. After experiencing the river cavern once again in the true body simulation, Milton's understanding of the rules of existence was enhanced a great deal. Moreover, after entering the river cavern for the second time, Milton felt that his understanding of the rules of existence seemed to have reached a limit. It lacked only a thread, to achieve a qualitative change. Of course, this very thread of realization also stalled Milton for 500 years. After all, true body simulation and reality are exactly the same. His body now was also exactly the same as his real body. A moment later, the void space surrounding Milton showed no change. But Milton's expression did not relax because of this. His body continued to float in the void space, and besides this, Milton made no other movements. I was a bit too aggressive. The Bloody Sea realm this time actually had blood descendants left behind. It seems I didn't do anything to influence the future. Why did this situation occur? Milton's spiritual power surveyed the void space, and he muttered to himself. In this true body simulation, there were some minor changes compared to the previous simulations. The remaining blood descendants did not all perish after the Bloody Sea realm was swallowed up. Instead, some stragglers managed to survive. This had aroused Milton's curiosity, which was why he wished to peek into this during the true body simulation. As expected, Milton was unquestionably targeted. The reason for Milton's curiosity is also simple. This was what puzzled him: why did this unexpected variable surface during this true body simulation? Although this variable could hardly influence the future of the wizard realm. However, one must remember that the blood descendants dwell within the blood pool, and with the entire Bloody Sea realm being devoured, all the blood pools were swallowed along with it. Under such circumstances, there were still blood descendants living and hiding in places unknown to Milton Cheney. After a while, the surrounding void space remained unchanged. Milton Cheney didn't give it more thought, and retracted his spiritual power. His figure moved and vanished into the void. When Milton Cheney reappeared, he was back in the Guardian Sea. The Guardian Sea at that time had changed significantly compared to 500 years ago. Who exactly devoured the Bloody Sea realm and why it was devoured were questions that puzzled the numerous wizards of the wizard realm. The number of those who knew that the Bloody Sea realm was devoured by Mansur was minimal. Upon returning to the wizard tower within the Guardian Sea, Milton Cheney left his worries behind and initiated his practice of the meditation technique. Despite the true body simulation being nearly identical to reality, Milton Cheney did not engage in practicing the meditation technique during it. After all, at this point, Milton Cheney's willpower had improved significantly compared to before. Even hundreds of years of uninterrupted meditation practice barely impacted Milton Cheney. Sitting cross-legged in the wizard tower, Milton Cheney slowly initiated the meditation routes. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and the 2,000 years concluded quickly. In the wizard realm, upon a wizard continent, Milton Cheney looked seriously at the horizon. The sky of the wizard realm was pitch black. The two suns did not rise as they usually did. The entire wizard realm seemed shrouded in darkness at that moment. What is destined to come, still comes. It seems that what I did had a minuscule effect on the future of the wizarding realm. The world within the World Sea Center ultimately chose to intervene. But this is already my limit. After all, I am only a level 4 wizard. Milton Cheney felt slightly emotional as he watched this unfold. In this true body simulation, he did everything he possibly could to change the future of the wizard realm. For this, Milton Cheney took many risks. However, the end result was just as he had anticipated. Even though what he did had a slim chance of influencing the future, this slim chance did not materialize at all in the end. The intentions of the world consciousness did not change in the end. The next moment, a streak of light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky. This streak of light amplified in an instant, like a blaze illuminating the entire sky. The world consciousness has made its move. But I still cannot tell if it's the avatar of the world consciousness that is causing trouble. It is also possible that the world consciousness was forced to intervene. Milton Cheney murmured to himself after observing the scene. The world consciousness was, in a sense, a self-defense barrier of the world. In the wake of the precarious situation in the wizard realm, the self-protection of the world consciousness had instinctively activated. The light that ignited in the sky did not last long. Compared to the boundless darkness, this light was indeed too small. The darkness returned to cover the entire sky and started to invade the wizard realm. The gears of time continued to rotate. At some moment, the world seemed to halt before Milton Cheney's eyes and then started to spin backward quickly. In the wizard tower within the Guardian Sea. True body simulation end. Realm, techniques, memories have been retained. Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, and 2 lines of text appeared on the light screen in front of him. Milton's memories of those thousands of years became crystal clear in that instant. Milton Cheney remained seated cross-legged at the array center. After all the changes in his memories faded away, Milton Cheney finally let out a sigh. Chapter 405. True body simulation ends. All the memories formed during the simulation are retained as usual. The increase in realm advancement that this true body simulation granted Milton Cheney wasn't particularly significant. After all, cultivating meditation technique within the true body simulation and initiating a text simulation then retaining the elevation in realm advancement are quite similar. However, this true body simulation gave Milton a deeper understanding of the future of the wizard realm. Compared to text simulation, the greatest advantage of true body simulation is that Milton can retain all the memories of his experiences over the centuries. In each text simulation, Milton may only retain 3 sets of memories. This is the largest difference between a true body simulation and the text simulation. Besides, the perception of the power of rules to enter the river cavern in the true body simulation can be retained in reality. In the wizard tower, cross-legged at the array center, Milton Cheney tried activating the power of rules he had comprehended. Indeed, compared to before he had experienced this true body simulation. At this time, Milton's perception of the rules again elevated a notch. This would require thousands of years of painstaking contemplation of the rules in reality. Moreover, these thousands of years would require that he do nothing else, retaining constant contemplation on the rules for there to be such a significant improvement. One true body simulation effectively saved thousands of years of Milton's understanding of the rules. Right now, however, it's too difficult for me to alter the fate of the wizard realm. Milton reflected on his experiences in the true body simulation and murmured to himself. Without a doubt, his prior considerations were somewhat simple-minded. Milton thought that even if the wizard realm were to be destroyed, he could escape unscathed. After all, if he became more powerful, he could leave the wizard realm and travel to other worlds at any time. In the vast world sea, the wizard realm is not the only world. But after undertaking this true body simulation, Milton realized his thinking was a touch naive. In this simulation, Milton discovered a matter which he had previously sensed but did not take too seriously. That is, the deeper he delved into the perception of the rules, the more entwined it seemed he became with the fate of the wizard realm. It is not solely due to the perception of the rules. Perceiving the rules only allowed Milton to experience this feeling earlier. It's not that perceiving the rules directly determined the entanglement of Milton's fate with that of the wizard realm. This can be said to be because the higher Milton's realm elevation, the more entangled his fate with the wizard realm becomes. Actually, Milton's fate isn't deeply entwined with the wizard realm at the moment. It is merely because Milton's perception of the rules surpasses his wizarding realm, causing him to sense the influence of fate more vividly. If indeed the time of the destruction of the wizard realm in the future arrives, and Milton remains exactly as he is now without a shred of improvement, still at the level 4 wizard realm, then, even if the wizard realm is destroyed, the impact on him won't be significant. But this is unrealistic. After all, Milton possesses such a powerful external plugin as the simulator, there's no way he won't have a sliver of improvement in the span of thousands of years. One can only make this assumption if, at the node where the future wizard realm perishes, Milton has already died. Therefore, this kind of assumption simply does not stand. However, at the node where the future wizard realm perishes, if Milton has had a monumental improvement compared to his current state, then, he could be a level 6 wizard, or even possibly a level 7 wizard. The higher his realm is, the more entangled his fate becomes with the wizard realm. When he becomes a level 7 wizard, Milton could even borrow a thread of world power from the wizard realm. But this also indicates that he is thoroughly bound with the wizard realm. This is why level 7 wizards are virtually invincible within the wizard realm. Because once one becomes a level 7 wizard, they can draw upon the world power of the wizard realm. The majestic strength of a world, even a small fraction, is an unmatched force for any individual. In the wizard realm, there are hardly any existences that can steadily suppress a level 7 wizard. Of course, theoretically such individuals exist, those being level 8 wizards. However, should Milton's fate get thoroughly intertwined with that of the wizard realm, the wizard realm's destruction would have a massive impact on him. This kind of impact could even directly threaten Milton's life. This could only possibly happen 1,000 years later, but Milton doesn't have a shred of complacency. After all, this is connected with his personal interests. If it is impossible to change the future of the wizard realm, then I will have to figure out other methods. Thoughts kept surfacing in Milton's mind. Milton ignored the light blue screen hovering in front of him. Milton is unlikely to choose to lay low for 1,000 years, then decide to elevate himself after the destruction of the wizard realm. That's impossible. After all, with a time span of 2,000 years, there are too many unstable factors within. If he does not continue to elevate his capabilities, Milton does not even know if he could keep himself alive until the node 2,000 years later. But, aside from this method, are there any other options? Milton pondered in his heart. There are two options in front of him now. The first being that he still has 2,000 years. He could choose to try his best to change the future of the wizard realm within these 2,000 years. Prevent the future wizard realm from being destroyed. In this way, he wouldn't be affected by the destruction of the wizard realm. Chapter 406. After all, if the wizard realm hadn't been destroyed, how could he be affected by it? The reason he can't change the future of the wizard realm now is that he's only a level 4 wizard. Perhaps when he becomes a level 6 wizard or a level 7 wizard in the future, he might have a chance. After all, there are still a full 2,000 years before the destruction of the wizard realm. In reality, Milton Cheney can't even imagine how much he could improve in 2,000 years with the external plugin. It's worth noting that since he's arrived in this world, it's been less than 50 years. And 2,000 years is 40 times of 50 years. Of course, Milton Cheney doesn't really want to choose this option. The reason is simple: why should he clean up the mess caused by the world consciousness? If it weren't for his family in this world, Milton Cheney wouldn't even consider this option. After all, even if he changes the future of the wizard realm, who knows what tricks might be up the sleeve of the consciousness in the wizard realm, which may or may not be an avatar of the world consciousness. Unless Milton Cheney can completely dispel that unrealistic idea of the world consciousness. The second choice is for Milton Cheney to stop practicing the meditation technique and perceiving the rules until the destruction of the wizard realm. He could barely survive until then, leave the wizard realm, and then resume his cultivation in another world after the wizard realm is destroyed. By that time, Milton Cheney might be forced to give up cultivating the wizard path. After all, if the wizard realm is destroyed, Milton Cheney would have to forge ahead on his own to continue cultivating the wizard path. Such progress will definitely not be as fast as standing on the shoulders of giants. So, Milton Cheney won't choose this option either. Is there a way that's best of both worlds? Milton thought to himself. I'm considering too much at the moment, there's no need to think about so many things. After all, I still have at least 2,000 years. Is there a way I can enhance my realm while not getting too entangled with the fate of the wizard realm? Thoughts kept emerging in his mind, as Milton Cheney pondered ways to break the deadlock. If you ignore the big premise. Let's not talk about the grand idea of changing the world just yet. What Milton Cheney needs to do now is to enhance his realm without getting too entangled with the fate of the wizard realm. It would be perfect if he could become a level 7 wizard, but his entanglements with the fate of the wizard realm would just be the same as when he was a level 4 wizard. If he can achieve that, he wouldn't have to forcefully suppress the promotion of his realm. Even if the wizard realm is really destroyed in the future, Milton Cheney could also bring his family and leave the wizard realm without any impact. Although this idea is excellent, Milton Cheney has no clue how to achieve it. After all, he only realized his entanglement with the destiny of the wizard realm in this simulation. Milton Cheney can't think of a way to break free from this entanglement at this time. Even if Milton Cheney searched all the memories in the true spirit realm, there was no related memory. This might be because Milton Cheney had never deliberately looked into this secret before. Before this, he didn't even know that with the rise of his realm, an individual would be deep entwined in the fate of a world. To put it harshly, if Milton Cheney becomes a level 7 wizard in the future, the wizard realm wouldn't just be a solid hideout for Milton Cheney, it would also be a castle imprisoning him. But Milton Cheney doesn't really need a solid hideout. Compared to that, he values his freedom more. With the simulator, his future should not be limited to one world. The world sea is so vast, Milton Cheney would also like to explore it. But how to break free from the castle that imprisons him in the future is still a question mark at this time. Although he can't think of how to lessen the depths of his fate tied to the wizard realm in the future. But after he becomes a level 5 wizard, perhaps he will see more clearly. After all, the current Milton Cheney is no longer the ignorant small wizard he was before. The current Milton Cheney has a deep understanding of the realm of wizards. He knows very well, that once he becomes a level 5 wizard, he will be able to sense the river of fate of the wizard realm. At that point, his understanding of the power of destiny would definitely ascend a notch. Of course, Milton Cheney wouldn't just sit back and do nothing before this, waiting to become a level 5 wizard and relying on luck. After all, even if he becomes a level 5 wizard and perceives the river of fate, it is not 100% certain that he will find a perfect solution. He has to be responsible for himself, hence Milton Cheney won't just sit around doing nothing. The next moment, Milton Cheney temporarily suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Milton Cheney still didn't come up with a perfect solution. But not being able to think of one now doesn't mean he won't be able to think of one in the future. If there's no solution, it's still because his experience is too limited. If Milton Cheney could detect that his own fate and the fate of the wizard realm were gradually intertwining, then wizards of higher realms could surely perceive this too. This entanglement of an individual's fate with the fate of a world seems more like a forced restraint, rather than protection. A wizard who can cultivate to become a level 7 wizard is already very powerful. Under such circumstances, would a level 7 wizard want to be bound by this restraint? At least Milton Cheney thought that most level 7 wizards would definitely aim to break free from these shackles. Of course, it could also be that Milton Cheney's current perspective is too superficial, and this entanglement of fate could have other benefits, who knows. However, at least in Milton Cheney's view, considering only himself, the disadvantages of this situation outweigh the benefits. Milton Cheney doesn't want to cultivate in the wizard realm until he dies, at least not willingly. Perhaps this is because he is not fundamentally a conservative person. He thought that this predicament of becoming entangled with the world's fate might not only exist in the wizard realm. The wizard realm is somewhat special, but it cannot be special in every aspect. Similar situations might occur in other worlds. Thinking of this, Milton Cheney suddenly remembered the slight variables in this true body simulation. That was some blood descendants still remained after the bloody sea realm was devoured. Now Milton Cheney recalled that in the true body simulation, those blood descendants who survived after the bloody sea realm was devoured were mostly level 5 blood descendants or lower. In fact, most of them were level 4 blood descendants. Milton Cheney didn't find anything unusual before. But now, things seemed strange to him. After all, the devouring of a world is somewhat similar to the destruction of a world. When a world is destroyed, those who are likeliest to survive ought to be the strongest inhabitants of that world, right? But in the Bloody Sea realm, those who survived were the less powerful blood descendants. Doesn't this indicate that even in the Bloody Sea realm, there was an entanglement between the fate of individuals and the world? Otherwise, how could one explain that when a world is destroyed, the survivors are not the most powerful ones? If such a situation also exists in the Bloody Sea realm, it would mean that this predicament is not unique to the Wizard realm. If the Wizard realm doesn't have a solution, would other worlds have one? Thinking of this, a gleam flickered in Milton Cheney's eyes. Although the Wizard realm is on the edge of the World Sea, it is not a particularly large world. If the Wizard realm doesn't have a method to break free from this entanglement of fate, it doesn't mean that other worlds don't. To be sure, many worlds in the World Sea are larger than the Wizard realm. At just the right moment, Milton Cheney had another opportunity for reincarnation simulation. Thinking of this, Milton Cheney refocused his gaze on the pale blue light screen before him. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. Do you want to start the reincarnation simulation? Yes. Without hesitation, Milton Cheney initiated the reincarnation simulation. Milton Cheney truly couldn't believe that those great beings in other worlds would not have a way to break from the entanglement of fate. As for which world to reincarnate into, Milton Cheney already had a plan. There is a world that could be his perfect solution. Chapter 407. In the next moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness appeared instantaneously in the familiar reincarnation space. Once his consciousness arrived in the reincarnation space. Without thinking, Milton set his gaze on the light clusters symbolizing the centers of the World Sea. He had already decided upon a world for this simulation of reincarnation. And this world Milton chose for his reincarnation is one of those at the center of the World Sea. The next moment, Milton's gaze rested on a blue and white light cluster. This light cluster, representing a world, is very close to the true spirit realm, where Milton reincarnated last time in the World Sea. These two worlds are practically adjacent to each other. This blue and white light cluster is the world where Milton decided to reincarnate this time. That's right, this blue and white light cluster represents the Tide realm. The Tide realm meets almost all of Milton's requirements for the reincarnation simulation. The first point is that the Tide realm is a world located at the center of the World Sea, comparable to the true spirit realm. This world is many times larger than the Wizard realm. Even the ultimate demise of the Wizard realm was directly caused by the Tide realm. Such a large world definitely harbors a way to resolve destiny's entanglement. However, this method is probably not easily obtainable in the Tide realm. Secondly, the current consciousness of Milton has become excessively powerful. The strength of consciousness has far exceeded that of the realm's power. Therefore, Milton could no longer choose to reincarnate in the true spirit realm. After all, reincarnating in the true spirit realm again would place a load on his body due to the improvement in consciousness after the simulation ends. Under these circumstances, the Tide realm is doubtless a better choice. Milton has very little understanding of the Tide realm, and he is uncertain about how long he can survive if reincarnated there. Milton's understanding of the Tide realm is limited to what he learned during the true body simulation. Moreover, the Tide realm will destroy the Wizard realm in the future, and Milton must understand the Tide realm more deeply. Reincarnating in a new world is never too early. After all, everything starts from scratch after reincarnation. A new starting point, naturally, there is nothing to fear. Of course, there is a more important reason. That is, the Tide realm is a world ruled by humans. Unlike the true spirit realm, people in the Tide realm live from birth to death, not in forms similar to the true spirit body, but in the authentic form of humans. Milton would feel strange turning into a different species, but he is very familiar with being a human. After all, except for 2 reincarnation simulations in the true spirit realm, Milton reincarnated as a human in all other simulations. In the reincarnation space, Milton sorted out his thoughts. The next moment, Milton made a decision. His consciousness rapidly approached the blue and white light cluster representing the Tide realm. Shortly afterwards, Milton's consciousness blended entirely with the blue and white light cluster. At this moment, Milton's consciousness was enveloped in darkness. In the World Sea, a white light that no one could see flew towards the Tide realm at an extremely fast speed. This white light, leaping over the world barrier of the Tide realm, merged into the world. In this process, no existence noticed any anomalies. Even the instinctive tide world consciousness did not react in the slightest. The protection of the simulator ensures that Milton's reincarnations go unnoticed by any existence. Time slowly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. These 10 years are the time after Milton successfully reincarnated in the tide realm. Like the previous reincarnations simulations, Milton inherited all previous memory at the moment of his birth. The current Milton, due to the strong central consciousness, his separate consciousness is much stronger than before. Maybe this is why he doesn't have to experience the mystery of the fetus again. This world is far different from the tide realm I perceived. Could it be that I am not in the tide realm right now? In a humble courtyard, Milton Cheney laid down in the yard sunbathing. His eyes were slightly closed, but he was thinking deeply. Having been born in this world for 10 years now, Milton couldn't possibly be ignorant of everything. At least about this world, Milton is no longer completely unfamiliar and clueless. From what Milton currently knows of this world, it's even inferior to the wizard realm. Because there are no extraordinary existences in this world, this extraordinariness is reflected in many aspects. Simply put, there is no presence similar to extraordinary energy in this world. This extraordinary energy can be understood as something like spiritual power. After reincarnating into this world, Milton has attempted all the extraordinary cultivation methods he had mastered before. But without exception, these extraordinary cultivation methods cannot be practiced in this world. That's right, it includes all of them, even the path of the knight and the path of the martial artist, which are about cultivating the body. It would be more accurate to say that this world is like ancient times on the blue star than to say it's an extraordinary world. It could also be that Milton's understanding of this world is too limited, causing this cognitive problem. Milton thought so too, so he wasn't in a rush right now. After all, he has only been reincarnated in this world for just 10 years, and his understanding of this world is still very limited. Chapter 408. No rush, take it slow. In the courtyard, Milton Cheney slowly opens his eyes. His gaze was fixed on the huge sun hanging in the sky, his mind slightly pondering. Time slowly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 30 years have vanished. In Great Drively, 4 Seas City, the Tai Chi Tower. Milton Cheney sits cross-legged on the bed, holding a book in his hands. The book is clearly quite old, the pages have all turned yellow. But Milton Cheney calmly flips through the pages, his gaze always focused on the content inside. As time passes, the book gradually reaches its final page in Milton's hands. Milton scrutinizes the content on the last page of the book, only after quite a while he gently closes it. After closing it, he sets the old book aside. Milton's expressions do not change, he merely stretches out his hand to gently massage his brow. 30 years have passed, and the now middle-aged Milton has aged. Just like in the wizard realm, the lifespan of an ordinary person in this world is at most 150 years. Milton is now 40, has already entered middle age. In the span of 30 years, Milton could confirm that this world is similar to the ancient world of his previous blue star. This is no longer a matter of perception. Because Milton now understands almost 90% of the world he resides in. And the reason for his confidence is due to his current status. He is now the state preceptor of Great Drively. As for this world's books, it was 3 years ago that Milton had read every single one. After all, the Kingdom Library of Great Drively contains the most complete collections of books in the world. The Tide Realm, where Milton reincarnated, astonishingly, had edges. Great Drively, where Milton currently resides, had explored the edges of this world 1,000 years ago. This world is a fully spherically curved and flat world. Moreover, this world is small, completely unlike the vast Tide Realm that Milton had imagined. If just considering its size, this world is even smaller than the largest wizard continent in the wizard realm. As a result, Milton didn't need to cultivate the transcendent path to possess transcendent power. With just minimal efforts, he blended into the largest state in the world as a state preceptor. Simply put, to Milton, this seems less like a world at the center of the world sea, rather more like a beginner village. How did this happen? I'm certain I chose the Tide Realm for my reincarnation. No matter how you look at it, this place couldn't possibly be the Tide Realm. On the bed, Milton frowns slightly, mumbling to himself. Could it be that this world isn't the real Tide Realm, but a small world within the Tide Realm, like a mystic realm? This thought reemerges in Milton's mind again. This idea has popped up countless times in his head over these decades. The reason why is simple. Because no matter how you look at it, Milton's current world has no connection to the Tide Realm. If I indeed reincarnated in a small world like the mystic realm within the Tide Realm, then how do I leave? Milton feels a bit troubled. Because this is almost a deadlock. The reason is, there are no transcenders in this world. Even a single sign, even a tiny clue, given Milton's current status, was easy for him to perceive. But there were no traces of transcenders in this world. Without becoming a transcender, one cannot possibly leave this world that seems like a mystic realm. Do I have to rely on luck to reincarnate into the true Tide Realm? Milton mutters to himself. Now, his vision is completely limited. This round of reincarnation simulation has been pretty much powerless for Milton. After all, if he wanted to reincarnate in a normal small world, there were many worlds in the reincarnation space for him to choose from. And now, Milton doesn't know how many worlds similar to this one there are in the Tide Realm. If there are a lot of such small worlds, then Milton's hopes of reincarnating into the true Tide Realm may indeed have to rely on uncertain luck. Of course, at this moment, Milton Cheney couldn't fully confirm that this world he currently resides in is not the real Tide Realm. What if this world is the Tide Realm from billions of years ago? There's a possibility of that too. However, Milton thinks the probability is quite low. After all, even billions of years later, the world in which he now exists could not be terribly powerful. Let alone evolving into a great world equivalent to the true spirit realm. There is a possibility, but the chances are slim. How can one confirm whether this world is the real Tide Realm or just a little world under the Tide Realm? The method is simple, that is to reincarnate in the Tide Realm once again. If Milton's reincarnation still ends in this very world, there's high chance that this world is the Tide Realm. It could just be Milton who has not discovered the real secrets of this world. If not, and he reincarnates in another small world instead, then it means Milton's assumption is correct, there are many subsidiary little worlds within the Tide Realm. And all these little worlds are part of the Tide Realm. Theoretically, if Milton chose to reincarnate in the Tide Realm, he could return to any little world within the Tide Realm. If it's as I've guessed, then transforming myself to the main world of the real Tide Realm would be extremely difficult. After all, I don't even know how many such little worlds there are in the Tide Realm. If there are tens of thousands, isn't it nearly impossible for me to reincarnate in the main world? Pondering the possible outcomes, Milton mused to himself. Moreover, he is currently completely unaware of the Tide Realm. Even the notion of the Tide Realm not having a main world, and just consisting of countless little worlds of different sizes, is also possible. It's like the Wizard Realm, which also has no main continent, only the Wizard Continent and subcontinent of varying sizes. But even if there is no main world in the Tide Realm, and only countless little worlds, there should exist commonalities between the different little worlds. It's like the Wizard Realm's Wizard Continent. Despite consisting of separate parts, inhabitants of different wizard continents can visit other wizard continents. Of course, this presupposes the presence of a transcendent power. For example, being a wizard. As an ordinary person, naturally, they could not traverse two different wizard continents. The same principle applies to the Tide Realm. An ordinary person simply cannot travel between two different little worlds. But there lies the problem, the world Milton currently reincarnates in possesses no traces of transcendent power. Therefore, it signifies that he cannot become a transcender. And not being able to become a transcender means he cannot leave this beginner village, thus forming a vicious cycle. Time slowly passes, this time, it's 100 years. In a blink of an eye, 100 years have elapsed. Great Drively, 4 Seas City, atop the Tai Chi Tower. At this moment, Milton is already age-worn, but his eyes still shimmer with vitality. Standing beside Milton is a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looks at Milton with respect in his eyes. A moment later, unable to hold back any longer, the middle-aged man breaks the silence. Mentor, I believe you, but I still don't think there can be other worlds beyond this one. On hearing this, Milton did not respond, nor did he turn his gaze to the middle-aged man. A moment later, Milton seemed to suppress all the thoughts in his mind. Milton shifted his gaze towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded somewhat helplessly and said, "Don't worry, mentor. I won't alter the national teachings that you've revised." Listening to this, Milton gently nodded. The next moment, Milton began to disappear gradually under the astonished gaze of the middle-aged man. Until a faint white light, invisible to all, flew out of Milton's body and exited this world through space and time. Chapter 409. Within the reincarnation space, a beam of white light suddenly emerged. In an instant, this beam of light transformed into Milton Cheney's consciousness. In the next moment, Milton's consciousness stirred. By the time Milton's consciousness was fully restored, he was already in the midst of the reincarnation space. Such a pity, even until the end of my life, I still could not find a way to leave this small world. Milton muttered to himself. The moment this thought arose, Milton's consciousness withdrew from the reincarnation space. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated memory of reincarnation. Detected that the host will not be affected by the memory of reincarnation, simulator memory protection function not activated, would you like to activate it now? Do not activate memory protection. In reality, a familiar mechanical voice resounded within Milton's mind. From within the wizard tower, Milton gradually opened his eyes. A pale blue light screen still floated before him. In the next moment, with a thought from Milton, the pale blue light screen immediately disappeared from his sight. Dying of old age in his reincarnation simulation was what happened to Milton this time. He had lived to the physical limit of the body he reincarnated into. Even so, the time Milton spent alive in this reincarnation simulation was not very long. Compared to the simulation in the true spirit realm, the time he spent alive in this reincarnation simulation was even shorter than a single text simulation. 150 years were not a particularly long period for Milton now. Moreover, the 150 years in this reincarnation simulation did not bring any advancement for Milton. My understanding of the tide realm is still too scarce, and descriptions of the tide realm even within the true spirit realm are also rare. Within the wizard tower, Milton still sat cross-legged at the array center. At this moment, he didn't stand up, instead, he was deep in thought. Had it not been for his personal decision to reincarnate into the tide realm, Milton could not have anticipated this situation. This is because his previous understanding of the tide realm was far too limited. Even within the true spirit realm, the descriptions about the tide realm remained shrouded in secrecy. This led to Milton knowing only that the tide realm is a great world located at the center of the world sea. Going deeper, he knew that the tide realm is a world completely ruled by humans. As for the rest, Milton was entirely clueless. Because even in the true spirit realm, other descriptions about the tide realm were already beyond his reach. Of course, if Milton hadn't reincarnated into the true spirit realm once, then his understanding of the tide realm would tend towards zero, and he wouldn't even know the name of this world, the tide realm. After all, he only learned the name tide realm after his reincarnation into the true spirit realm. Otherwise, even if the wizard world were to be destroyed in the future, Milton wouldn't know which world is responsible. Fortunately, Milton can accumulate an opportunity for reincarnation simulation every 2 years. He can still afford to wait for 2 years. This reincarnation simulation did not allow Milton to truly see the face of the tide realm, but the next reincarnation simulation might. After all, despite having simulations, not all of them can proceed as he wishes. Let alone a reincarnation simulation on this world's level. Being lucky once or twice is fine, but luck won't always be on one's side. Milton was well aware of this. In his previous reincarnation simulations, aside from those few simulations in the spiritual divine realm, Milton hadn't encountered much trouble elsewhere. Milton wasn't in a rush, there were still chances for trial and error. I just hope that there are fewer of these fragmented small worlds in the tide realm. Milton subtly sighed in his heart. After all, if the tide realm is full of small worlds like the one he reincarnated into this time, then Milton definitely couldn't keep persisting. Within the world sea, the tide realm is not the only great world. As for the other worlds, Milton could also choose to simulate reincarnation into those. The reason Milton chose to reincarnate into the tide realm was simply because in the future, the tide realm will have a karmic entanglement with the wizard realm. Additionally, the tide realm's mysteriousness aroused his curiosity. This is why Milton unhesitatingly chose to reincarnate into the tide realm. However, if he see no gains from reincarnating into the tide realm, Milton would also choose to give up. Although he can accumulate a reincarnation simulation opportunity every 2 years, that's just the current situation. Who knows if the time to accumulate reincarnation simulations will be extended once the simulator is updated and he becomes a level 5 wizard. Based on Milton's understanding of the simulator, such a possibility was very likely. After all, every time he made significant improvement, the simulator upgraded. Moreover, every time it upgraded, without fail, the time to accumulate simulations was extended. So even though accumulating simulations is easy now, Milton wouldn't want to waste them recklessly. Not to mention, reincarnation simulations, which are much more valuable compared to text simulations, Milton won't waste them at all. If he sees no hope in the Tide Realm in the next simulation, Milton will choose to give up reincarnating into the Tide Realm and switch to trying other worlds. Milton doesn't need to stubbornly focus only on the Tide Realm. After all, they are not yet at that critical juncture. There are still thousands of years before the destruction of the wizard world. With these thoughts, Milton stopped his musings. Milton cleared some of the disarrayed thoughts from his mind. Chapter 410. The next moment, something occurred to Milton Cheney. The pale blue light screen that he had hidden away appeared once again in front of him. Of the accumulated 4 simulations, Milton had already used 3. However, there was still an opportunity for a text simulation that he hadn't used yet. Milton directed his gaze back to the pale blue light screen floating in front of him, and then down to the lowest line on the screen. Text simulation count 1. Start text simulation. Start. Looking at this line of black text on the screen, Milton didn't hesitate to initiate this text simulation. Since both the reincarnation simulation and the true body simulation had already been used, it wasn't necessary to keep accumulating this text simulation. After all, 2 chances of a text simulation can be accumulated in a year. For Milton, a year's time was also to practice the meditation technique just once. The next moment, the moment the text simulation started, lines of black text started pouring out from the top of the light screen. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. Milton's gaze moved away from the last line of black text on the light screen. Once his gaze shifted, the black characters on the pale blue light screen gradually began to dissipate. Retain realm. Without a trace of hesitation, Milton still chose to retain his realm. After choosing to retain his realm, Milton's spiritual sea slightly fluctuated, but instantly returned to calmness. The spiritual sea of Milton, after the upgrade of spiritual power, seems to have no changes. The cultivation of spiritual power by a white wizard is actually to condense the quality of the spiritual power bit by bit. It's not like the traditional spirit system wizards who cultivate the quantity of spiritual power. They focus more on the quality of spiritual power. As Milton's spiritual power condenses, the more his spiritual power is elevated, the slower the pace will be. The closer he gets to the limit of a level 4 wizard, the slower the cultivation speed becomes. However, fortunately, Milton has the simulator. Even if the cultivation speed is slow, when reflected in reality, his cultivation speed is still countless times faster than other wizards. If Milton didn't have the simulator, even if Milton was born a level 4 wizard, for him to become a level 5 wizard would be almost impossible. Because he simply doesn't have enough time. He might not even reach the margin of a level 5 wizard by the time he dies in his cultivation. After sensing the changes in his spiritual sea, Milton shifted his gaze away from the light screen of the simulator. As expected, even after going through the true body simulation and the reincarnation simulation, the future of the wizard realm has not changed in the slightest. Milton murmured to himself after viewing all the black text. However, this was within his expectations. After all, although he did go through the true body simulation and the reincarnation simulation, the changes that occurred after these simulations ended were only within himself and couldn't directly affect the future of the wizard realm. The main reason why the future had changed in the text simulation after his reincarnation simulation last time is because Milton had actively revealed his true spirit body in the text simulation after his journey through the true spirit realm. The true spirit body caught the attention of the world consciousness, hence the change in the future of the wizard realm. Because none of this happened this time, this text simulation doesn't differ much from the one a year ago. The future hasn't undergone much change either. Retain memories of ages 1655, 1656, and 1,657. The next moment, Milton made up his mind and chose to retain 3 unfamiliar memories. These 3 memories appeared in his mind the moment he chose to retain them. A moment later, these 3 memories were fully assimilated by Milton. Inside the wizard tower, Milton slowly opened his eyes. The retention of strangers' memory had not caused the slightest change in Milton's facial expression. At this time, Milton digested the foreign memories much faster than before. This was largely due to his stronger consciousness. Although Milton didn't spend much time in this reincarnation simulation, there's no doubt that his consciousness had grown slightly stronger. Now, even though his consciousness had only been enhanced by a fraction, Milton could clearly feel the change. Solely in terms of consciousness, Milton could now be compared to a level 5 wizard. Maybe there was still some difference with a level 5 wizard, but the gap was not large. If compared with other level 4 wizards, he was definitely far ahead. After the simulator's light screen disappeared, Milton did not stand up to leave the wizard tower. The next moment, Milton activated the meditation technique route, preparing to practice the meditation techniques directly. After all, nothing in the wizard realm could involve Milton at this point. Milton could safely practice the meditation technique without worrying about trivial matters. But at this moment, Milton's expression suddenly changed slightly. In the next instant, Milton's eyes slightly closed, as if he was sensing something. A moment later, Milton slowly opened his eyes, a touch of red briefly appearing in his eyes. Lucky success comes without trying. In the wizard tower, Milton mumbled to himself. He never expected that although this reincarnation simulation did not give him a deeper understanding of the Tide realm, this slight increase in consciousness allowed him to unintentionally sense a bit of the power of rules. The power of rules sensed by Milton in reality, combined with the power of rules he sensed during his second entry into the river cavern during the true body simulation, caused a small transformation in Milton's perception of the rules. This transformation could definitely be viewed as a pleasant surprise for Milton at this time. The next moment, with a thought, the Book of Truth floating in Milton's spiritual sea suddenly suspended in front of him. The Book of Truth floating in front of Milton automatically opened, and a memory appeared in his mind. This memory was the detailed memory of the rules space construction method. The previous Milton thought that when he could use this memory, he would probably already be a level 5 wizard. But Milton didn't expect that this moment would come so much earlier. At this point, after his rules perception had transformed, he could already use the power of rules to construct a rules space. If Milton could construct a rules space in reality, then even a level 5 wizard would be helpless against him in the wizard realm. If the danger arises, he could shrink into the rules space unless a level 6 wizard took action to forcibly enter the rules space. However, Milton understood himself, he would not provoke a level 6 wizard in reality. Milton possessed self-knowledge. Although he had seen quite a lot at this point, he certainly wouldn't dare to provoke existences that were much stronger than him. In addition, once the rules space was successfully constructed, it would not only ensure greater safety in reality, it would also allow him to boldly attempt things he didn't dare to try in the text simulation. With the rules space, his lifeline in the text simulation would be extended. Living longer in the text simulation meant that Milton would have more time to practice the meditation technique. Practicing the meditation technique for a longer period implied that Milton would become a level 5 wizard at a faster rate. Milton could even attempt to gauge Mansour's attitude regarding the change in his rules perception. Mansour seemed to place great importance on his rules perception. Milton had perceived this earlier. If he could successfully construct a rules space this time, Milton could also test in the text simulation whether or not Mansour's attitude towards him would change again. Milton had previously speculated that Mansour changed his attitude because he had entered the river cavern. However, that was just speculation. Was it possible that Mansour's attitude was determined by the strength of Milton's perception of the rules? This qualitative change in Milton's perception of the rules was the perfect opportunity to test this speculation. The next moment, Milton's figure moved and disappeared from the wizard tower. The construction of a rules space could not be done within the Guardian Sea. When Milton's figure reappeared, he was already in the void beyond the realm of the wizard realm. Chapter 411. Outside the wizard realm, within the void. Milton Cheney's body floats above the void, his eyes slightly closed, sensing the changes in the power of rules. Cheney begins to construct his own rules space according to the method of constructing the rules space in his memory. At this moment, Cheney's perception of the rules has reached its peak. A ball of flame suddenly rises in the void. The moment it rises, it quickly expands until it completely envelopes Cheney's body. Cheney's consciousness at this moment is extraordinarily clear. A touch of crimson rises from the bottom of his eyes. In this instant, Cheney once again sees the long river of rules in the wizard realm. The long river of rules seems to be surging right in front of Cheney. In the long river of rules, the little boat symbolizing the flame rules is also undergoing a change at this moment. In the next instant, Cheney's vision changes. The long river of rules disappears again from his sight, and the flames burning around his body seem to have also caused changes in the void. With a thought, the flames enveloping Cheney's body gradually spread outwards, then regroup in front of Cheney. This flame burning in the void is the embodiment of the power of rules Cheney has perceived. Time slowly passes, and the fire transformed by the power of rules gradually gathers in the void. At this moment, Cheney can no longer sense the environment inside the void. Cheney seems to be immersed in the long river of rules, everything he can perceive around him seems to be transformed by the power of rules. The fire transformed by the power of rules slowly transitions from substantial to illusory form. It seems that in the next moment, this flame will be extinguished. However, Cheney, who possesses related memories, is not worried at all, because he knows that such a situation is normal. Cheney's expression remains calm, without any changes. The illusory and substantial flame of rules continue to burn within the void. Constructing the rules space is not something that can be completed in an instant. In reality, it would also take Cheney a considerable amount of time. But since the opportunity has come, Cheney naturally wouldn't miss it. After all, the moment of transformation in perceiving the rules is undoubtedly the best opportunity to construct the rules space. If he misses this opportunity, Cheney would likely have to wait until he becomes a level 5 wizard to construct his rules space. Or maybe wait until the next true body simulation. Time slowly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years and 4 months have passed. In the void, Cheney's body has hardly moved during these more than 2 years. He still floats within the void. And the rule flame floating in front of him has completely left the state of being both illusory and substantial and has become completely illusory at this moment. Here it comes. At this moment, Cheney's mind moves. His closed eyes also open at this moment. The illusory rule flame suddenly disappears completely. Of course, the rule flame did not disappear into thin air, but directly merged into Cheney's body. The next moment, all distractions in Cheney's mind disappear. Cheney's consciousness changes and he instantly appears in an unfamiliar space. As his consciousness appears in this unfamiliar space, a strand of unfamiliar memory also emerges from Cheney's mind. This suddenly added memory is completely digested by Cheney in an instant. This unfamiliar space is precisely the rules space transformed by Cheney's power of rules. After 2 years and 4 months, Cheney has completed the construction of the rules space. This length of time is not exactly long, but it is definitely not short either. After all, in reality, more than 2 years is enough for Cheney to accumulate at least 5 simulation counts. However, Cheney's current rules space is just the initial state. Next, Cheney will need to spend countless time using the power of rules to mend this rules space. The current rules space, despite being completely constructed, does not provide much help or influence to Cheney. After all, the current rules space is in the initial state. It's like a newborn person, a blank piece of paper. The current rules space can't even accommodate all of Cheney's consciousness, let alone his real body. To make his rules space like that of his ancestral master Lan. Not only can he enter the rules space, but also take others into the rules space. If Cheney wants his rules space to reach this level, he will need to spend a long time nurturing it with the power of rules. At the quickest, it would take thousands of years. However, Cheney won't nurture his rules space in reality. After all, it would consume too much of his time. For others, it might take at least 1,000 years to nurture the rules space to Ian's level. But for Cheney, all he needs is a single true body simulation. As long as he focuses entirely on nurturing the rules space during a true body simulation, then he in reality can instantly complete what others would take thousands of years to do. After all, following the end of the true body simulation, all changes to himself during the simulation can be retained. This conclusion was drawn by Cheney after he underwent countless true body simulations. Completing the initial construction of the rules space in 2 years is not bad. After sensing his own rules space, Cheney's consciousness moves, and he leaves the rules space. Chapter 412. After his consciousness returned to his body, Milton Cheney murmured to himself. More than 2 years had passed, a time frame within Cheney's expectations. This was the perfect amount of time. After all, if it would take decades to complete the initial construction of rule space, he wouldn't have done it directly in reality. Milton Cheney could clearly differentiate between real-world time and simulation time. The next moment, Cheney stopped thinking. He suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his heart and then disappeared into the void space. When Cheney reappeared, he had returned to the Guardian Sea. Upon returning to the Guardian Sea, Cheney did not linger for long in the pure white sea region but went directly back to the Wizard Tower. 2 years had passed in reality, and it was unlikely there would be any significant changes to the Guardian Sea. Not to mention significant changes, there weren't even small ones. Even if decades passed, the Guardian Sea wouldn't have any minor changes. After all, besides having a simulator, there is no difference between reality and true body simulation. The current Cheney could be said to have the feeling of reincarnating countless times. After all, he had indeed gone back to the past several times. In true body simulation, it is as if he had lived an extra lifetime in advance. Although it wouldn't have a significant impact on his mentality. After all, from the time Cheney crossed over to the wizard realm and owning a simulator to now, he had undergone too many simulations. Moreover, Cheney could ward off any influence thanks to the hidden function of his simulator. However, after undergoing true body simulations numerous times, Cheney's attitude had become slightly detached. At the top of the Wizard Tower, Cheney's figure suddenly appeared. Returning to the Wizard Tower, Cheney sat cross-legged back in his exclusive location. The next moment, Cheney's mind moved, and a light blue light screen symbolizing the simulator suspended before his eyes. Although Cheney didn't feel it, over 2 years had indeed passed in reality. While he was constructing the rule space, he could still sense the passage of time. More than 2 years had passed in reality, signifying that Cheney had accumulated a considerable number of simulation counts. In more than 2 years, Cheney had accumulated 4 text simulation counts without using them. Not just the text simulation counts, because 2 years had passed again. So naturally, Cheney had once again saved up a reincarnation simulation opportunity. The light screen emerged, and Cheney's gaze moved to the column representing the simulation count. As for the attribute panel on the light screen, Cheney just glanced at it. As Cheney gradually grew stronger, his sense of his personal strength also became clearer. The attribute panel was of little use to him at this point. He himself knew how strong he was, so why would he need to look at the attribute panel? Unless the attribute panel could display other people's attributes. In that case, it would still be of great use to Cheney. Unfortunately, the attribute panel did not have this capability. When Cheney's gaze landed on the simulation count column, familiar black text instantly appeared on the light screen. Text simulation count, 4. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. Initiate text simulation. Looking at the familiar black text in front of him, Cheney made a mental decision. Initiate. Cheney didn't hesitate, there were already 4 accumulated text simulations. There was no need for him to continue to save them. It was better to advance his realm as quickly as possible because nobody knew whether something unpredictable would suddenly happen in the wizard realm the next second. Therefore, the stronger he was, the better. Of course, Cheney thought it was highly unlikely that something sudden would happen. Even if something suddenly changed in the wizard realm, it wouldn't necessarily affect him directly. After all, he wasn't that unique. The reason Cheney didn't like to accumulate simulation counts was more of a habit. Cheney was accustomed to using up simulation counts as soon as they accumulated. Accumulating 2 text simulations at most was Cheney's limit. The next moment, lines of black text began to appear on the light blue screen in front of Cheney. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You may choose to retain 3 memories. It wasn't until the black text on the light screen completely dissipated that Milton Cheney moved his gaze away. The 3rd text simulation ended with the final outcome still within Milton's expectations. Then, Milton made his choice. Retain realm. Without hesitation, Milton chose to retain his realm. In all 3 text simulations, Milton's final choice was without exception, to retain his realm. After all, retaining a realm is more beneficial for Milton than retaining a magic technique. Milton might only choose to retain a technique when his spiritual power reaches the limit of a level 4 wizard. Before that, Milton would definitely choose to retain his realm. After choosing to retain his realm, Milton's spiritual sea subtly fluctuated. However, after a moment, the changes in his spiritual sea returned to calm. I'm still a long way from inscribing the 8th fourth ring magic in my spiritual sea. As expected, the closer I get, the slower the concentration of spiritual power. Milton felt a faint sigh as he perceived the changes in his spiritual sea. The improvement of Milton's spiritual power during the 3 text simulations was not as dramatic as he had imagined. Compared to his first text simulation when he had just become a level 4 wizard, the recent 3 simulations were not as productive. Yet, Milton understood the reason for this circumstance and was only inwardly sighing, harboring no other emotions. After all, he had a lot of time. It's been just under a decade since he became a level 4 wizard. On the whole, only a few decades had passed since he became a wizard. Yet for an average wizard, it would take at least 100 years from scratch to reach his current realm. Therefore, Milton was quite satisfied with how far he had come in his cultivation. Retain the memories of 56 years old, 1920 years old, 1921 years old. Next, Milton made his choice and retained 3 fragments of unfamiliar memories. A moment later, Milton had completely assimilated these 3 fragments of memory. Inside the wizard tower, Milton slowly opened his eyes. The 3 fragments of unfamiliar memories he retained this time were of considerable help to him. After completely assimilating the unfamiliar memories, Milton once again laid his eyes on the light screen floating in front of him. The black letters on the screen that represented the content of the text simulation had disappeared. He still had 1 text simulation left, but Milton planned to use it after the reincarnation simulation ended. Therefore, Milton's gaze bypassed the column representing the text simulation and shifted to the column representing the reincarnation simulation. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. Do you want to start the reincarnation simulation? Seeing the familiar prompt again, Milton did not hesitate and turned on this reincarnation simulation. Activate. The moment the reincarnation simulation activated, Milton's consciousness appeared in the reincarnation space. Inside the reincarnation space, as soon as Milton appeared, his consciousness focused on the light cluster representing the tide realm. Milton thought, and his consciousness immediately gravitated towards the light cluster representing the tide realm. For this reincarnation simulation, Milton had already decided to reinstate the tide realm once more. After all, 1 reincarnation simulation can't reveal any problems, let alone peeping into the secrets of a world. Of course, if this reinstatement of the tide realm also proves to be fruitless, Milton would choose a different world for the next reincarnation simulation. After all, even in the trial and error process, you can't afford to keep making mistakes. A reincarnation simulation opportunity is indeed precious. In the next moment, Milton's consciousness sank into darkness. A beam of white light shot towards the tide realm. Chapter 413. Milton Cheney's consciousness, embodied as a white light, penetrated through the world's barrier of the tide realm and fully integrated into the heart of the realm. Time slowly passes. There was no knowing how long it had been. When Milton's consciousness fell into darkness, he completely lost the perception of time. In darkness, a light seemed to appear before Milton's eyes. In that moment, Milton's consciousness regained its clarity. The darkness was no longer before his eyes. The memories in his mind gradually began to clear at this moment. Although his memories were clear, the scene in front of him was still blurry. However, his clear memories informed Milton that he should have reincarnated into the tide realm by now. He had simply just been born into this world, hence the blurred vision. At the same time, a sense of fatigue surged from within Milton's body. Milton unconsciously closed his eyes. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than a decade had passed. By now, it had been 12 years since Milton reincarnated into the tide realm. This passing time had begun to feel significant to Milton. At the very least, over these years, he had gained a basic understanding of this world into which he had been reincarnated. Inside a building similar to an academy, within a solitary room, Milton was lying on the bed, his back resting against the wooden wall. It can be confirmed that this world and the tide realm I reincarnated to last time are 2 completely different worlds. Milton murmured to himself, leaning against the head of the bed. From his reincarnation till now, Milton had lived in this world for 12 years. Without a doubt, he would have some understanding of this world. Even though his current knowledge was still limited, he had the capacity for discernment. Milton simply compared this world to the Tide realm he reincarnated to last time. He came to a conclusion that these were two different worlds. The disparity between the two worlds was too great. This world seems to truly possess transcendent power. It seems that my previous speculation was correct. Even if the Tide realm contains various distinct smaller realms, the differences among these smaller realms are wide. Upon having this thought, Milton casually picked up a book from his bedside. Milton merely took a quick look at the cover, then placed the book back on the side where it was. Whether this world truly had a transcendent power, Milton was not quite certain yet. After all, at present, his exposure was still inadequate. However, he believed that time would eventually reveal the answer, hence there was no rush. One thing Milton was sure of now was that the Tide realm indeed contained numerous smaller realms. It was not an isolated world. The difference between the Tide realm of his current reincarnation and the last was enough to prove the point. Since the Tide realm is composed of various distinct smaller realms, these smaller realms must surely have commonalities amongst them. If in this world where Milton reincarnated truly had transcendent power, then it means Milton could cultivate these transcendent powers and leave this current smaller realm to visit the other smaller realms within the Tide realm. He could even possibly visit the main world of the Tide realm, given the premise that a main world exists in the Tide realm. After all, in the Wizard realm, there was no such thing as the main continent of the Wizard continent. Moreover, in the Wizard realm, the highest level wizard organizations were all situated within world rifts. With this thought, Milton stopped pondering further. Excessive thinking won't yield much. In this world, he was still just a kid. Even though his mental age was that of an old monster and he possessed countless memories, his current capabilities were still limited. This world might possess transcendent power, so Milton naturally had to plan for the long term. Otherwise, if he carelessly exposed some clues, this reincarnation simulation might turn out to be a waste. Under this premise, Milton was quite cautious. After all, his starting point for reincarnating into the Tide realm this time was good, he didn't want to waste this opportunity. Some plans would have to wait for another decade or so before getting started. Sometimes, an adult doing something is perceived very differently than a child doing the same thing. Time flies, and a decade passed in the blink of an eye. By now, it had been a total of 22 years since Milton reincarnated into the Tide realm. His appearance had completely transitioned from a young, naive boy. Inside a building similar to a church, Milton, dressed in a light yellow robe, stood in the church with a calm expression. Standing around him were several young individuals of similar age, yet their robes varied in color from Milton's. Apart from Milton, the other young individuals were all dressed in pure white robes. After a moment, a young man standing behind Milton spoke up. "Bishop, a messenger from the Middle Domain has arrived, presumably to escort you back to the Middle Domain." The young man's words were filled with reverence. From his words, it was clear that Milton held a high position within this church. Chapter 414. Upon hearing these words, Milton Cheney nodded gently. 5 years after leaving the academy, it was indeed time for him to return to the Middle Domain. This time upon his return, Cheney felt he would finally encounter the transcendent power that truly characterized this world. It had to be said, the identity Cheney was born into during this life was most certainly considered noble in this world. The Cheney of the past did not understand, but as he learned more about this world, he also became aware of the uniqueness of his own status. Merely being born in the Middle Domain was proof of his uncommon status. This was one of the reasons why Cheney had never acted recklessly over the years. After all, having a great starting point, Cheney naturally planned more meticulously to ensure he didn't squander this simulation opportunity. "I understand. You may return first. The new bishop should be arriving soon." Cheney pondered inwardly. Shortly afterwards, Cheney spoke in a soft voice. After his words fell, the young men in white robes behind him respectfully nodded, then left the church. Once everyone had left, Cheney turned his gaze to the statue standing in the center of the church. The statue standing in the church was a faceless one. Enormous and entirely composed of white stone. Beyond its considerable size, it appeared unremarkable. In Cheney's gaze, however, there was a profound depth as he looked at the statue. At this point, even though Cheney had not made any major moves in this world, He had still reincarnated into this world 2 decades ago, and possessed a significant status in this world. Thus, his understanding of this world was, in reality, quite deep. Indeed, this world housed transcendent powers. This was a fact Cheney was now entirely certain of. It's just that, at this point, he had not yet encountered these transcendent powers in person. While Cheney had a slight understanding of this world's transcendent powers, he could not claim to fully understand them. After all, until he genuinely encountered these transcendent powers, any previous understanding was only partial. Thus, at this moment, Cheney harbored no preconceptions. Upon his return to the middle domain, he was very likely to encounter this world's transcendent powers. Cheney harbored no sense of urgency at this moment. For this amount of time, Cheney was quite willing to wait. The one thing he had no shortage of was patience. After letting his gaze linger on the massive statue in the church for a moment, Cheney shifted his gaze, turned, and left the church. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and within a moment, a year had gone by. In the middle domain, within a bustling cluster of buildings, lay a solitary one. Cheney stood in a room, with a middle-aged man standing beside him. The middle-aged man shared some resemblances with Cheney, but his face was visibly more mature. Faith. Cheney voiced out these two characters with a hint of puzzlement. The middle-aged man seemed to discern Cheney's confusion. His facial expression did not change, he only nodded as if replying to Cheney. He didn't explain much, seemingly a bit upset when the subject came up. Cheney's eyebrows furrowed in thought. The attention his father in this world had given him was not exactly plentiful. After all, Cheney had never displayed anything exceptional since childhood. This father of his also had other sons, thus he did not pay him much heed. But this did not particularly concern Cheney. After all, having reincarnated into this world, Cheney considered himself only a visitor. Of course, he naturally needed to understand more about matters related to the transcendence, since this involved his own personal interests. After pondering for a moment, when no answers came to mind, Cheney voiced his doubts. He had only lived in this world for over 20 years and, although he retained memories from his previous life, he was still unfamiliar with some aspects of this world. "Father, I still don't quite understand." Cheney voiced his question. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's placid face showed a slight change. However, after a moment, his facial expression returned to its tranquil state. "Since you have already completed your training and returned, it's time to tell you some of the family matters." At these words, Milton Cheney's eyes lit up. Something about the family? It has to be said, Milton was incredibly interested. After all, his reincarnated family, into which he was born in this world, has not a low position in this world. This so-called family affair could very likely be tied to transcendent power. So, Milton simply nodded, not interrupting the middle-aged man. "Our family was once the master of this world." This first statement left Milton stunned. "We used to be the masters of this world?" This was indeed a surprise to Milton. The master of the world, that term was too significant. You should know that even in the future wizard realm, the guardian sea could not claim to be the master of the world. Because besides world consciousness, a world could not possibly have other masters. Milton wondered if the world master mentioned here was the same as he understood it. If it was, that would be too exaggerated. Does the world consciousness of the tide realm not exist? How could it allow a family power to become the master of the world, even if it's just a little world? At this moment, Milton perfectly faked a look of shock. Seeing Milton's expression, the middle-aged man did not show surprise but continued to speak. "However, all of that is in the past. 4,000 years ago, the family lost its faith, and thus lost its status as the master of the world. Now the Dusk Realm Master is the master of this world, all the people living in this world must believe in the Dusk Realm Master." At this point, the middle-aged man shifted his gaze to Milton. "You and I are included amongst these people. If you want to possess power beyond ordinary people, it's simple, give up your faith." Having said this, the middle-aged man said no more. Instead, he looked at Milton as if he were waiting for Milton to make a choice. Milton frowned slightly at these words. Realm Master? This term was unfamiliar to Milton. But Milton hadn't anticipated that there truly was a so-called master of the world within the Tide Realm. This so-called faith reminded Milton of the spiritual divine realm where he reincarnated previously. In the spiritual divine realm, the divine spirits also had faith. However, this so-called faith in the tide realm didn't seem quite the same as the faith in divine spirits in the spiritual divine realm. Does a realm master truly have the power to control the world? Milton asked. He didn't ask about faith but asked this question instead. Upon hearing Milton's question, the middle-aged man smiled, as if considering Milton's question somewhat naive. However, he still nodded, which could be considered answering Milton's question. Seeing this, Milton suddenly felt a stir in his heart. At this moment, he wasn't thinking about the power of faith. He was thinking about whether he could become a realm master of a world. If so, wouldn't it satisfy all his thoughts and plans? Of course, this idea was temporarily suppressed by Milton the moment it appeared. After all, just from the title of realm master itself, becoming one couldn't possibly be an easy feat. When you just mentioned this world, does that mean there are other worlds in existence? Milton asked. The middle-aged man paused upon hearing Milton's question, as if he hadn't expected that Milton would ask such a question. It is rather strange that you can think on this level, but you are correct, there indeed are other worlds beyond this one. Have you been to these other worlds? Milton quickly asked. His tone was curious, as if he had asked this question merely out of curiosity. However, Milton's heart was already on high alert. The answer to this question was extremely important to him. Other worlds? Why are you interested in those? If you want to visit other worlds, you need to have an inter-realm stone. This treasure has long been cornered by the realm master. Although the middle-aged man was somewhat surprised at Milton's curiosity about other worlds, he still answered. After all, this wasn't a big secret. Chapter 415. So what you're saying is, besides becoming a realm master, there's no other way to travel to other worlds? Milton Cheney asked curiously. Upon hearing Milton's question, the middle-aged man considered it for a moment. He had never pondered this question before. After all, for him, whether he could travel to other worlds was not a concern. He was not interested in visiting other worlds either. However, since Milton was intrigued, he didn't mind explaining it to him. If you can find an inter-realm stone, traveling to other worlds might not be impossible. But as for how to use the inter-realm stone to visit other worlds, perhaps only a realm master would know, at least in our family, we do not have the knowledge. The middle-aged man answered after some thought. Upon hearing this, Milton had no change in expression, but he couldn't help feeling a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that getting to visit other little worlds within the tide realm was not going to be an easy task. Seeing Milton's unchanged expression, the middle-aged man thought Milton was just curious about other worlds. After all, anyone hearing about the existence of other worlds beyond their own would feel some curiosity. Has everyone in the family devoted their faith to the Dusk Realm Master? Milton put aside the jumbled thoughts about other worlds in his mind and asked. On hearing this, the middle-aged man's complexion seemed a touch more complicated. After a moment, he nodded. Believing in the strength of the Dusk Realm Master was a must, if one wished to survive in this world and sustain its family. And to sustain such a large family, mastering transcendent power was essential. In this world, if you want to obtain transcendent power, you must pray to the dusk, there was no doubt about that. Even though their family had once ruled this world, that was in the past, not the present. Seeing the nod from the middle-aged man, Milton then did not hesitate. Who to have faith in did not matter to Milton, because he wasn't truly a believer. For Milton, this world was simply a simulation of reincarnation. What Milton aimed for was only to control the transcendent power of this world. After all, if he wanted to visit the other little worlds within the tide realm, the first thing he needed to do was to gain the transcendent power. Otherwise, even if in the future Milton found the so-called inter-realm stone, he might not be able to leave this world. Milton had not forgotten the reason for his reincarnation into this world. The reason he reincarnated into the tide realm was to find a solution to resolve his destiny problem in this world. The people who were most likely to solve this destiny problem in the tide realm were those who had destiny issues with the tide realm. The previous Milton didn't know where in the tide realm he could find such people. But by now, Milton had figured it out. Realm masters were definitely among those people. Being a realm master of a little world in the tide realm must have intertwined their destiny with the tide realm. After all, fundamentally speaking, the little worlds within the tide realm were part of the tide realm. Therefore, what Milton needed to do, was to get as close as possible to the existences like realm masters in this world. In the Tide realm, since there was more than one little world, then, there must be more than one realm master. But for the current him, he was too weak before such existences. So the first step for Milton was to master the transcendent power of this world. And his final goal was, of course, to find a way to resolve his destiny dilemma. How do I offer up my faith? Milton asked. In fact, Milton was also somewhat curious about the method of cultivation for transcendent power through faith in this world. Regarding faith, the method of cultivation was clear. The recipient of faith would undeniably benefit more. As for the people offering faith and what benefits they received, Milton wasn't quite sure. Was it that disciples of the Dusk Realm Master benefit from something akin to the power of faith? Milton was unsure. However, what he had no clarity on, his current world's nominal father would surely know. Hearing Milton's question, the middle-aged man did not say much. He simply waved his hand lightly. The next second, Milton sensed an indescribable, non-visible force being applied to him. Milton felt a stirring inside but remained expressionless, not uttering a word. As time slowly passed, the force applied to Milton appeared to weaken gradually. Until Milton could not sense the existence of this force at all. There doesn't seem to be any change in my body. Milton mumbled to himself when he was no longer able to perceive that force. He could sense any change happening to his own body. Yet he keenly felt that his body hadn't changed at all and was exactly the same as before. Still, Milton wasn't anxious. Instead, he turned his attention on his current world's father. The middle-aged man's expression had not changed either. He didn't provide an immediate explanation. He simply watched Milton quietly, seemingly waiting for something. Within this silent atmosphere, time slipped away. A moment later, without much time having passed. Suddenly, Milton sensed that something from this world seemed to be connected with his body. This realization startled Milton. Because he was all too familiar with this sensation. His reincarnation into this world depended, to a large extent, on this very sensation. Chapter 416. At this moment, what's happening to Milton Cheney indeed represents the manifestation of the entanglement of fate. Although Milton's visage hasn't undergone much change, his inner self is already consumed by a tempest of shock and awe. He had not expected that in just over 20 years of being reincarnated in this world, he would have already reached this level. Is the power of faith the power of fate? This is a thought that suddenly crossed Milton's mind at this instant. It's possible that different worlds have different names for the power of destiny. But why would his body suddenly get entwined with the fate of this world? This left Milton slightly puzzled. After all, even in the wizard realm, it was due to his strong consciousness that Milton could perceive the influence of the power of fate on his body when he was a level 4 wizard. But in this world, he was absolutely an ordinary person. There was no transcendent power contained in his body, he was just a commonplace person. As more thoughts gradually flowed into Milton's mind, a piece of unfamiliar memory appeared in his mind abruptly. Milton instinctively suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Closing his eyes, Milton started to digest this sudden piece of memory. The middle-aged man who was watching this silently stood in place, his gaze lingering on Milton's body before he shifted his eyes away. He too closed his eyes, standing there as if waiting for the end of the transformation in Milton's body. Of course, Milton couldn't see this. At this moment, he was wholeheartedly digesting the new, unfamiliar memory in his mind. This piece of unfamiliar memory was also a rather extensive stream of memory. A moment later, Milton slowly opened his eyes and there was a flash of lucidity in them. He had completely digested this unfamiliar memory. Following Milton opening his eyes, the middle-aged man opened his eyes too, a trace of surprise in them. It seemed that he hadn't expected the change happening to Milton to end so quickly. But after exchanging a glance with Milton and confirming that he had fully digested the memory, the middle-aged man said nothing more. He simply stared deeply at Milton, then disappeared on the spot. He left without saying goodbye. Milton wasn't surprised since his adoptive father of this world was just like this. Beyond anything significant, the times Milton had interacted with his adoptive father since childhood had been very limited. The transformation in his body had entirely settled down. For Milton, the perception of the power of fate at that instant had disappeared as well. It turns out there's no entanglement with the fate of the world but only with the fate of the realm master. Standing there, Milton murmured to himself. No wonder the power of fate he just perceived was extremely weak. What he sensed was not the power of fate emanating from the Tide Realm, but from the Dusk Realm master of this little world within the Tide Realm. It was only after he had digested the memory that Milton understood that the power of faith in this world was of this nature. They described it as the power of faith, but it was actually the power of fate. What they called surrendering one's faith, was simply to let Milton's fate intertwine with the fate of the Dusk Realm master. Such entanglement did not impact Milton as much as anticipated. In fact, Milton was already very familiar with this influence from his time in the wizard realm. So long as this little world was not destroyed, Milton would barely be affected by any influence. If we interpret the term realm master using the understanding of the wizard realm, does it not mean world consciousness avatar? Milton contemplated, comparing the memory in his mind with his original memory. By now, Milton had fully understood what kind of existence the realm master of this little world was. Simply put, the realm masters of these little worlds in the Tide Realm were akin to the avatars of world consciousness. The ultimate goal of the cultivation methods in this world was even to cultivate into the avatar of world consciousness. No wonder our clan has given birth to a realm master of this world before, so it turns out that the realm master doesn't impact other people in the world. At this, Milton started to understand. Milton Cheney had felt a hint of shock when his adoptive father mentioned that their family had once produced a realm master. The reason was simple. Since the family had once given birth to the realm master of this world, why then was there now a change of realm master? After all, a realm master controls the operation of an entire world. How could anyone possibly become a new realm master under such circumstances? Milton now understood that the realm master of a world is unable to influence any individual living in that world. A realm master can influence the world, but not the individuals within it. Each person in this world is closely tied to the destiny of the realm master. In simple terms, every little world in the Tide Realm has a realm master, who is essentially a small world consciousness. And these small world consciousnesses are avatars of the Tide world consciousness as a whole. Correct. Once one becomes a realm master, they simultaneously become an avatar of the Tide world consciousness. In the Tide Realm, the realm master is the world consciousness avatar. It's just a different term than what's used in the wizard realm. Simply put, the wizard realm also has a realm master, and Bertatu is the realm master of the wizard realm. The realm masters of each little world in the Tide Realm can be seen as different Bertatus. It's just that Bertatu in the wizard realm has far less methods compared to the realm masters in the Tide Realm. Upon thinking of this, Milton suddenly recalled that the future destruction of the wizard realm would be caused by the Tide Realm. There must be a reason why the Tide Realm would want to destroy the wizard realm. Simply because the wizard realm's ambition to become the world sea center interfered with the Tide Realm's interest? If the wizard realm truly became the world sea center, it would affect the interests of the original worlds at the center of the world sea. But with so many worlds centering the world sea, why would the Tide Realm be the one to take action? Could it be because everything was plotted by a figure similar to a realm master? And a presence similar to a realm master emerged unexpectedly in the wizard realm, touching the Tide Realm's core secret? This must certainly be a secret. After all, when Milton had previously reincarnated into the true spirit realm, the Tide Realm seemed extremely mysterious to him. The cultivation system of the Tide Realm is aimed at becoming a realm master. Milton learned about this cultivation method only now. This is completely different from the wizard realm. Even if a wizard cultivates to a high realm and becomes entangled with the destiny of the wizard realm, they would not become an avatar of the world consciousness. However, in the Tide Realm, anyone theoretically has the chance to become a realm master. If Milton becomes the realm master of this little world through cultivation, then the original realm master of this little world would become obsolete. And in the future, if a new realm master emerges in this little world, Milton would become obsolete. Of course, this is merely theoretical. Even without any interruption, becoming a realm master is not an easy task. In the little world where Milton reincarnated, the Dusk Realm Master has existed for 7,000 years. During these years, this world did not give birth to any other realm masters. It's also impossible for a realm master to not have any personal feelings. Those who can cultivate to the level of realm master are definitely the outstanding elites of the Tide Realm. They strive to reach the level of realm master through countless efforts. Not only have they lost their freedom, but they also gained so many constraints. These constraints of freedom, tied up with destiny, must have realm masters longing to break from them. Given this premise, the Tide Realm is definitely the world most likely to have a method to break away from destiny's entanglement. Milton pondered in his heart. After assimilating the memories, Milton is almost certain now. No other world in the World Sea is more likely than the Tide Realm to have a method of untangling destiny. After all, the Tide Realm is too special. The other worlds are not like the Tide Realm, which is a great world composed of countless small worlds. Choosing to reincarnate into the Tide Realm was indeed the right decision. Chapter 417. Time slowly passes. In an instant, 10 years came and went. Within Milton Cheney's residence, Milton sat cross-legged on the bed, an inexplicable force swirling around him. This force was none other than the so-called power of faith that Milton cultivated, the power of destiny. The transcendent path of this world, rather than cultivating the power of faith, is about strengthening the entanglement with the world's destiny during cultivation. As the entanglement with the world's destiny deepens, Milton could borrow more of the power of faith. This method of cultivation is somewhat similar to the comprehension of the power of rules in the wizard realm. Only the threshold isn't as high as in the wizard realm. After all, in the wizard realm, to comprehend the rules, one must first integrate with a rule. But it's different in this world, directly cultivating something similar to the power of rules, the power of faith. Even so, this method of cultivation isn't without flaws. Milton even believes that the transcendent path of this world is not as good as the wizard path of the wizard realm. Because the power cultivated in this world is not their own power. Unless one can become a realm master, otherwise, the power of faith used is essentially borrowed. It's like in the wizard realm, after integrating a rule, no matter how deep the comprehension of the rule is. To use the power of rules is to borrow from the power of rules in the long river of rules of the wizard realm. Unless it is completely fused with the rule, allowing the power of rules to become their own power. But reaching this point is absolutely difficult. The same applies to this world, regardless of how deep the cultivation of the power of faith is, this power of faith is not their own power. Unless one can become a realm master. But becoming a realm master of a world, even a little world, is also not an easy task. A moment later, Milton, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, stopped his cultivation of the power of faith. The progress of cultivation is too slow. Upon finishing his cultivation, Milton furrowed his brows, muttering to himself. In this world, even though he retained all his memories from his previous life, it didn't help at all when cultivating the power of faith. He was no different from the other people in this world. While the speed of cultivation of the power of faith wasn't particularly slow, it definitely wasn't fast either. Under this premise, wanting to cultivate to the level of realm master is undoubtedly like a fool's dream. After all, this world has not given birth to a new realm master for nearly 10,000 years. And in those near 10,000 years, there were surely people with more talent than Milton. If I cannot become a realm master, I can't leave this little world to go to other worlds. If I can't witness the true Tide Realm, there seems to be no meaning in reincarnating into this world. Milton pondered. He, at this moment, seemed to have fallen into a vicious cycle. He knew the method to go to other worlds, but lacked the ability to do so. Even if he were to venture into other little worlds, it wouldn't be particularly significant. Because even if he went to other little worlds, he wouldn't be able to reach the upper echelons of those worlds. Just like in the wizard realm, Milton was just a wizard apprentice but had the opportunity to go to the vastest wizard continent of the wizard realm. But even if he went to the largest wizard continent in the wizard realm, his status was still at the bottom, not only offering him no assistance, but even brought considerable danger. The same applies at this moment. As Milton's not a realm master, even if he genuinely went to other worlds, he wouldn't be able to reach those on the level of realm masters. But right now, him wanting to become a realm master is extremely difficult. To reincarnate into this world, I must reach the peak of a little world to truly benefit. The difficulty's too high. 1 or 2 reincarnation simulations definitely won't be enough. Upon this thought, Milton shook his head. He does not lack the opportunity to become a realm master. Because Milton doesn't just have one simulation opportunity. As long as he consistently chooses to reincarnate into the Tide Realm, there will be a reincarnation simulation where he will occupy the right place, time, and situation. To occupy the right place, time, and situation. That is, the world that's reincarnated into is suitable, the birth status is suitable, even the luck is suitable, only then there's a chance to become a realm master in that simulation. This reincarnation simulation is clearly not one of these times. However, to obtain place, time, and situation all at once, the cost of trial and error would be too high. Perhaps tens, even dozens of reincarnation simulations won't meet Milton's requirements. And this is based on the situation where Milton's luck is very good. After all, reincarnation is also a technical job. If Milton's luck is bad, even the possibility of wasting hundreds of reincarnation simulation opportunities is possible. After all, after the reincarnation simulation, he would not have the simulator as an external plugin. So, Milton is considering whether to continue to choose to reincarnate into the Tide Realm in the next reincarnation simulation. Because the hope for this one is already slim. Milton, having simulated so many times, still retains his basic judgment. After understanding this world, Milton almost determined that he wouldn't have a large chance of becoming a realm master in this reincarnation simulation. Unless some major change occurs in this world, and then Milton gets chosen by the world consciousness of the Tide Realm to become something like a child of destiny. In that case, he may be able to become a realm master. After all, the realm master of a little world is essentially a person chosen by the world consciousness of the large world of the Tide Realm. Chapter 418. If Milton Cheney is chosen by the world consciousness of this world, he might have a chance to become the realm master. After all, the realm master can also be referred to as the incarnation of the world consciousness. It seems I underestimated the worlds in the center of the world sea. The last time I reincarnated into the true spirit realm, I was really lucky. Milton murmured to himself. As Milton got familiar with the Tide Realm, he understood more and more about the complexities of this world that was very mysterious even in the true spirit realm. One little world was like this, let alone the countless little worlds in the Tide Realm. Last time he reincarnated into the true spirit realm and was able to become a true spirit, he was absolutely lucky. Because during his last reincarnation into the true spirit realm, he happened to coincide with the right timing, place, and people. Otherwise, becoming a true spirit would not have been so easy. If he had been a little less lucky, he might not have been able to become a true spirit even after hundreds of reincarnation simulations. Even though Milton became a true spirit during his last reincarnation simulation into the true spirit realm, he actually didn't really touch the core layer of the true spirit realm. The core of the true spirit realm is actually located in the first ring of the true spirit ring. But when Milton reincarnated into the true spirit realm, he was only in the 8th ring of the sage ring till the end of his life. Thinking of this, Milton stopped pondering and continued his cultivation of the power of faith. Although the hope is not great, it does not mean that Milton would give up this reincarnation simulation. After all, less hope doesn't mean no hope at all. What if a figurative pie in the sky falls on his head? Sometimes, completely giving up is to lose all hope, and perseverance might lead to unexpected gains. Of course, Milton is not completely leaving his hope in nothingness. He simply doesn't have the habit of giving up directly. After all, to Milton, every simulation is precious. To live one more second in the simulation is to earn one more second. Milton can't waste the opportunity for reincarnation simulation just because he can accumulate one now every 2 years. This is impossible. After all, every bit of his strength is accumulated from numerous simulations. Without any of these simulations, Milton could not have achieved his current strength in reality. As time flies, in a blink of an eye, 450 years have passed. By now, almost 500 years have passed since Milton reincarnated into this world. In a pure white space, Milton gradually absorbed the power of faith that surrounded him into his body. A moment later, Milton ended this training. Realm Master. After stopping his training, Milton said to a young man in front of him. Hearing Milton's voice, the Dusk Realm Master turned his head to look at him. A flicker of light flashed in his eyes, and then he nodded slightly. Still can't see through it, the power of faith you practice seems to be directly linked to the main world. If you weren't standing in front of me, I wouldn't even sense your existence. It's as if you don't belong to this world. The Dusk Realm Master spoke in a calm tone. It seemed that even this special situation of Milton couldn't stir any of his emotions. Hearing that, Milton's expression didn't change. After all, since he was brought here 200 years ago by the Dusk Realm Master, this was not the first time he had heard these words. According to the Dusk Realm Master, the power of faith that Milton cultivated was too pure. To the extent that this faith, which should have been linked with the Dusk Realm Master, was linked to the world consciousness of the Tide Realm the moment it was cultivated. The difference in between is immeasurable. Simply put, at that moment, Milton and the Dusk Realm Master had a common point. That is, the power of faith he cultivated, or rather the power of destiny, was directly linked to the world consciousness of the Tide Realm. Not the world consciousness of the little world where he was born. In other words, at this moment, Milton is a person of the Tide Realm, not a person of the Dusk Realm. It's a bit twisting, but not hard to grasp. Just like in the Wizard Realm, a person born in the subcontinent can be called a subcontinent man, but also a Wizard Realm man. But the premise is, he is both a subcontinent man and a Wizard Realm man at the same time. The same logic applies to the Tide Realm. Milton Cheney was born in the Dusk Realm, he can declare himself as a Dusk Realm man, but also a Tide Realm man. Normally speaking, Milton Cheney is both a Dusk Realm man and a Tide Realm man at the same time. But now the situation is different. Although Milton Cheney was born in the Dusk Realm, he is only a Tide Realm man, not a Dusk Realm man. Even the Dusk Realm Master wouldn't perceive his existence unless he saw him in person. To put it more simply, from the very moment Milton Cheney started cultivating the power of faith, he has been a Realm Master. But this title of Realm Master was not earned through his cultivation. It was a status that he was born with. To call him a Realm Master, although there are some differences. Because if he truly became a Realm Master the instant he started cultivating the power of faith, then the current Dusk Realm Master should have been overthrown by now. Of course, it's also possible that this world originally had the existence of a Realm Master. Even if Milton Cheney directly had a fate entanglement with the world consciousness of the Tide Realm, he did not become a Realm Master directly. Milton Cheney guesses that this situation might probably be related to his reincarnation simulation. His reincarnation was directly into the Tide Realm, not choosing to reincarnate into a small world within the Tide Realm. Reincarnating into the Dusk Realm is merely external. The core of his reincarnation lies in the Tide Realm. The Dusk Realm belongs to the Tide Realm, which is beyond doubt. The Dusk Realm belongs to the Tide Realm, but the Tide Realm does not belong to the Dusk Realm. This could possibly be the reason why Milton Cheney's world consciousness was linked to the Tide Realm, the Great World, rather than the Dusk Realm Master of the Dusk Realm, the moment he started cultivating the power of faith. These are all Milton Cheney's guesses. As for the fact that it might or might not be the same as his guess, Milton Cheney could only say that it is likely, with a high probability, but not 100% sure. Milton Cheney had a thought after knowing all these. He wanted to try to reincarnate into a small world without a Realm Master, and then practice the law of faith in that world. Wouldn't he be able to become the Realm Master of a small world in an instant then? There are definitely many worlds in the Tide Realm without a Realm Master. Just like the world he reincarnated into last time, where there was no existence of transcendent power and thus no possibility of a Realm Master. But this idea is just one of Milton Cheney's for the moment. He can't reincarnate into the Tide Realm again right now. But the possibility alone is enough. No matter the outcome of this reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney will definitely reincarnate into the Tide Realm once again. Because he has to verify his guess. If this guess turns out to be true, then amongst timing, geographical, and human conditions, timing alone will be enough for Milton Cheney. As long as he can reincarnate into any small world in the Tide Realm without a Realm Master, he can directly become the new Realm Master. And once he becomes the Realm Master, it implies that he is highly likely to achieve his every plan. While Milton Cheney was deep in his thoughts, a green stone appeared in the hand of the Dusk Realm Master with a flash, who then casually threw it towards him, expression remained unaltered. "Here it is, you can leave now," said the Dusk Realm Master, who disappeared from the space right after he finished talking. Looking at the inter-realm stone in his hand, surprise flickered in Milton Cheney's eyes. Does the Dusk Realm Master's reputation happen to be this good? Milton Cheney had casually proposed a condition back then, not expecting that the Dusk Realm Master would actually let him leave and give him an inter-realm stone. Milton Cheney thought he was going to spend his entire life in this space in this simulation. He didn't expect the turn of events to come only 200 years in. Chapter 419. Time slowly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years have gone by. After leaving the space of the Dusk Realm Master, Milton Cheney returned to his family. Within the Cheney family, in Milton's residence, Milton held the interrealm stone in his hand, his deep eyes tranquil as an ancient well. There was no change in his complexion. The next moment, a thought flickered through Milton's mind, and an inexplicable surge of power welled up from within him. This power enveloped the interrealm stone in Milton's hand the moment it appeared. The interrealm stone, upon contact with the power of destiny, glowed faintly. An instant later, the faint glow became unbearably dazzling. The interrealm stone in Milton's hand vanished at this moment, turning into nothingness. A phantom transparent portal suddenly appeared before Milton. Upon seeing this, Milton showed no signs of surprise. He moved his body and stepped into the imaginary portal. When Milton had fully stepped into the portal, the phantom transparent portal disappeared as well. All tangled thoughts were temporarily suppressed by Milton at this moment. Time slowly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 500 years have gone by. Atop a towering mountain, clouds and mist swirling around. Milton stood silently at the peak of the mountain. His expression was serene, standing atop the peak unmoving as if in deep thought. From the moment he used the interrealm stone to arrive in this new world until now, a whole 500 years had already passed. Milton had spent most of these years exploring this world. Of course, even in this new little world, Milton did not stop cultivating the power of faith. Unfortunately, he didn't know if it's because this world had a realm master. Milton's cultivation of the power of faith in this world was the same as when he was in the Dusk realm. He did not immediately become a realm master just because he had arrived in a new world. Of course, this was likely related to this world already having a realm master. Although Milton had never met this world's realm master, nor had he heard any news regarding the realm master of this world. Milton was 90% sure that this world had a realm master. Because the prevalence of transcendent power in this world was even greater than in the Dusk realm. In this little world, transcendent power was not called the power of faith, nor the power of destiny, but the power of inheritance. Though the terminology was different, the power of inheritance, the power of faith, and the power of destiny were the same kind of power. Milton was sure of that. Is there a chance this world could be the main world of the Tide realm? Atop the mountain peak, Milton mused to himself. This new little world he used the interrealm stone to transmigrate to. It was somewhat different from the little worlds Milton experienced during his 2 previous reincarnations in the Tide realm. The biggest difference was that this little world had no boundaries. Or rather, no one has yet discovered its limits. At least, after 500 years, Milton still had no idea just how vast this world was. The 2 previous little worlds Milton reincarnated into directly, all had clear boundaries. Milton could estimate how big those worlds were. But he couldn't estimate this world, because it seemed a bit too vast. If the current Milton had the power level of a level 4 wizard like in his previous life, he might be able to explore this world's full extent. But starting over from the reincarnation simulation, Milton naturally wouldn't have his power from his previous life. Therefore, with only the power of faith he is currently cultivating, it's nearly impossible to fully explore this world. As for why Milton had this idea, it was straightforward. His thoughts were entirely stemming from what the Dusk Realm Master had previously told him. Since his power of faith is directly connected to the Tide Realm. The power of faith he tapped into when using the Interrealm Stone was also directly linking to the Tide World consciousness. So, could the new world he transmigrated to be the most central world within the Tide Realm? This was merely a thought of Milton's. As for whether it's as he thought, Milton did not know. Because although he has been in this world for 500 years, Milton's understanding of this world is still very limited. A large part of this was because of his status and unfamiliarity with this world. This world is too big. Since Milton arrived here, he has met fewer than 100 people with transcendent powers. The majority he met were ordinary people. And what Milton learned from these people with transcendent powers was very limited. He couldn't even understand the matters at the Realm Master's level. This was what Milton thought before: if one's self was very weak, even if they arrived in a new world through the Interrealm Stone, the help it provided was still very limited. If Milton were a Realm Master now, all the hurdles he currently faces wouldn't exist. After all, even if he were the master of the smallest world, his status in the Tide Realm would certainly be high. If this world is not the main world of the Tide Realm, then how many worlds as big as this little world are there in the Tide Realm? Milton contemplated regretfully in his heart. This little world, even if it's not as big as the Wizard Realm, the gap probably isn't that big. If there are many such little worlds in the Tide Realm, then Milton couldn't imagine how the Wizard Realm could fend off the Tide Realm's strike a few thousand years later. Chapter 420. Milton Cheney had gone through quite a number of reincarnation simulations. Though his actual realm level wasn't remarkably high, his discerning gaze was certainly not low. In his opinion, it would be unlikely for the Wizard Realm to catch up to the Tide Realm in tens of millions of years. At that thought, Milton suddenly remembered the reincarnation space of the reincarnation simulation. He recollected the light cluster representing the Tide Realm. He had always believed that the larger the world, the larger its light cluster. But now, Milton had come up with another possibility. That being because the light cluster representing the Tide Realm in the reincarnation space was only around 3 times as large as the one representing the Wizard Realm. Yet, with his current knowledge of the Tide Realm, it was definite that the latter was more than just 3 times larger than the Wizard Realm. So could it be possible that these light clusters in the reincarnation space representing different worlds do not indicate the size of the worlds, but rather, their level? If one were to think along these lines, the level of the Tide Realm would definitely be much higher than that of the Wizard Realm. Furthermore, the level of the true Spirit Realm would be a little higher than that of the Tide Realm. As for the world light cluster representing the spiritual divine realm where Milton previously reincarnated, it was more than 10 times larger than that of the Wizard Realm. That being the case, the level of the spiritual divine realm must be much higher than that of the Wizard Realm. It's like they're completely on different levels altogether. There isn't any more room to ascend further, and my remaining lifespan is also not much. During the remaining time, I will continue to explore this world. With those thoughts, Milton stopped thinking. Milton's figure disappeared from the top of the mist-shrouded mountain. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. In a bustling city, atop a towering building. Milton, looking down at the prosperous scene on the street, didn't show any change in his facial expression. Although he still looked youthful, his remaining lifespan was rather nominal. Time slowly passes, and Milton's body gradually fades away. If someone saw this scene, they would be definitely speechless. A moment later, Milton's figure completely vanished. An invisible white light sprang from his body. The white light, at the moment of its appearance, headed straight for the unknown place outside the Tide Realm. It traveled across time and space, heading towards an unknown place. Back in the reincarnation space, Milton's consciousness once again emerged. Before Milton had the chance to form any thoughts, his consciousness was promptly kicked out of the reincarnation space. Once Milton's consciousness was detached from the reincarnation space, familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully read simulated memory. Detected that the host will not be affected by the reincarnation memory, simulator memory protection function not activated, would you like to manually activate it? No need to activate memory protection. Back in reality, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Milton's mind again. Inside the wizard tower, Milton slowly opened his eyes. A light blue light screen was still suspended in front of Milton. The next moment, as if by their own accord, the light blue screen disappeared from in front of him. In this latest reincarnation simulation, Milton reached the end of his lifespan in a peaceful manner. He had lived up to the limit of the body he was given in the reincarnation. In the 2 reincarnation simulations, both times Milton lived to his limits. The length of the 2 iterations had a large gap though. After all, during his first reincarnation into the Tide Realm, he didn't have any transcendent power. At that thought, Milton's mind whirled with action. A part of his consciousness appeared within his spiritual sea. No wonder he felt as if he lacked something. After this reiteration simulation, he hadn't kept any transcendent power. Within the spiritual sea, Milton's consciousness examined his spiritual sea and found no changes at all. The next moment, Milton's consciousness returned to reality from his spiritual sea. This time, I didn't keep the power of faith that I cultivated in the reincarnation simulation. Milton murmured to himself. It was the first time he had encountered this kind of situation. In the past reincarnation simulations, all transcendent powers cultivated within the simulation would be conserved in reality after the simulation ended. However, this time was different. Could it be the power of faith doesn't belong to transcendent power? Perhaps, this is because the power of faith I have isn't truly mine. Or could it be that only by reaching the realm master level in the simulation can I retain the realm in reality after the simulation ends? Milton Cheney pondered in his heart. As he hadn't encountered such a situation before, he wasn't sure what the reason was. There was no prompt from the simulator either. After some consideration, Milton stopped dwelling on it. After all, he was still going to have a reincarnation in the Tide Realm, a chance to experiment then. Besides, the power of faith that he cultivated in the Tide Realm, even if retained, wouldn't be of immense benefit to him. His decision to reincarnate in the Tide Realm was not for the purpose of cultivating transcendent power to keep in reality. What he sought more was a way to break free from the shackles of fate. As for the rest, they were secondary. Of course, while he wasn't able to retain the transcendent power from the simulation of this reincarnation, Milton still gained something valuable from it. He had a deeper understanding of the Tide Realm. He now had a more profound plan for the reincarnation in the Tide Realm. Like this time, he had gained the method to cultivate the power of faith. Which indicates that next time, even if Milton reincarnates into a world within the Tide Realm devoid of transcendent power, he can make use of the method of cultivating the power of faith obtained this time to become the sole transcendent or even the realm master. Thinking of this, a gleam of excitement sparkled in Milton's eyes. It seemed as if he had suddenly thought of something. The next moment, a faintly blue transparent light screen appeared in front of him as Milton's mind moved. Milton shifted his gaze to the simulation count at the bottom of the light screen. Text simulation count, 1. Would you like to start the text simulation? This text simulation was purposely saved by Milton for a time like this. It was to verify some things after the end of the reincarnation simulation. And now is the perfect time for him to use it. So without any hesitation, Milton started this text simulation. Simulation ends, please select your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 pieces of memory. Milton lifted his eyes from the last line of black text on the light screen. As his gaze shifted, the black fonts on the faintly blue light screen began to dissipate gradually. Retain realm. Without any hesitation, Milton selected retain realm. After choosing to retain the realm, ripples formed in Milton's spiritual sea. A moment later, the waves in Milton's spiritual sea settled. The simple realm upgrade at the end of a text simulation didn't really give him a significant rise anymore. After perceiving the changes in his spiritual sea, Milton made a decision in his heart. Retain memories at the age of 62, 63, and 1545. The next moment, 3 fragments of unfamiliar memories appeared in Milton's mind. Almost instantly, these 3 unfamiliar memories were assimilated by Milton. After assimilating the memories, Milton slowly opened his eyes. The retained memories were enough for him to confirm his suspicions. Method of cultivating the power of faith from the Tide Realm can be used in the Wizard Realm. Milton muttered to himself. This was exactly what he wanted to verify through the text simulation. Although retaining realm cannot keep the cultivation of the power of faith, memories won't lie. However, cultivating the power of faith in the Wizard Realm manifested as an understanding of the power of rules. One should know that grasping the perception of rules is extremely time-consuming. But now that Milton had a way to perceive the rules, he would surely save a lot of time. Even the construction of the rules space would be accomplished much faster. This could be considered a pleasant surprise. Thinking of this, Milton disposed of his thoughts and began practicing the meditation technique. As for the method of rules perception, he'd save it for the true body simulation. Chapter 421. At the top of the Wizard Tower, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged in place, running his meditation routes. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had swiftly gone by. Milton, who was practicing his meditation technique, stopped at this moment. The spiritual power surrounding him returned to his spiritual sea. Milton slowly opened his eyes, sensing the changes in his spiritual sea. A year was too short. Milton's spiritual power had not increased significantly. With no significant increase in spiritual power, naturally the spiritual sea would not have any substantial changes. Let alone practicing meditation in reality for a year. Even if Milton practiced meditation for hundreds of years in a text simulation, and fed back to reality, the changes in the spiritual sea would not be particularly significant. The next moment, Milton had a thought. The light blue transparent light screen representing the simulator floated in front of him. Milton's gaze moved to the simulation count row at the bottom of the light screen. A year had passed, and 2 more text simulations had been accumulated. Milton stopped practicing his meditation technique. Naturally, it was to use the two newly accumulated text simulation counts. This had become a habit for Milton. Text simulation count, 2. Start text simulation. Start. Looking at the black text appearing on the light screen in front of him, Milton did not hesitate and started the text simulation. A string of black characters gradually emerged on the light screen, and Milton's expression did not change in the slightest. Simulation ends. Please select your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain memories of 3 segments. Milton's gaze moved again from the last line of black text on the light screen. The black characters on the light blue screen also began to gradually dissipate. Retain realm. After the second text simulation ended, Milton again chose to retain the realm. After a slight fluctuation in the spiritual sea, it returned to calm. After sensing the changes in his spiritual sea, Milton had a thought and chose to retain the memories of the last 3 years of this text simulation. Choose to remember at the ages of 1675, 1676, and 1677. The next moment, these 3 unfamiliar memories appeared in Milton's mind. A moment later, the 3 unfamiliar memories were completely digested by Milton. After digesting the memories, Milton slowly opened his eyes. After 2 text simulations, Milton hid the light screen in front of him. Because there were no changes in reality, and Milton did not deliberately influence anything, the outcomes of these 2 text simulations did not have much difference from the previous ones. It won't be long before I engrave my 8th fourth ring magic technique in my spiritual sea. After sensing all the changes, Milton murmured to himself. Although he was still some distance from the spiritual power limit of a level 4 wizard, he was very close to engraving the 8th fourth ring magic technique in his spiritual sea. This also meant that he was not far from the moment of becoming a level 5 wizard. Thinking of this, Milton put away his chaotic thoughts. Without thinking further, Milton resumed his practice of his meditation technique. As his consciousness grew stronger, Milton had more and more thoughts in reality. But suppressing this situation was simple. As long as Milton could become a level 5 wizard, this situation would be resolved instantly. But even with the simulator, becoming a level 5 wizard was not an instant matter for Milton. So Milton used another method, which was practicing the meditation technique. During a wizard's practice of the meditation technique, their state of mind is absolutely free of distractions. Under such a state of mind, there are no distractions. And after going through so many simulations, Milton's concept of time was different from before. Now, the passage of 1 or 2 years in reality was almost imperceptible to Milton. The meditation roots started running, and bits of spiritual power gradually gathered around Milton. Milton's eyes were slightly closed as he sensed this spiritual power. During the practice of the meditation technique, time passed extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. At the top of the wizard tower, Milton Cheney, sitting cross-legged at the array center practicing his meditation technique, stopped again. Milton did not sense the changes in his spiritual sea again, as he knew that a year of practice would not cause much change in his spiritual sea. After stopping his meditation technique, Milton directly summoned the light blue screen of the simulator. Milton's gaze moved away from the attribute panel on the light screen. A year had passed, and Milton's simulator had accumulated more simulation counts. However, this time not only 2 text simulations were accumulated. This time, Milton's true body simulation and reincarnation simulation had also accumulated 1 more simulation count each. After all, it had been 4 years since his last true body simulation. And it had also been 2 years since his last reincarnation simulation. Without thinking much, Milton's gaze stayed on the simulation count column at the end of the light screen. Text simulation count, 2. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. True body simulation count, 1. Looking at the accumulated simulation count in the simulation count column, Milton's expression did not change. After all, the accumulation of simulation count was inevitable. If the simulation count had not accumulated, Milton's expression might have changed. Chapter 422. The next moment, Milton Cheney had a thought. The familiar prompt appeared again in black text on the light screen before him. Do you want to start a text simulation? Yes. Without any hesitation, Milton directly started a new text simulation that he had accumulated. The moment the simulation started, strings of black text began to emerge on the light screen. Milton didn't influence this text simulation with his subconscious thoughts. He just let things run their course, because right now, the text simulation's purpose for Milton was to increase his cultivation through the meditation technique, and then afterwards choose to retain realm. At least until he becomes a level 5 wizard, the significance of text simulation for Milton is just that simple. Text simulation, it is the accelerator for his meditation technique. Simulation ends. Please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. A moment later, the text simulation ends. Milton's gaze shifted away from the black text on the light screen. Retain realm. Without any other thoughts in his mind, Milton directly chose to retain realm. Until his spiritual power reaches the limit of a level 4 wizard, no matter how long he lives in the text simulation, Milton will only choose to retain realm. After Milton chose to retain realm, his spiritual sea underwent a change. But this change was just a slight one, not a qualitative one. Retain memories from 66 years old, 730 years old, and 1622 years old. After sensing the changes in his spiritual sea, Milton proficiently chose to retain 3 strange memories. These 3 sudden extra memories in Milton's mind were quickly digested by him. Now, Milton's consciousness only needs an instant to digest the 3 strange memories from the text simulation. After this round of text simulation ended, Milton didn't directly start the second round of accumulated text simulation. He set his eyes on the reincarnation simulation column on the light blue light screen. Milton planned to use the second text simulation after this round of reincarnation simulation and true body simulation ended, as a means for him to experiment and make mistakes. It wouldn't mean much to use it right now. After all, even if the second text simulation could provide him with some improvements, it wouldn't be of much help for reincarnation simulation and true body simulation. Having thought of this, Milton had a thought. Reincarnation simulation count 1. Do you want to start the reincarnation simulation? Start. Seeing the black text on the light screen asking whether to start the reincarnation simulation or not, Milton didn't hesitate to start this round of reincarnation simulation. An instant later, Milton's consciousness appeared in the reincarnation space of the simulator. In the reincarnation space, Milton's conscious gaze fell directly on the light cluster that represented the tide realm. As Milton's consciousness moved, he gradually approached the direction of the light cluster representing the tide realm. This time for the reincarnation simulation, Milton had already made his decision, and that was to continue his reincarnation in the tide realm. Although he had already reincarnated twice in the tide realm, there were still some ideas that he hadn't validated. He hadn't achieved his goals yet. Milton chose to reincarnate again in the tide realm during this reincarnation simulation, in order to validate his ideas and achieve his goals. Of course, if he's unlucky, he might not be able to achieve his goals this time either. But as long as there was hope, Milton would try. After all, Milton hadn't completely lost hope yet. If he hadn't gained anything from his second reincarnation in the tide realm, then perhaps he wouldn't have chosen to reincarnate in the tide realm again this time. While reincarnation simulation was precious to Milton, it didn't mean he wouldn't use it unless he was 100% sure about it. After all, hadn't he been blindly feeling his way through the stones for his previous reincarnation simulations? Time slowly passed until Milton's consciousness completely merged with the light cluster representing the tide realm. In this instant, Milton's consciousness sunk into darkness. At this moment, a ray of white light flew out from within the reincarnation space, passing through time and space, blending into the tide realm. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, 12 years passed in no time. In the tide realm, inside an unnamed little world. Inside a small manor. Milton Cheney's brows slightly furrowed, as if contemplating something. The method of cultivation is exactly the same as before, but why can't I sense the existence of the power of faith? Milton Cheney thought to himself. He could confirm that the way he is cultivating the power of faith at this moment is exactly the same as the last time he reincarnated into the tide realm. He was cultivating entirely according to the memory he had preserved from his last reincarnation into the tide realm. But this time, an anomaly occurred. This technique, which can be cultivated even in the wizard realm, isn't working in the tide realm? It can be said that a problem has arisen even before the attempt has truly started. Milton Cheney has reincarnated into this new little world of the tide realm for over 10 years. He isn't completely unfamiliar with this world. At least until now, Milton Cheney hasn't heard of any transcendent powers. This also means that this world is likely one where no transcendent powers exist. Such a world is exactly the world Milton Cheney needs to reincarnate into. After all, no transcendent power means that there is a high probability that no realm master exists in this world. The reason Milton Cheney chose to reincarnate into the Tide Realm once more in this simulation is to verify a conjecture. And the conjecture is whether he can become a realm master in a little world with no realm master, by directly connecting to the Tide Realm's world consciousness. However, to verify this conjecture, there is a very important premise. That is, in this new world, he must be able to cultivate the law of the power of faith. Otherwise, he simply can't bind his fate with the world consciousness of the Tide Realm. Could it be because I'm too young at the moment? Milton Cheney had a sudden idea and this thought appeared in his mind. The reason for his thinking was fairly simple. That is, no matter what cultivation technique one uses, there's always a threshold. An age, this seemingly irrelevant threshold, seems to be a threshold for every cultivation technique. Just like the meditation technique along the wizard path, first, you must have spiritual potential, and it also has an age threshold. With this in mind, Milton Cheney thought back to his second reincarnation into the Tide Realm. He also began to truly offer the power of faith and cultivate the law of the power of faith when he was 20 years old. Thinking of this, Milton Cheney stopped pondering. After all, whether it's due to age, verification would be overly simple. Milton Cheney only needs to wait a few years to know. He can wait for a few years, what he has least is not patience. Time slowly passed, and in a blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. Bright Moon Mountain, halfway up the mountainside. Milton Cheney looked up at the moonlight, his expression calm. A moment later, Milton Cheney once again began his attempt to cultivate the law of the power of faith. This is an attempt he has been making daily in these years. But this time, something seems different. When Milton Cheney started cultivating the law of the power of faith as usual, he clearly felt an inexplicable power lingering around him. This kind of change did not exist during any of his previous attempts at cultivation. But he wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of change. Because during his second reincarnation into the Tide Realm, he had sensed this change countless times. At this moment, Milton Cheney's eyes lit up. The miscellaneous thoughts in his heart were instantly cleared from his mind. Milton Cheney's expression turned serious, and his eyes were slightly closed, as if sensing something. Time slowly passed, and the changes in Milton Cheney's body were still underway. Until at some point, the inexplicable power lingering around his body disappeared. Before Milton Cheney had a chance to sense the changes in his body, the view in front of him changed. At this moment, his body suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar space. At the same time, numerous unfamiliar memories appeared in Milton Cheney's mind. The flow of memories was vast, and even for Milton Cheney, it took a long time to digest these memories. It's done, the Realm Master. After all the changes disappeared, Milton Cheney looked around the space and felt a slight emotion in his heart. The Master of a Realm, the Avatar of World Consciousness, it's done. Chapter 423. Within a strange space. Milton Cheney's body is suspended in midair within this unknown space. Visible to the naked eye, points of light circulate around him. These points of light actually represent the individual life forms within the nameless little world of his current reincarnation. His current space happens to be the world space of this nameless little world. Besides Milton, there's no one who can enter this space in this world. Because this little world has never produced a realm master before, Milton is the first realm master born from this nameless little world. Hence, no transcendent power exists in this world. The absence of transcendent power signifies that other beings in this world are all ordinary. And these ordinary people cannot provide Milton with any power of faith. Although Milton can see the life points representing all entities in this world within this space. But for now, these life points are of no use to him. Unless Milton can, like the Dusk Realm Master, impart the cultivation method of belief power into this small world. The more people practice the cultivation method of belief power in this flourishing small world, the more it naturally benefits Milton. After all, not everyone, like Milton, is directly embroiled in a fate conflict with the world consciousness of the Tide Realm after practicing faith law. If Milton imparts the cultivation method of belief power into this world, then others practicing this method will directly entangle with Milton, the Realm Master, in a fate conflict. The more people that get involved in a fate conflict with Milton, the greater the improvement Milton can achieve. But this requires a great deal of time. However, what Milton currently has in abundance is exactly that, time. After becoming a Realm Master, in theory, as long as the little world he is in now does not perish, then he possesses an infinite lifespan. Even though he possesses human thought and memory at the moment, he is no longer a human body. Rather, he is an incarnation of the world consciousness in the Tide Realm. No wonder the Dusk Realm Master was so interested in me during my last reincarnation in the Tide Realm. Within the world space, Milton reflected to himself. While he was slightly unclear on it before, now being a Realm Master, he understands completely. This is primarily because a Realm Master can actually sense all individual lives within the small worlds they command. However, during his last reincarnation into the Dusk Realm, Milton was evidently an exception. The inability of the Dusk Realm Master to detect Milton's existence naturally intrigued him. If there was a life form in Milton's current world that he couldn't detect, then Milton would likewise be very interested in that life form. Milton stopped thinking about this. Instead, he started organizing the strange memories that he had just processed in his mind. These sudden additional memories in his mind should be memories shared by every person who becomes a Realm Master. Milton is no stranger to such sudden additional memories. After all, he had encountered this situation more than once during his numerous reincarnation simulations. Milton coined this situation as memory inheritance. After organizing all his memories, Milton started planning further. Becoming a Realm Master after reincarnation in the Tide Realm is just the beginning, not the end. Becoming a Realm Master just gives Milton a key. As to what kind of door Milton will open with this key, it depends on Milton himself. Although this start is smooth, Milton is not being complacent at all. After all, a smooth start doesn't necessarily mean a smooth ending. Milton has experienced simulations with amazingly lucky starts not just once or twice, so he is still somewhat surprised. The more of such lucky start opportunities Milton has, the more he should cherish them. Now, Milton only possesses the title of Realm Master. Even his title of Realm Master was achieved through shortcuts. Compared to other Realm Masters from other small worlds, the gap is absolutely huge. But even so, as long as Milton doesn't leave this small world, he would be an invincible existence. After all, after becoming a Realm Master, Milton can borrow the world power of the world he controls. But Milton's ambitions do not end there. His aim of becoming a Realm Master is to interact with other Realm Masters, especially those of powerful worlds. Then, from those Realm Masters, find a way to untangle from the fate conflict with the world consciousness. Milton now has a deeper understanding of fate conflict. Becoming the Realm Master of this small world essentially equals becoming a level 7 wizard in the wizard realm. Because both have a common point, which is the deeply ingrained fate conflict with the world. Milton can now clearly feel that he and the world consciousness of the Tide Realm are almost completely bound together. This kind of binding has its advantages as well as its restrictions. At least when he was an ordinary person, he didn't have this kind of feeling. But now, he can feel this very clearly. There are various restrictions on his body, including the restriction of leaving this small world. Of course, this does not completely restrict Milton from leaving this small world. The next moment, a thought strikes Milton. The foreign space that Milton found himself in also started to change with his changing thoughts. Chapter 424. Milton Cheney, hovering in mid-air, gradually started to descend. Suddenly, a tower-like structure rose from the ground within the space. In the next instant, Milton Cheney appeared at the top of the tower. Arriving at the top of the tower, he sat cross-legged, thoughts gradually bubbling up in his mind. In his memory, there was a way to leave this little world, but Milton wasn't in a hurry. Improving himself was of utmost importance to him. Leaving this little world without proper growth would pose considerable risk for him. Since his start had been smooth, he naturally became more cautious. Usually, Milton was fearless, unruffled by repercussions, but this time was different. This time he needed to tread carefully. What he didn't lack at the moment, was time for growth. After all, in theory, he had almost an infinite lifespan. Now that he had this lifespan, he was in no rush. To enhance his power, there was a shortcut. That was to transform this little world from an ordinary one into a little world possessing transcendent power. Of course, it wasn't exactly a shortcut. The time it would consume would certainly not be mere decades or centuries. Even with the influence of Milton, the Realm Master, it would take substantial time to bring about significant changes in a world. However, considering the time passively spent in cultivation, it could still be considered a shortcut. Time slowly passed, and in a blink of an eye, 5,000 years had come and gone. Within the world space of the Tide Realm and the White Raven Little World, Milton, looking indifferent, hovered over the tower, surrounded by countless specks of light. These specks of light turned into threads of energy that entwined around Milton's body. The threads were ephemeral, and so was Milton's body. 5,000 years had passed. The White Raven Little World that Milton governed had transformed from a world devoid of transcendent power into one where transcendent power was rampant. That's right, it was rampant. It was his first time as a Realm Master, and Milton had not quite grasped the correct balance. In the present White Raven Realm, the cultivation method of belief power was rampant. At least half of the world's population would choose cultivation of belief law after reaching adulthood. Perhaps, 5,000 years ago in the White Raven Realm, this cultivation method was scarce. But now this cultivation method had become commonplace. In the Dusk Realm, this situation would never occur. After all, the more people practiced the belief law, the higher chances there were for a new Realm Master to be born. So, even if a Realm Master of a little world didn't care much, he would set various constraints. However, in the White Raven Realm controlled by Milton, there were almost no constraints on the cultivation of belief law. This meant that while Milton could achieve substantial growth, a new Realm Master could possibly emerge in the world. However, Milton wasn't particularly concerned about the birth of a new Realm Master. After all, this world was quite new. Even though many people practiced the belief law, the time it had been disseminated was still too short. To cultivate this law to its profoundest realm requires a lot of exploration and trial and error. And this time cycle is an extremely long one. It would take at least several 100,000 years. Even now, Milton, who had taken a shortcut to become a Realm Master, hadn't cultivated the belief law to its most profoundly advanced realm. He was far from reaching that realm. If this was the case with Milton, the Realm Master, it was even more so for others in the world. Moreover, Milton's situation could not be replicated. Now, even if others could connect directly with the world consciousness of the Tide Realm just like Milton did, they would not be able to become a Realm Master. The reason is quite simple, the White Raven Realm already has Milton as its Realm Master. If such a person truly exists, he would face the situation Milton encountered when reincarnated in the Dusk Realm. More importantly, except for Milton, there could not be such a person within the Tide Realm. Even though the widespread cultivation of the belief law has some drawbacks, it is not entirely bad. Milton Cheney even considered it a good thing. Although this might seem like fostering a greenhouse plant for the White Raven Realm, the help in improving his own strength was enormous. Let it be fostering a greenhouse plant, after all, Milton is just a passerby in Tide Realm. The reincarnation simulation would end sooner or later. As for what this small world he named White Raven Little World would develop into after it ends, that would be the natural development of this small world, letting everything run its course. After all, if Milton Cheney completes his plan this time, then he is unlikely to choose reincarnation in the Tide Realm again. The small world he mastered in the reincarnation simulation will no longer have anything to do with him. Even if he doesn't complete the plan this time, and still chooses reincarnation in the Tide Realm. With so many small worlds in the Tide Realm, it's also unlikely for him to reincarnate back into the White Raven Realm. Therefore, regardless, after this reincarnation simulation ends, Milton has nothing to do with this small world. Milton has always been able to distinguish between reality and simulation. Because once confused, it would easily be impossible to get out of the world in the simulation. Time slowly passed, and moments later, the specks of light around Milton dissolved. After the specks scattered, they still floated in this space. At the same moment, Milton's phantom body turned into substance. On top of the tower, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. Upon ending this cultivation, Milton left the world space by operating the power of destiny, as per his memory. By the time Milton's body reappeared, he was already in another independent space. This space, as compared to the White Raven Realm world space controlled by Milton, was even much larger. To the point where you can't see its border with just a naked eye observation. In the illusionary space, there were countless independent seats. Milton's seat was very new, at the very back of these countless independent seats. When Milton's body appeared in this space, he was directly upon his seat. There were many other seats around him, but most of them were empty. A ball of black mist shrouded Milton's face. Indeed, even without this black mist, Milton's face would still be plain and unchanged. After all, he has been here before, so naturally, there was no novelty in coming here. "White Raven, you've arrived." A calm voice echoed directly in Milton's mind. Upon hearing this voice, Milton turned his head slightly, and then nodded after seeing a shadow. The shadow was, likewise, seated, only it was some distance away from Milton. A shroud of black mist equally covered the figure's face. Seeing Milton nod, the shadow nodded back and then shifted its gaze. Milton didn't mind, he sat on his seat, softly closing his eyes as if waiting for something. As time elapsed, the number of shadows in the space slowly increased. One by one, shadows began to take their places on the numerous vacant seats. Without exception, upon appearing in this space, they would take their seats calmly without any movement. In this space, Milton had counted the seats the first time he was here. There were exactly 13,420 seats. However, after more than 3,000 years, 2 more seats had appeared in this space. Each of these seats represented a realm master. In other words, the number of realm masters in the Tide realm was currently 13,422. This was definitely a terrifying number. Time slowly passed, until all the seats in this space were occupied by realm masters. A white light set off in the central area of the space. A massive prism crystal emerged subsequently. Chapter 425. The massive rhombus crystal was wholly white and transparent, with wisps of white light emanating from its surface. The white light swirling above the rhombus crystal symbolized the power of destiny of the Tide realm's world consciousness. Milton Cheney's expression remained unchanged upon witnessing this scene. After all, it was not his first time seeing such a spectacle. The other realm masters in this space made no move either, still seated in their respective positions. Time slowly passed, and the power of destiny whirling around the surface of the rhombus crystal gradually increased. This visible power of destiny transformed into fine threads that spread outward, enveloping the realm masters within this space. Milton Cheney was no exception. However, he offered no resistance. After all, this situation represented no harm to him. The space he currently occupied was the destiny space of the Tide realm. Everything transpiring within this space was essentially driven by the innate ability of the Tide realm's world consciousness. As a realm master of a little world within the Tide realm, such as Milton Cheney, it was natural that no adverse situations would arise. Of course, the Tide realm's world consciousness did not possess independent consciousness. The rhombus crystal within this space could be considered as the external avatar of the Tide realm's world consciousness. This avatar was different from realm masters like Milton Cheney. This is because the so-called external world consciousness avatar lacked the ability to think independently. It operated more like an instinctive machine. In fact, world consciousness in any world almost always exists like an instinctive machine. A case where the world consciousness spawns an independent consciousness is exceedingly rare. That is why, after pondering, the real-life Milton Cheney discarded the idea of the world consciousness spawning an independent consciousness. In this space, Milton Cheney slightly closed his eyes. The power of destiny whirling around him gradually merged into his body. Milton Cheney could distinctly sense a noticeable enhancement in his realm. Such an enhancement was entirely beneficial to him and harbored no harm. The reason was that this world was merely one he traversed during his reincarnation simulation and was not his main world. However, this might not be the case for other realm masters. Because such enhancement actually represented the increasingly deep relationship between an individual and the world, the power of destiny. As for Milton Cheney, regardless of how deep his bond with this world and the Tide realm was, it didn't matter. After all, he would return to the wizard realm once his reincarnation simulation ended. But for the other realm masters, the deeper the bond with the Tide realm, the less freedom they had. The other realm masters did not have a simulator, so there was no talk of ending their simulation. So while Milton Cheney was absorbing these powers of destiny, he was also observing the other realm masters' reactions. That's right, observing. In fact, Milton Cheney had been observing since his first arrival in this space. Despite gaining considerably from his first visit, he refrained from rash action. At times, he attempted even with the slightest certainty. At other times, Milton Cheney would not attempt without 100% certainty. Simply put, it depended on the situation. On this occasion, Milton Cheney evidently chose the latter. Milton Cheney's gaze occasionally lingered on some realm masters. Those realm masters, on whom Milton Cheney's gaze rested, all had one thing in common. These were the realm masters instinctively resisting the power of destiny emanating from the rhombus crystal's attempts to merge into their bodies. This was clearly abnormal. For the realm masters of little worlds in the Tide realm, the pure power of destiny should ideally serve as the best tonic to enhance their strength. The reason for resisting such a tonic was self-evident. The supposed tonic was a poison to some realm masters. And these realm masters, who saw the tonic as poison, were Milton Cheney's targets. Resisting the power of destiny indicated that these realm masters did not wish to entangle themselves deeper with the Tide realm's world consciousness. Likely, this scenario was aimed at shaking off the world consciousness of the Tide realm. Of course, these were only Milton Cheney's speculations. He did not have 100% certainty at this point to confirm these realm masters thought the same. After all, other possibilities existed as well. Perhaps these realm masters simply didn't wish to enhance their power? Despite the realm masters being known as the avatars of the world consciousness, even the real avatars of the world consciousness had independent thoughts. The vast majority of realm masters undoubtedly were not inclined to be confined within their own little world. After all, those who could become realm masters were invariably individuals of gifted talents. Some common attributes existed among such people, and pride was one of them. For the likes of them, their little worlds served both as strong fortresses and prisons that held them captive. A black fog shrouded Milton Cheney's face, making his expression unreadable to others. Milton Cheney sat quietly in his seat, absorbing the power of destiny. There was still ample time. He was in no hurry. Considering the circumstances of the Tide realm, there likely was a method to break free from the power of destiny. Milton Cheney, however, was unaware of such a method at the moment. His current ignorance did not mean that his future self would not discover it. What he needed to do now was to hold steady. As time slowly passed, the power of destiny emanating from the rhombus crystal began to fade gradually. Chapter 426. The changes in Milton Cheney's body gradually returned to normal. The destiny space was still silent as ever. The next moment, the transparent rhombus crystal gradually solidified from the ethereal state. Seeing this, Milton Cheney sat up a little straighter. He knew that the climax was about to begin. Although the world consciousness was said to operate instinctively, the power of destiny they absorbed was not freely given by the world consciousness. Sometimes, an advantage comes with a price. Milton Cheney understood this very well. After all, his reincarnation in the Tide realm had lasted thousands of years already. Through this simulation, Milton Cheney has become a realm master, making him familiar with the entirety of the Tide realm. Milton Cheney watched the rhombus crystal in the destiny space with a keen gaze. Onto the crystal, one by one, mysterious symbols emerged. These symbols were a mashup of identical and distinct ones. The moment these symbols appeared, they leaped from the rhombus crystal, darting toward countless spaces above. Time slowly passed, and all the mysterious symbols atop the rhombus crystal vanished completely. Milton Cheney slightly frowned. Novice protection period. This phrase suddenly popped into Milton Cheney's mind. The reason for this thought was simple. That's because none of the mysterious symbols from the rhombus crystal flew toward his seat. Not only his, but no symbolic images were also approaching the two other realm masters born during these 2,000 years. Although it was only Milton Cheney's second visit to the destiny space, he was not unfamiliar with these mysterious symbols. After all, having been a realm master for thousands of years, there weren't many people Milton Cheney didn't know. He was somewhat familiar with other realm masters. These mysterious symbols actually signify missions issued instinctively by the Tide realm's world consciousness. Unlike the missions from the Guardian Sea in the Wizard realm, these ones came with rewards. Given that they were missions autonomously issued by the Tide realm's world consciousness, they were naturally closely related to the Tide realm. Realm masters who accept missions have certain privileges. It can be said that those bearing mysterious symbols could almost stride horizontally in the Tide realm. Though they are termed as missions, they are more like benefits. At least, that's what Milton Cheney thought. His plotting was inseparable from this mysterious symbol. Unfortunately, this time, in the missions released instinctively by the Tide Realm's world consciousness, he missed his turn. Despite the brief disappointment, he quickly dismissed it. Milton Cheney composed his thoughts, preparing to leave the Destiny space. At this point, many realm masters had already left the Destiny space. But just then, a familiar voice echoed in Milton Cheney's mind. This voice caused Milton Cheney to delay his departure from the space, prompting him to look towards the side in front of him. The next moment, as if sensing something, Milton Cheney asked in surprise. "You received a mission? With your 2,000-year-old traveler's identity, there certainly must be a significant upgrade." Milton Cheney's voice also rang directly in the mind of another realm master. Hearing this, the Deep Blue Realm Master nodded. Although Milton Cheney couldn't see the Deep Blue Realm Master's actual face, he knew that the latter's mood must be great at the moment. "I didn't expect my luck to be this good. But this mission is a bit strange. I haven't seen a world destruction mission for many years. How can a small world pose any threat to the future of the Tide Realm?" The Deep Blue Realm Master's voice resonated in Milton Cheney's mind. The tone of the Deep Blue's words corroborated Milton Cheney's guess that he was indeed pleased. However, hearing this, Milton Cheney was taken aback. Could it be a coincidence? This thought instinctively came to Milton Cheney. However, shaking his head the next moment, he thought it was impossible for such a coincidence. If it was exactly as he suspected, it wouldn't make sense. Just considering the timeline alone, it didn't make sense. Despite these thoughts, Milton Cheney kept some ideas in his mind and curiously asked via telepathy. "Destroy a little world? Which one?" Milton Cheney purposefully showed a touch of curiosity. Asking directly wasn't offensive, after all, Cheney wouldn't intentionally cause trouble. The missions distributed by the innate ability of world consciousness aren't really concealed. The Deep Blue Realm Master naturally thought the same, so he didn't hide anything, assuming Cheney was actually curious. "The Wizard Realm, a world unheard of." The moment these words echoed in Cheney's mind, he genuinely felt baffled for a moment. Is it really the Wizard Realm? This is too much of a coincidence. Cheney didn't predict that Deep Blue's mission would be to destroy the Wizard Realm. After all, there are many realm masters in the Tide Realm, and he only knew a few of them. But the mission to destroy the Wizard Realm just happened to fall among these few realm masters he knew. Cheney subconsciously felt like he had fallen into some conspiracy, being used as a pawn by some big shots. However, he dismissed this thought almost instantly. He still trusted the simulator. So, is this purely a coincidence? That would mean the present Wizard Realm is the Wizard Realm in reality, 2,000 years later. If you ignore the different time flows between different worlds, did he reincarnate over 3,000 years ago in the Tide Realm? Does his figure exist in the present Wizard Realm? Cheney wondered. Because at this time, it's accurate to say he has not truly reincarnated in the Tide Realm. Rather, a strand of consciousness followed the reincarnation simulation and reincarnated in the Tide Realm. In theory, his real body should still be in the Wizard Tower within the Wizard Realm. But this thought seems wrong, because during his reincarnation simulation, time for his real body was static. So, how to explain the current situation? Change the perspective, he does not exist in the present Wizard Realm. Because the Wizard Realm in the reincarnation simulation is not the real Wizard Realm. But thinking like this seems incorrect too, as everything in the reincarnation simulation is indeed real. Perhaps only the Tide Realm, where I reincarnated, is real while all other worlds are different from those in reality. This thought suddenly came to Cheney's mind. Now, it seems like the only explanation. All other explanations are contradictory. The previous him never validated this idea in the reincarnation simulation. Even when he reincarnated to the Soul Realm, he buried the unknown rules in the Soul Realm, not directly in the Wizard Realm. Actually, to validate his idea is easy. During a future reincarnation simulation, he could choose a world quite close to the Wizard Realm. Then in the reincarnation simulation, he could go to the Wizard Realm, leaving some indelible marks there. Afterward, when he finishes the reincarnation simulation and returns to reality, he could check if these marks still exist. If not, it would imply that in the reincarnation simulation, only the world he reincarnated in is real. Cheney remembered the simulator's previous description of the reincarnation simulation quite clearly. It stated that everything in the world of reincarnation simulation was real. Thinking about it now, Cheney seemed to have misunderstood the meaning of that statement. The fact that everything in the world of reincarnation simulation is real, doesn't mean the worlds outside the reincarnation simulation are real too. Having thought this, Cheney sent a message again. I'll accompany you on this journey. I'm quite interested in this wizard realm. Hearing Cheney's message, the Deep Blue Realm Master seemed a bit surprised. But he still nodded. After all, Cheney accompanying him wasn't a bad thing. With the help of another Realm Master, his task would be easier. We will set off 1,500 years later then. Hearing Deep Blue's message, Cheney nodded. The next moment, Cheney moved his figure and left the space. Chapter 427. Time slowly passes, and 1,500 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Tide Realm, the White Raven Realm. In an independent space. Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, the specks of light swirling around him began to scatter. 1,500 years, even for Milton, was a considerable amount of time. After halting the cultivation of the power of destiny, Milton made a thought. The next moment, his body gradually began to dematerialize. Coloring by the memory, Milton returned again to the destiny space of the Tide Realm. The moment his figure appeared in the destiny space, a voice resounded in his mind. Milton, who appeared in the seat, moved his eyes forward. The Deep Blue Realm Master appeared in Milton's field of vision. Faces of the Deep Blue Realm Master were veiled in dark mist, forbidding Milton from seeing his specific features. White Raven, you are here. Hearing the telepathic message from the Deep Blue Realm Master, Milton gave a nod. The next moment, a mysterious symbol suddenly materialized, hovering in front of the Deep Blue Realm Master. This mysterious symbol was designated as the task assigned by the Tide Realm's world consciousness. Milton could see this mysterious symbol as well. The moment the mysterious symbol appeared, it began to fade into a phantom and disappear within the destiny space. Moments later, the mysterious symbol completely vanished. An invisible light screen appeared in front of the Deep Blue Realm Master. This transparent light screen represents a world gate. Crossing this world gate, one can directly reach the destination of their mission. Following the appearance of the world gate, Milton can distinctly perceive a boost of unprecedented force on his body. Milton cast his eyes at the Deep Blue Realm Master, and the latter gave a gentle nod. A telepathic message appeared in Milton's mind. The Deep Blue Realm Master at this moment steps into the world gate. Seeing the figure of Deep Blue Realm Master disappearing before him, without hesitation Milton harnessed the power of destiny to connect to the world gate, and then with a shift of his figure, entered the world gate. The moment Milton stepped into the world gate, his consciousness instantly went dark. Regardless, this sudden event did not stir any peculiar emotions in Milton. He was ready after all. Milton could closely perceive his body, yet other than that, he couldn't recognize anything else. Including the passage of time, at this moment, Milton was utterly oblivious. Time unknown, might have been an instant, or could have been countless years. Up until Milton's consciousness is fully recovered, and everything can be perceived clearly once again. Within the void, Milton's figure suddenly appeared here. The Deep Blue Realm Master stood in front of him. It was Milton's first time seeing the real face of the Deep Blue Realm Master, a middle-aged man with a plain face. Seeing Milton's consciousness being restored, a hint of a smile appeared on the face of the Deep Blue Realm Master. Isn't it unpleasant passing through the world gate? The Deep Blue Realm Master began speaking. A hint of teasing seemed to linger in his tone. Hearing this, Milton reluctantly nodded. This feeling indeed was not too pleasant. But as for Milton, it didn't feel too bad. The sensation of passing through the world gate was somewhat akin to Milton returning to simulative space after finishing a reincarnation simulation. Who knows how many times Milton has experienced reincarnation simulation, so for him, this sensation is bearable. Here is the wizard realm, right? Milton, overlooking the void before him, asked softly. There was a touch of sentiment in his tone that no one could discern. After all, everything that he sees now is not unfamiliar to Milton at all. Here is the void beyond the wizard realm. Milton could not distinguish between here and the void beyond the wizard realm in reality. After Milton's voice fell, the Deep Blue Realm Master's gaze also shifted to the void here. A moment later, the Deep Blue Realm Master nodded and said, "It should be correct. The wizard realm, a little world on the edge of the world sea." After saying that, Deep Blue Realm Master's eyes slightly closed. A special kind of energy gushed out from his body and quickly flew towards the wizard realm. Seeing this, Milton did not speak, but silently stood in his place. The reason he came here was to witness how the Tide Realm destroyed the Wizard Realm. Is it really only by the hand of a single Realm Master? If it were the case, then what's the point of the Wizard Realm's schemes? A plethora of schemes, and in the end, the Wizard Realm was destroyed simply by the act of a single Realm Master. Milton believes the world consciousness avatar of the Wizard Realm wouldn't be so naive. Thus, even though there was considerable danger, Milton chose to accompany the Deep Blue Realm Master to the Wizard Realm. Opportunities this coincidental are far too scarce after all. Even if he reincarnates in the Tide Realm once again, it would be quite difficult to stumble upon an opportunity like this. To participate directly in the drastic changes of the wizard world that will transpire a few thousand years into reality. Even if because of this choice, Milton forfeits this reincarnation simulation opportunity, he won't feel at a loss. After all, since he is here, he can't return empty-handed. Time slowly passes, the power of destiny summoned by the Deep Blue Realm Master walking around the Wizard Realm also returned to his body. The next moment, the Deep Blue Realm Master opened his eyes. He slightly furrows his brow and a solemn expression appears on his face. Chapter 428. Milton Cheney, upon witnessing this scene, felt intrigued and posed a question, "What's wrong?" Upon hearing Milton's words, the furrowed eyebrows of the Deep Blue Realm Master slightly eased. Something's off with this world. Its size doesn't resemble a world on the edge of the World Sea, but those weaker ones at the center of the World Sea. The Deep Blue Realm Master articulated. There was a hint of surprise in his tone, he seemingly hadn't expected the Wizard Realm to be different from his preconceived notions. "What do you mean?" Milton feigned confusion. "The upper limit of this Wizard Realm is quite high, and there seems to be traces of outer domain visitors within," the Deep Blue Realm Master stated with a somewhat grave tone. This mission had surpassed the range of tasks he could complete. A common little world, with the protection of the mysterious symbol, could be destroyed given some time. But the world, which was his mission target this time around, is evidently not an ordinary little world. At the very least, it wasn't the ordinary little world he understood it to be. "This mission is getting a bit tricky, you should stay out of it. The mission symbol can only protect me, if something unexpected occurs, I might not be able to look out for you. This world should have an existence that surpasses the world boundary." After pondering for a moment, the Deep Blue Realm Master articulated. Hearing his words, Milton simply nodded. As far as he was concerned, he didn't plan on taking any action this time either. After all, even if he had, he wouldn't have been much help to the Deep Blue Realm Master. The Deep Blue Realm Master with the mysterious symbol could borrow from the world power of the Tide Realm as he pleased. As for Milton, he didn't have a mysterious symbol. In the Wizard Realm, he was just a common Realm Master. However, despite his reservations, Milton still responded. "An existence that surpasses the world boundary?" Milton asked with a measure of perplexity. This was not feigned confusion. Because this was, indeed, the first time he had heard such a thing. Exactly, every world has its limit. However, this so-called Wizard Realm seems to be an exception. For reasons unknown, this world seems to have given birth to an existence that transcends world boundaries. The Deep Blue Realm Master elaborated. Upon hearing these words, Milton immediately understood what he meant. In an instant, a name floated to the forefront of his mind. Mancer. The Level 8 Wizard. If anyone from the Wizard Realm is considered a powerful being who has transcended world boundaries, it must be Mancer. Mancer, after all, is the only Level 8 wizard within the Wizard Realm. Upon this realization, a thought suddenly hit Milton. If such were the case, does that mean that the limit of the Wizard Realm is a Level 7 wizard? After all, a Level 8 wizard is viewed as someone who has leaped beyond the world boundaries of the Wizard Realm. Within Milton's mind, thoughts were churning. Upon reflection, Milton made a shocking discovery. That is, within the tens of millions of years of the Wizard Realm's existence, aside from Mancer, it seems that no other Level 8 wizard has been born. The Milton of the past never considered this. After all, mastering the Level 8 wizard level is intrinsically arduous. Despite having a simulator, Milton found it extremely challenging to reach the Level 5 wizard. Not to mention surpassing the Level 5 wizard by 3 levels to become a Level 8 wizard. However, after hearing the perspective of the Deep Blue Realm Master, another thought suddenly struck Milton. Irrespective of how difficult it is to master the level 8 wizard, one would expect at least one to appear in tens of millions of years. However, reality begs to differ. In reality, within the wizard realm, not a single level 8 wizard has emerged over tens of millions of years. Prior to Mansur, the only suspected level 8 wizard, was confirmed by Milton as an incarnation of the world consciousness and not an actual level 8 wizard. Even Mansur is not truly from the wizard realm. Milton well knew Mansur's true identity, the incarnation of the outer domain devil. In other words, since the birth of the wizard realm, the level 8 wizard has only been a theoretically existing realm. As to why this phenomenon has occurred, the Milton of yesteryears wouldn't have known, but the present Milton did. After all, the Deep Blue Realm Master just clarified it for him. The wizard realm indeed has its boundary. The limit of this world is a level 7 wizard. Does this mean his future can only reach the cultivation of a level 7 wizard at most? Why would the wizard realm create a being that transcends the world's limit? Milton Cheney asked. Hearing Milton's question, the Deep Blue Realm Master shook his head. I don't know, but that might be the reason why the world consciousness issues such a mission. I found it a bit strange before, because the mission to destroy a world hasn't appeared in the Tide Realm for a long time. The Deep Blue Realm Master said. After saying this, he seemed to recall something and spoke again. But there are only two possible reasons for this. The first is the existence that transcends the world's limit, he has escaped the fate of this world. The second is that this world is undergoing a transformation, which we just can't perceive. After the Deep Blue Realm Master finished speaking, Milton nodded his head, an element of contemplation appearing on his face. Escape the fate of a world? Milton asked subconsciously. In fact, the moment the Deep Blue Realm Master spoke these words, Milton had already understood their meaning. Escape the fate of a world. Isn't the intended meaning behind this phrase the very purpose of Milton's reincarnation into the Tide Realm? Since the Deep Blue Realm Master voluntarily mentioned this, Milton naturally would not miss this opportunity. This topic must be pursued. Because this very topic pertains to the reason why Milton chose to reincarnate in the Tide Realm. It seems the Deep Blue Realm Master has also discerned some deep meaning from Milton's words. He glanced at Milton Cheney, his eyes carrying a deep complexity. Yes, the power of destiny is actually the power of faith. Some entity in this world might have managed to dodge the power of destiny of this world using some method. The Deep Blue Realm Master said softly. Milton was moved upon hearing this statement. Because a word used by the Deep Blue Realm Master in his statement stirred some thoughts in Milton. Having reincarnated into the Tide Realm 3 times, and this time becoming a realm master of a little world in the Tide Realm. How could he not realize that the power of faith is the power of destiny? But the Deep Blue Realm Master said dodge. Why? The power of destiny is a necessity for the masters of the Tide Realm to improve their strength. If the Deep Blue Realm Master was born in another world, using the word dodge would make sense. The more powerful you are, the more a world feels like a cage. But the Deep Blue Realm Master is the master of a little world in the Tide Realm. With such status, such realm, using dodge to describe the power of destiny carries deep meaning. However, even though Milton realized this, he didn't explicitly point it out. Sometimes, it's best to leave things unsaid. Milton didn't delve deeper into this topic, as he had gathered enough. Milton now knows what the Deep Blue Realm Master thinks, and since he spoke in such a way, he probably also caught some of Milton's meaning. Becoming the master of a little world is not a fool's feat. Now that it's known, there's no need to continue this topic. After all, it's not that time yet. In that case, is it necessary to carry out this mission? Milton changed the subject and asked. Of course, his question wasn't without reason. Milton, integrating everything that the Deep Blue Realm Master had said before, clearly knew that this mission obviously exceeded the norm. At least, this kind of task can't be completed by a realm master alone. We can only give it a try. I'm afraid destroying this world directly won't be possible. The Deep Blue Realm Master, having understood the implications behind Milton's words, responded. The next moment, the Deep Blue Realm Master's figure disappeared in front of Milton. As for Milton, he didn't do anything else and continued to stand within the void. Chapter 429. The Void Space Beyond the Wizard Realm. As time slowly passed, Milton Cheney floated within the void, motionless. A moment later, the figure of the Deep Blue Realm Master reappeared before Milton Cheney. How did it go? Seeing the Deep Blue Realm Master return, Milton Cheney curiously asked. With the protection of the mysterious symbol, the Deep Blue Realm Master was able to forcibly enter the wizard realm without mishap. However, Milton Cheney did not have the protection of this mysterious symbol. His reason for returning to the wizard realm was simply to gain a deeper understanding of the event of the Kanglan realm's destruction of the wizard world. As for entering the wizard realm in person, that was something Milton Cheney would not do. After all, there was a very good chance that this reincarnation simulation would end if he did. Milton Cheney was aware of his own power limits. Therefore, after the Deep Blue Realm Master entered the wizard realm, Milton chose to wait in the void beyond the realm. Upon hearing Milton's question, a look of gravity appeared on the Deep Blue Realm Master's face. Just as I suspected after probing with the power of destiny, this wizard realm is not simple. It can be confirmed now, this world indeed produced a being that has transcended the world's limits. Even with the mission symbol, this is not a mission I can accomplish. The Deep Blue Realm Master declared. He had no need to deceive Milton on this matter. After all, both Milton and he were realm masters of the Kanglan realm. In this situation, they would undoubtedly be united against outside threats. Therefore, the Deep Blue Realm Master didn't conceal the information he had obtained and directly told Milton Cheney. So, does that mean you're going to give up on this mission? Hearing the Deep Blue Realm Master's words, Milton Cheney clearly understood that this mission was not an easy one. Therefore he asked as soon as the Deep Blue Realm Master finished speaking. However, he had already expected this in his heart. After all, he had personally experienced the invasion of the Tide Realm during the True Body simulation. The spectacle of that time was absolutely not something a realm master could muster alone. Despite this, the wizard realm was not without the power to resist. Even after the Tide Realm made its move, it persisted for several hundred years. A few hundred years might not seem like such a long time. But one should know, the wizard realm managed to hold on for several hundreds of years under the onslaught of the Tide Realm. The nature of the Tide Realm was not foreign to Milton Cheney, having reincarnated into this world for the third time. The Tide Realm contained tens of thousands of little worlds within it. This realm is located at the center of the world sea. Compared to the Tide Realm, the wizard realm was like an oversized ant, with no basis for comparison. If it weren't for Manser, the level 8 wizard in the wizard realm, they wouldn't have lasted a few hundred years. Not to mention a few hundred years, surviving even a few decades would have been a luxury. Upon saying this, the Deep Blue Realm Master gently shook his head. Seeing the Deep Blue Realm Master shake his head, Milton Cheney was suddenly taken aback. As expected, the task of destroying the wizard realm issued by the innate ability of Kanglan Realm's world consciousness couldn't be given up so easily. Milton Cheney had some understanding of the tasks issued by the Kanglan Realm's world consciousness, but he didn't know too much. After all, he hadn't personally undertaken these tasks. So he couldn't say he really understood them. That's precisely why Milton Cheney asked the question the way he did. Fortunately, his direct question didn't arouse the suspicion of the Deep Blue Realm Master. Rather, the Deep Blue Realm Master assumed he was merely curious and didn't hesitate to tell him. A mission issued by the world consciousness cannot be abandoned. If it cannot be completed, it will be determined as a mission failure in the next destiny space. The Deep Blue Realm Master continued speaking after shaking his head. He knew Milton Cheney hadn't been a realm master for long and hadn't accepted any tasks issued by the Kanglan Realm's world consciousness. Milton Cheney definitely didn't know much about the mechanics of these tasks, which is why he explained them to him. In this way, Milton Cheney owed him a small favor, as all the information he explained would sooner or later be used by Milton Cheney. Upon hearing the words of the Deep Blue Realm Master, Milton Cheney nodded thoughtfully. As he had guessed, such tasks couldn't be easily abandoned. One could easily guess that a mission with so much privilege during its duration could not possibly be abandoned at will. Even if completing the mission had its rewards, it still wouldn't make sense. Moreover, since these missions have rewards, they must also have punishments. It was impossible for there to be no punishment at all after a mission failure. If it were indeed the case, then these missions wouldn't seem that important, and the realm masters wouldn't take them so seriously. After all, most of the individuals capable of becoming realm masters probably wouldn't be tempted by the rewards of completing the mission. Thinking of this, Milton Cheney asked another question. There's a punishment for mission failure. Even though it was a question, there was a certainty in Milton Cheney's tone. There was no need to ask this question, but Milton Cheney did so nonetheless. After all, sometimes assumptions are not always true. Hearing Milton Cheney's question, the Deep Blue Realm Master nodded. The fact that Milton Cheney could think of this did not surprise him at all, as the implications of his previous words were quite obvious. Not only is there punishment for mission failure, but all realm masters also find the punishment unacceptable. Chapter 430. After nodding his head, the Deep Blue Realm Master spoke again. After saying those words, he didn't provide an explanation. After all, Milton Cheney was not a fool, and naturally, he could grasp the implications of his words. All the punishments that the realm masters can't accept, anyone could guess what that would be without thinking. Failure of a task would mean losing the status of a realm master. Milton muttered softly. He figured that this was most likely the case. After all, the only probable punishment that no realm master could accept was this one. This was the first time he found out about this. After all, he hasn't personally experienced tasks assigned by the Tide World Consciousness, hence, he doesn't fully understand these aspects. Yes, losing the identity of the realm master. The Deep Blue Realm Master spoke, confirming Milton's guess. His tone was very calm, as though this punishment was of no importance to him. His face held a solemn expression, yet there was no trace of worry or anxiety. It was as if he knew that even though this task would be difficult, it wouldn't reach the level of impossibility. After responding to Milton's words, the Deep Blue Realm Master seemed to remember something. The solemnity on his face disappeared, replaced with an interested expression. He looked at Milton and said, "The world consciousness has assigned at least hundreds of thousands of tasks. Can you guess how many of them have been unsuccessful?" This question sparked Milton's interest. He had nothing to do at the moment, and a guess wouldn't hurt. Having thought this far, curiosity flickered in Milton's eyes. A moment later, Milton responded, "Between 100 and 200. Milton finally guessed a relatively conservative number. After all, compared to the hundreds of thousands of tasks mentioned by the Deep Blue Realm Master, the number between 100 and 200 was very conservative. Upon hearing Milton's words, a smile appeared on the face of the Deep Blue Realm Master. It seemed like he had foreseen that Milton would come up with such a number. However, the Deep Blue Realm Master shook his head, indicating that Milton's guess was wrong. Seeing the Deep Blue Realm Master shake his head, Milton was somewhat surprised. With several 100,000 tasks as the base, guessing the exact number was not an easy thing. But upon seeing the smile on the face of the Deep Blue Realm Master, Milton suddenly had a bold idea. Although he didn't understand the Deep Blue Realm Master very well, Milton did realize that unless something extraordinarily amusing came up, the Deep Blue Realm Master would not display such an expression. With this in mind, a word tumbled out of Milton's mouth. "Could it be that not a single task has failed?" Milton asked, somewhat unsure. Because, after all, he couldn't be certain that his guess was correct. The idea was somewhat fantastic. Hundreds of thousands of tasks, and not a single failure? Even contemplating it seemed somewhat impossible, yet that was exactly what Milton guessed. After all, this was just a diverting conjecture. There was no punishment for guessing wrong. So Milton guessed as far as his thoughts would allow him. However, as soon as Milton finished speaking, a look of surprise appeared in the eyes of the Deep Blue Realm Master. Apparently, he had not expected Milton to guess that result. Seeing the expression of the Deep Blue Realm Master, Milton instantly understood that he had been toyed with. Could there really have been no failed tasks at all? That seemed too extraordinary. If there was not a single failure, it meant that there was no margin for error at all. Despite everything, Milton didn't feel any anger. "I know you might find it hard to believe, but that's the truth. Since the world consciousness started assigning tasks, there has not been a single failure." The Deep Blue Realm Master confirmed Milton's guess. Milton was right in his inference, so what's the big deal, he thought. He was just waiting for Milton Cheney to fail in his guess and then reveal the answer, looking forward to seeing Cheney's surprised expression. However, he hadn't expected that Cheney would guess the correct answer on his second attempt. After receiving confirmation from the Deep Blue Realm Master, Cheney didn't speak further. Now he finally understood why the Deep Blue Realm Master, knowing the extraordinary nature of the wizard realm, was merely serious and not worried at all. The reason for Deep Blue's confidence was simple. Several hundreds of thousands of missions had been undertaken, with not a single failure. This was definitely much more than mere coincidence. Cheney was certain that among these hundreds of thousands of missions, there were tasks even more difficult than destroying the wizard realm. Nevertheless, in the end, all the missions were successfully completed. There must be some reason or hidden rule, which the present-day Cheney is not yet aware of. Cheney's thoughts began to diverge, contemplating the reasons behind it. A moment later, an idea struck Cheney. He wasn't a fool. The Deep Blue Realm Master had already shared so much, and if Cheney didn't make some guesses about his past experiences, they would have been in vain. You want to invite other Realm Masters? Cheney spoke. His words were not tinged with uncertainty, instead, there was a touch of curiosity in his tone. After all, this guess was the most plausible one. Because Cheney had known from the beginning that Tide Realm's move against the Wizard Realm was not merely the work of a single Realm Master. And since the Deep Blue Realm Master wouldn't abandon the mission and let others take over, the only conclusion could be the invitation of other Realm Masters to join forces. Besides, Cheney had some other guesses. However, the likelihood of those guesses was slim, hence Cheney didn't voice them. Hearing Cheney's words, the Deep Blue Realm Master wasn't surprised. It was only normal for Cheney to be able to guess, considering the amount of information he had revealed. Exactly, I alone, as a Realm Master, probably won't be able to complete this mission, the Deep Blue Realm Master said without hesitation. As the mission had exceeded its original difficulty level, it was natural to call upon other Realm Masters. Even if other Realm Masters help, they likely won't be much help to you, right? Cheney asked. His question was quite tactful. He knew that the Deep Blue Realm Master would invite other Realm Masters, but Cheney was still curious about how these other Masters were supposed to help the Deep Blue Realm Master. After all, this mission to destroy the Wizard Realm was the Deep Blue Realm Master's own. Even if the other Masters were willing to help, they wouldn't dare place themselves in danger, would they? Just like Cheney himself, if the Deep Blue Realm Master invited him, Cheney would definitely refuse. Even though he was somewhat familiar with the Deep Blue Realm Master now. But he knew his own strength. Cheney knew that if he pretended to be more competent than he actually was, he wouldn't meet a good end. Hearing Cheney's words, the Deep Blue Realm Master chuckled. Of course, he understood the meaning behind Cheney's words. However, he wasn't surprised. It was only natural that Cheney didn't understand, as he'd become a Realm Master not long ago. Ordinary Realm Masters naturally won't do, so I must invite those who have also undertaken missions this time. Although their tasks are different, they too have a mission symbol with them, the Deep Blue Realm Master explained. For such invitations, the Masters who have accepted tasks usually do not refuse. After all, their futures might also need the help of other Realm Masters. It was because of this that completing a difficult task together with different Realm Masters had become a sort of unwritten rule. This was why there had been no single failure among hundreds of thousands of missions. After all, the number of Realm Masters in the Tide Realm was just too many. Upon hearing the explanation of the Deep Blue Realm Master, an understanding clicked into place for Cheney, and he felt as though everything was clear. He also understood why there had not been a single failure in all the missions. Seeing Cheney's expression, the Deep Blue Realm Master gave a small smile. The next moment, the mysterious symbol once again appeared before him. He drew upon the power of destiny, infusing it into the mysterious symbol. Chapter 431. The moment the power of destiny infused into the mysterious symbol, the symbol floating in front of the Deep Blue Realm Master began to appear and disappear intermittently. Witnessing this scene, Milton Cheney's expression remained unchanged. Because he knew what the Deep Blue Realm Master was doing at this moment. Indeed, a moment later, the faintly visible mysterious symbol disappeared from in front of the Deep Blue Realm Master. A relaxed look appeared on the Deep Blue Realm Master's face. Has the message been sent? Milton Cheney asked curiously, watching the scene unfold. After his voice fell, the Deep Blue Realm Master nodded affirmatively, confirming Milton's query. In fact, different mission symbols can communicate with each other. After all, the mission symbols inherently represent the missions dispatched by the world consciousness of the Tide Realm. These missions may differ, but their symbols have similarities. This is somewhat equivalent to the Book of Truth in the Wizard's Guardian Sea in the Wizard Realm. However, mission symbols are far more abnormal than the Book of Truth. How long will it take for the other Realm Masters to arrive? Milton Cheney asked. There was no harm in asking this. After all, he and the Deep Blue Realm Master were not strangers now. It wasn't a secret either, as Milton's people were here. Before the destruction of the Wizard Realm, Milton wouldn't leave here. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't leave now. After all, although he was the Realm Master of a small world in the Tide Realm, he still lacked the means of directly traversing worlds. After all, this place isn't the Tide Realm. Milton would need the help of the Deep Blue Realm Master to leave here. However, Milton didn't feel like leaving immediately. After all, it would be a shame to waste such a precious opportunity. In reality, Milton couldn't observe things as clearly as he could now. His current situation could be considered his greatest gain from this reincarnation into the Tide Realm. This gain was even greater than becoming a Realm Master. The reason is simple. That is, Milton currently knew the method of becoming a Realm Master in the Tide Realm. And this method wasn't difficult for him. As long as he can reincarnate into a world without a Realm Master, he'd be fine. But a chance like this, to directly participate in the destruction of the Wizard Realm, is not available in every reincarnation into the Tide Realm. Even such an opportunity may only occur in this reincarnation simulation. Sometimes, such coincidences are unavoidable. I estimate that it will take several years at least. The Deep Blue Realm Master pondered for a while before responding to Milton's question. The time frame he provided was somewhat conservative. Even if the other Realm Masters wanted to help, they couldn't arrive immediately. The other Realm Masters weren't idle either. But several years isn't really a long time. At least, that's what the Deep Blue Realm Master thought. Hearing the Blue Realm Master's words, Milton nodded to show he understood. Indeed, a few years weren't a particularly long time for him. He could afford to wait. Not just a few years, but even a decade, several decades, Milton would patiently wait. After all, participating in this event could influence his future in the real world. When his interests were involved in the event, Milton showed great patience. Seeing Milton nod, the Deep Blue Realm Master didn't say anything else. Standing within the void, he contemplated the farther reaches of the void, his eyes filled with profound depth, as if pondering something. Witnessing this, Milton didn't disturb the silent atmosphere. His attention was also drawn to the familiar void. It had to be said, that this was the first time Milton was so close to the Wizard Realm in a reincarnation simulation. Previously, the closest he had been to the Wizard Realm during a reincarnation simulation was when he was in the True Spirit Realm. But even then, he was still a world away from the Wizard Realm. Now, it was different. He was in the void beyond the realm of the Wizard's world. If he could cross the world barrier of the Wizard Realm, he could enter the Wizard Realm. Compared to the Tide Realm, Milton was more familiar with the Wizard Realm. However, the Deep Blue Realm Master would never think of this. Even if Milton, like him, was a Realm Master, the Deep Blue Realm Master wouldn't guess that the person beside him had reincarnated into the Tide Realm from the Wizard Realm directly in front of him. Even if Milton openly proclaimed his identity, the Deep Blue Realm Master might not believe him. Time slowly passes, and the two remained immersed in silence. Nobody took the initiative to speak, and Milton didn't engage in any new topics either. In this way, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. 5 years later, in the void outside the Wizard Realm, Milton Cheney is in a cross-legged hover within the void, with his eyes closed, seemingly meditating. The Deep Blue Realm Master next to him was still gazing into the distant void. 5 years have passed, the Deep Blue Realm Master hasn't moved an inch, like a statue. But at this moment, the Deep Blue Realm Master subtly moved. He suddenly turned his head to look at the void behind him. Sensing his movement, Milton also opened his eyes and followed the gaze of the Deep Blue Realm Master to the space behind him. Chapter 432. The next moment, a faint ripple was raised in the previously calm void. "They're here." The Deep Blue Realm Master murmured softly. Milton Cheney heard his words but did not respond verbally, his gaze remained fixed on the ripple stirred in the void. A moment later, the void returned to its tranquil state. Under the watchful eyes of Milton Cheney and the Deep Blue Realm Master, countless human shadows appeared within the void instantaneously. The faces of those human shadows were unknown to Milton, without exception. After all, while he was in the Destiny space, he was not able to see the faces of any other Realm Masters. However, Milton was sure that since these people had come here, they were undoubtedly the Realm Masters from the numerous small worlds within the Tide Realm. These were the Masters who had undertaken missions distributed by the Tide World Consciousness this time. At the moment these shadows appeared, Milton had already counted the number of realm masters present. 23 realm masters. Milton murmured to himself. These 23 realm masters, plus the deep blue realm master. That meant at this moment, 24 realm masters who had received missions this time had appeared in the void beyond the wizard realm. Upon seeing these realm masters appearing in the void, a smile spread on the face of the deep blue realm master. Since you're all here, I will share the mission with you first. The deep blue realm master spoke. As his words fell, the other realm masters nodded indifferently. Their eyes lingered on Milton for a moment, but they quickly shifted away. The next moment, the deep blue realm master summoned the mission symbol. In sync, the other realm masters also summoned their mission symbols. A faint light shone above the mission symbol of the deep blue realm master. This light projected itself towards the mission symbols of the other realm masters the moment it appeared. Time slowly passed. After the deep blue realm master shared his mission entirely with the other realm masters, he explained in detail all the information he knew. Only after the deep blue realm master had finished speaking did the other realm masters begin to converse. We haven't received a mission to destroy a world in a while. After listening to the explanation of the deep blue realm master, one of the realm masters voiced his surprise. When they came here, they did not know the specific content of the mission that the deep blue realm master had taken. The mission symbol could carry simple messages but could not transfer detailed information like the Book of Truth. That's right, the last mission to destroy a world was given 320,000 years ago. Before the deep blue realm master could speak, another realm master interjected with a reply. Upon hearing this, Milton's heart stirred. 320,000 years? This period might not seem very long, but it was certainly not short either. Perhaps to a world, this period might not be particularly long. But to an individual, this was indeed a very long time. Nevertheless, as thoughts whirled in Milton's mind, he refrained from speaking. After all, at this point, he was an outsider. Among the many realm masters present, it seemed only he couldn't particularly assist the deep blue realm master. But this was not Milton's fault, he really hadn't received any mission handed out by the Tide World Consciousness this time. Quite interesting, that a being surpassing the limits of the world could be born within a small world. But such a case would undoubtedly not happen in a great world. One of the realm masters expressed his surprise. They had not expected Deep Blue's mission to be so fascinating. Yes, it was just interesting. A small world, usually not worth their concern. After all the realm masters here were controllers of a small world, each adopting the attitude of a superior in front of the wizard realm. It couldn't be a natural birth. Isn't there a scent of an outer domain visitor in this world? Perhaps this being that has transcended the world limit in this world is that outer domain visitor. Another realm master spoke with a hint of disdain. Apparently, he did not consider this so-called transcender of world limits to be a threat. Even realm masters, being humans, have desires and emotions. Thus, although Milton Cheney could hear the contempt in this realm master's tone, he didn't have any other emotions about it. After all, the realm master had the capacity to be disdainful. On the contrary, Milton was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that this realm master, who casually listened to a few sentences, could guess so accurately. Indeed, sometimes, the world in which one is born can determine one's perspective. Sometimes, the higher one stands, the further one can see. I hope that there is an existence in this little world that has transcended the world's limit. In that case, there might be some unexpected gains. Another realm master spoke up. At this remark, the other realm masters fell silent for a moment. However, this atmosphere was disrupted by yet another realm master. Alistair, are you still thinking about the transcendence technique? This insignificant world, how can there be a transcendence technique? Instead of fantasizing here, you might as well ask Zero to give you a copy of his transcendence technique directly. When the speaker finished, the Alistair he was referring to could only shrug helplessly, without continuing the topic. If he could obtain the transcendence technique from the Zero Realm Master, he wouldn't have spent so many years racking his brains. Although Alistair did not continue the topic. However, Milton Cheney, who had been silent all along, was suddenly intrigued. The transcendence technique? Did he hear some secrets? Is this so-called transcendence technique the same as what he understood? If this so-called transcendence technique was indeed what he understood, then this Zero mentioned by the Realm Master seemed to have a transcendence technique. A thought emerged in Milton's mind. In his understanding, the transcendence technique might be the thing he was looking for. The method to break free from the power of destiny. Of course, this was just Milton's speculation. Right now, he couldn't be sure. And with so many realm masters here, Milton couldn't directly ask them. However, looking at the expressions of the realm masters present, they all seemed familiar with this so-called transcendence technique. In that case, the so-called transcendence technique is not a particularly hidden secret. At least for the realm masters, it is not a particularly hidden secret. If that were not the case, the realm master who spoke up just now would not have said it so casually. Moreover, from the realm master's words, Milton could infer something else. That is, this transcendence technique seems quite valuable, even rare within the Tide world. He straightaway rejected the existence of the transcendence technique within the wizard realm, implying that it simply couldn't exist there. Milton was capable of picking up on that. However, although Milton figured out so much, he was not in a hurry. After all, if the transcendence technique is not a particularly big secret among the realm masters of the Tide world, he can learn about it later as well. Having reincarnated as a realm master in this life, he had plenty of time to plan. Just because he didn't know now, didn't mean he would remain ignorant in the future. While Milton was deep in thought, the Deep Blue Realm Master started speaking. While the other realm masters were discussing, the Deep Blue Realm Master did not interrupt. But now that the topic had ended, it was his turn to speak. After all, the most important thing right now was the task at hand. As for the rest, there was plenty of time later. Let's stop the chit-chat, let's start weaving the net, to prevent any fish from slipping through. This might be a drawn-out battle. Without a few hundred years, we might not be able to completely take down this wizard realm. The Deep Blue Realm Master spoke. As his words fell, the other realm masters nodded in agreement. The next moment, all the realm masters, except Milton, conjured mysterious symbols. The moment these mysterious symbols appeared, they instantly flew towards all directions of the wizard realm, eventually interweaving. To destroy a world, this was just the first step, weaving the net. Chapter 433. When all the powers of destiny radiating from the mysterious symbols intertwined. A phantom net fell from the edge of the wizard realm, enveloping the whole wizard realm. Milton Cheney saw this scene with a face that lacked change. His heart, however, stirred slightly. Because the scene before him was not unfamiliar to him. He had experienced this grand net firsthand in a true body simulation. He had never understood how the net enveloping the wizard realm had appeared before, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he understood clearly. Time slowly passed on, the grand net enveloping the wizard realm began to gradually shrink. From the perspective of the void beyond the wizard realm, one might only see different mysterious symbols intertwined. But the inside of the wizard realm was not like this at all. In the wizard realm, whether people lived in the subcontinent or the wizard continent, they all started looking up at the sky at the same time. Because at this very moment, the sky changed. The ordinarily calm sky had become pitch black, a kind of black unlike that of the night, more like the blackness of ink. The end of the wizard realm had begun at this very moment. Although Milton Cheney was not in the wizard realm, he had experienced this kind of situation once before after all. So he didn't have to guess what the scene would look like in the wizard realm at this time. Fear and panic in the hearts of the people were the most basic. The wizard realm experienced its biggest crisis in tens of millions of years. Of course, this was a huge crisis for the wizard realm, but for the realm masters beside Milton Cheney. At most, it was an interesting mission. Milton Cheney's gaze lingered on each realm master for a moment. Of course, he didn't speak, nor did he disrupt the composure of these realm masters around him with any action. After all, although he was here, he was just an outsider in this mission. Even if Milton Cheney wanted to, he couldn't influence these realm masters. The tradition of fulfilling tasks with a 100% success rate in the Tide realm would not be broken because of Milton Cheney, an ordinary realm master. Furthermore, Milton Cheney had no intention of doing so. Milton Cheney clearly understood that he was in a reincarnation simulation. All of it seemed real, but not really. After all, this was not reality. The wizard realm here was not the real wizard realm. If he were to rush in, he might lose this precious reincarnation simulation opportunity. So in dealing with right and wrong, cause and effect, Milton Cheney was very clear. Whether the wizard realm would be destroyed or not in the reincarnation simulation had nothing to do with him. This mission was not even his to take on. What he needed to do was to acquire more useful things for him in the event of the destruction of the wizard realm. This so-called usefulness could refer to information or some hidden secrets. Therefore, Milton Cheney just quietly hovered in the void space, motionless, just watching these realm masters make their moves. The counter-attack of the wizard realm should come soon. In the void space, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Having experienced the invasion of the Tide realm in the true body simulation, Milton Cheney knew that the wizard realm was not going to be destroyed so easily. Leaving everything else aside, just Mansur, the level 8 wizard alone could delay a lot of time. More importantly, the wizard realm had the planning of the world consciousness avatar, which had lived for tens of millions of years. Milton Cheney even suspected that the outer domain devil had appeared in the wizard realm because of this world consciousness avatar. After all, in the wizard realm, apart from this world consciousness avatar, there shouldn't be any other existences that would want to bring the outer domain devils into the wizard realm. Just seconds after the idea crossed Milton Cheney's mind, an unexpected event happened. A giant hole suddenly appeared in the grand net woven from the mysterious symbols. This hole seemed to appear out of nowhere without warning. Neither Milton Cheney, nor the other realm masters had detected how the hole had formed. Their faces bore an unexpected look, seemingly because they didn't expect the wizard realm to react so swiftly. From the moment the grand net was raised, only a short time had passed. Before they had even started the next step, the wizard realm had already reacted. The deep blue realm master's face had also taken on a solemn look at this moment. Although he didn't believe the mission would fail, he understood something from the response of the wizard realm. Either the wizard realm had long been prepared, knowing that other worlds would strike at them, so their reaction was so quick. He was not worried about this. What he was worried about was an unexpected quick reaction from the wizard realm. This meant the existence that transcended the world's limit in this world would be much harder to deal with than he had imagined. It seems this will be a protracted tug of war. The deep blue realm master, controlling the power of destiny within the mysterious symbols, spoke softly. The other realm masters nodded silently after hearing his words and did not continue talking. There weren't any more scornful words spoken. After all, saying more would not mean much. The fact that the wizard realm could respond so easily to the first wave of probes was enough to show the complexity of the wizard realm. Chapter 434. Even though they were realm masters, they weren't reckless to that extent. After all, if they were asked to deal with the wizarding world alone, the possibility of failing this mission might become a reality. The moment the deep blue realm master finished speaking, this sudden openness on the massive web gradually grew bigger and bigger. The hole enlarged at an exceptionally rapid pace, even faster than all the realm masters combined could mend it. With this speed, the large web they weaved would be destroyed in no time. That is to say, all their previous efforts would have been wasted. Among the many realm masters, one of them furrowed his brows slightly, sensing something wrong. Something's off. Even if that transcendent being is powerful beyond the world's limits, it should not be able to destroy our web so easily. This realm master voiced out. Right after his words fell, a hint of doubt appeared on the face of the deep blue realm master. His words had touched a nerve. You should know, the large net covering the wizarding world was weaved together by 24 realm masters using mission symbols. How could it be destroyed so easily? This situation never happened before, because he has never received any mission of this nature before. So, he initially thought it was normal. But now that one realm master has pointed it out, he also started feeling something strange. Of course, Milton Cheney, who was standing nearby, heard these words as well. Yet upon hearing those words, he merely chuckled to himself inside, with no change on his face. Of course, he knew the reason, but he wouldn't say it out loud. After all the realm masters present were still unaware of the situation. If he spoke directly, wouldn't that be weird? However, Milton Cheney knew very well, even if he didn't say anything, these realm masters would quickly figure it out. After all, the matter was not that hard to figure out. These realm masters hadn't thought about it just yet, because of a loophole in their thinking. Once this loophole was discovered, they would naturally be able to guess the truth. Thus, Milton remained silent. As he floated within the void, his eyes closed slightly, seemingly resting his mind. Here, he just needed to play the role of an onlooker. As for the rest, it's not something Milton needed to worry about. While these realm masters were contemplating, the hole in the web they weaved was getting bigger and bigger. Until the massive web that enveloped the wizarding world completely collapsed, none of the realm masters were able to figure out the reason behind it. The large web collapsed, and the 24 mysterious symbols returned to their respective realm masters. Meanwhile, within the wizarding world, the originally pitch-dark sky gradually regained its light again. The wizarding world returned to normal, as if everything happened just now was merely an illusion. This sudden change allowed the people living in the wizarding world to breathe a sigh of relief. However, what they don't know is that, this is just the beginning. Their heartstrings will once again be stirred up in the future. Outside of the wizarding world, in the void space, all the realm masters looked at each other, seemingly shocked that their first attempt had failed so quickly. How long has it been? It seemed to be less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn out, right? The large web they wove just disappeared without a trace? Though they can freely use the power of destiny in the mysterious symbols, it still needs time to replenish. If consumed too much at once, it would need a significant time to recover as well. Therefore, the realm masters halted their actions and quietly replenished the power of destiny in the mysterious symbols while in the void space. Time slowly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Outside of the wizarding world, within the void. Let's try again. The deep blue realm master took the initiative to speak. As his words fell, the other realm masters who possessed the mysterious symbols nodded unanimously. The next moment, all the mysterious symbols flew out again, enveloping the wizarding world at an extremely fast speed. A new large web was rewoven, and this time, even more power of destiny was consumed. This signified that the newly woven web was much stronger. The web enveloping the wizard realm was woven together at a rapid pace. The moment this web emerged, a gap appeared on it again. Just as before, there was no warning. This gap simply appeared out of nowhere. There was no hint of any transcendent power materializing, not even a trace of abnormality. But this gap had once again appeared on the web woven by the realm masters using the power of destiny. Milton Cheney felt a flutter in his heart upon witnessing this scene. Because he knew that the realm masters might not have guessed the first time, but this time they were likely to. After all, 5 years had passed, and it was unlikely that these realm masters had no conjectures. Perhaps this large web was rewoven to verify their assumptions. The wizard realm will probably not be able to keep it a secret this time. Milton mumbled to himself. And then, just as this thought crossed his mind, surprise flickered across the face of one of the realm masters. The gap that appeared once more on the web seemed to confirm one of his conjectures. And the conjecture brought a wave of astonishment. It can't be the influence of that existence that transcends the world, otherwise, there would have been leaks of transcendent energy. It seems like it's the instinct of the world consciousness of the wizard realm that is influencing it. This realm master said. But as soon as his words fell, another realm master responded with surprise. How is that possible? How can the world consciousness sense the power of destiny in the mission symbol, let alone influence it? If the world consciousness of this world truly awakens, shouldn't it first purge that outer domain visitor? The skepticism was clear in the realm master's voice. Because that was the reality. The power of destiny is the ultimate transcendent power to avoid world consciousness. If the world consciousness of the wizard realm truly awakens and influences everything, the large web shouldn't be the first one to be affected. The outer domain visitor in the wizard realm should be the first to be affected instead. After all, compared to them, that outer domain visitor is genuinely not a part of the wizard realm. And world consciousness shouldn't awaken so easily, since they haven't directly posed any threat to the wizard realm. They are merely probing for now. I'm not sure about that, but the only explanation for this situation right now is the instinctual influence of the world consciousness. This realm master of the wizard realm also couldn't come up with a satisfactory explanation, and there was a hint of uncertainty in his words. After all, he was just voicing his conjecture. He himself was not fully confident in its accuracy. But upon hearing these words, a sense of understanding filled Milton's heart. Because what this realm master had speculated was entirely correct. The reason the first wave of testing by the Tide realm returned fruitless was due to the influence of the world consciousness of the wizard realm. More accurately, it was not the world consciousness that influenced everything. It was the avatar of the world consciousness of the wizard realm influencing everything. The past Milton was unaware, but the current Milton understood because he himself was an avatar of world consciousness. So he knew quite clearly that the avatar of the world consciousness in the wizard realm was far from a normal avatar of the world consciousness. Because a normal avatar of the world consciousness does not have so many privileges. An avatar is just that, an avatar. Milton also didn't know what exactly had happened to the avatar of the world consciousness in the wizard realm. In the wizard realm, the avatar of the world consciousness oddly appeared more like the world consciousness itself. Of course, Milton wouldn't share this knowledge he had. Besides, even if he did share, these realm masters would most likely not believe him. The next moment, the deep blue realm master spoke. Let us assume that the world consciousness of the wizard realm is influencing it. Then let's not test it anymore and just start directly. Chapter 435. After the words of the deep blue realm master fell, the other realm masters nodded in agreement. Since probing would be influenced by the world consciousness of the wizard realm, it would be better not to probe any further and to take direct action against the wizard realm. Milton Cheney naturally also discerned the meaning behind the words of the deep blue realm master. At this moment, Milton Cheney's heart was on edge because he knew that the critical moment was coming. The realm masters of the Tide realm were clearly serious now, and this point in time might very well represent the moment when the Tide realm would formally make a move against the wizard continent. In the true body simulation in reality, Milton Cheney had personally experienced all of this. But even if he had experienced much within the true body simulation, it was not the same as facing it all at this moment. This would give him a very detailed understanding of the scene when these realm masters of the Tide realm made their move against the wizard realm. After all, during the true body simulation, he had been on the side of the wizard realm, the reactive side. But at this moment, he was associated with the Tide realm, the proactive side. As Milton Cheney was contemplating, the deep blue realm master and the other realm masters made their move. The mysterious symbols surrounding them lit up with a blindingly white light at this moment. This white light intertwined instantly upon appearance, forming a vast white ring that enshrouded the entire wizard realm. Seeing this scene, even the well-informed Milton Cheney was startled. Because the white light emanating from these mysterious symbols represented the power of destiny. However, this power of destiny was far greater than the power of destiny previously emitted by the mysterious symbols. But Milton Cheney understood why this was happening. This was actually a sign that these realm masters were serious. The power of destiny bursting from the mysterious symbols this time was, if not all of it, at least 80 or 90%. This was not an individual's power of destiny. These were the world powers representing the world consciousness of the Tide realm. Previously, the power of destiny consumed by the mysterious symbols when the realm masters cast their net was only a minuscule portion. But this time was different, the power of destiny consumed by the realm masters could be said to be nearly all of it. Why do this? Naturally, it was to deliver a thunderstorm strike. And Milton Cheney was right, the power of destiny mobilized by the realm masters this time was indeed the limit they could mobilize. They certainly did not wish to waste any more time. Under Milton Cheney's gaze, a solemn expression appeared on the face of the deep blue realm master, and the other realm masters shared a similar demeanor, stripped of their previous disdain. Anyone who could become a realm master was naturally not foolish. In their hearts, they might still have some disdain for the wizard realm, but when they actually made their move, it was with 100% seriousness. After all, none of the realm masters wanted to see an accident happen in a place as unlikely as a ditch. The white halo gradually enveloped the entire wizard realm. The halo began to shrink slowly. Meanwhile, within the wizard realm, the sky of the wizard realm lit up with a dazzling white light in an instant, but this white light did not last for long. That white light was more like a harbinger. The next moment, the sky of the entire wizard realm seemed to have been splashed with ink, turning pitch black in an instant. And this darkness was different from before. This time, the darkness engulfed the entirety of the wizard realm. Throughout the entire wizard realm, whether it be the subcontinents or the wizard continent itself, even the small spaces and world fractures that belonged to the wizard realm, were all dyed black at this moment. The entire wizard realm was engulfed by the power of destiny. The inevitable has finally arrived. In the void beyond the realm, among the realm masters, only Milton Cheney, the White Crow realm master, did not make a move. Of course, it wasn't that Milton Cheney didn't want to act, it was that it would be meaningless for him to do so. Indeed, Milton Cheney did not want to act, he preferred to be an observer. Sometimes, those who are truly involved might not see as much as the onlookers do. The onlooker sees most of the game is exactly the logic here. The other realm masters were now ignoring Milton Cheney's presence. In the midst of void space, Milton Cheney murmured to himself. Even though he could not see what was happening inside the wizard realm at this moment, he had after all experienced the destruction of the wizard realm once as a first-hand witness. So even though he couldn't see, his mind still painted a picture. However, not only was Milton Cheney's expression unchanged, there were also no other emotions in his heart. Because he was well aware that the influence of the world consciousness avatar of the wizard was only just beginning. Even if these realm masters put forth their utmost effort, it would not be so easy to take down the wizard realm. Even a slight slackness would give the wizard realm an opportunity. After all, from the beginning until now, the strongest level 8 wizard mancer of the wizard realm had yet to act. The wizard realm has many backups. Thinking that the wizard realm can be destroyed in one fell swoop is undoubtedly a fool's dream, murmured Milton Cheney as he rested with his eyes closed. He was well aware that this invasion of the wizard realm by the Tide realm was going to be a long, drawn-out tug of war. Moreover, the wizard realm was not without resistance. And the reason for this, apart from the world consciousness avatar of the wizard realm being well prepared in advance, was actually because there were too few realm masters from the Tide realm who had come. Chapter 436. Fundamentally speaking, the wizard realm and the Tide realm are worlds on entirely different planes. The innate world consciousness of the Tide realm didn't place that much importance on the wizard realm. After all, if the world consciousness of the Tide realm fully focused on the wizard realm, it could have issued hundreds of missions to different realm masters. In that case, the wizard realm would have had absolutely no power to resist. As Milton Cheney pondered, the other realm masters had already finished brewing their thunderstorm strike against the wizard realm. No realm master spoke, but they seemed to have an unspoken agreement. In that moment, the rings composed of the power of destiny burst forth in an instant. Giant waves of light spread from within the rings towards the entire wizard realm. Even viewed from the void beyond the realm, this scene was staggeringly impactful. The massive waves of light seemed poised to completely annihilate the wizard realm. Meanwhile, within the wizard realm itself, a calamity of epic proportions was unfolding. The sky, which had been pitch black, suddenly erupted in dazzling white light at this moment. This white light had no warmth, but the power it contained sent shivers down the spine of every wizard in the wizard realm. An immense, indescribable force had emerged within the wizard realm, unscrupulously beginning to destroy everything in the wizard realm. In the wizard realm, the continents on the periphery had virtually no resistance and crumbled to dust in an instant. This mysterious force began spreading toward the central region of the wizard realm. Everything this force touched disintegrated into dust in an instant. No life form had any power to resist. Although Milton Cheney couldn't see everything happening within the wizard realm, he knew that it was experiencing a disaster of apocalyptic proportions. At this moment, the wizard realm was not entirely without the power to resist. Still, even so, the wizard realm did not intervene, and Mancer, the realm's only level 8 wizard, showed no signs of haste. This was a game of brinkmanship, a gamble of the weak against the strong. And in this game, the wizard realm played the role of the weaker party. That's why the wizard realm could not afford to show the slightest impatience. The continents that turned to dust were the sacrifices in this game of brinkmanship. At this moment, the number of dead within the wizard realm could be counted in the billions. There were too many dead to even count. As time slowly passed, the solemn expression on the face of the deep blue realm master gradually faded into a look of relief. The innate world consciousness of this world didn't continue to take action, said one realm master. After these words, the rest of the realm masters nodded in agreement. It seemed they had overestimated the importance of this world. Sometimes, coincidences are quite normal. But what they didn't know was that none of this was a coincidence. The wizard realm had indeed anticipated this much early on. Milton Cheney knew, however, that even with the realm masters in the open and the wizard realm in the shadows, the wizard realm could only resist for a few hundred years at most. Of course, a few hundred years was already a long time. Listening to the exchange between the realm masters, Milton Cheney didn't speak. He was content to play the role of an outsider. After all, he hadn't come here intending to directly involve himself. As each moment passed, another continent within the wizard realm turned to dust. It should be coming soon, Milton Cheney murmured to himself. Just as this thought arose, something unexpected occurred. Within the wizard realm, the rampantly spreading waves of light suddenly came to a halt. In just an instant, not only did the waves of light stop, but even the massive rings of the power of destiny developed a crack. However, this crack wasn't sudden like the ones before. It was forcibly smashed open by a transcendent force. And this transcendental force was the spiritual power cultivated by the wizards. Seeing this scene, Milton Cheney immediately understood what had happened. Indeed, including himself, he was the first of all the realm masters to understand what had truly transpired. This time, the world consciousness avatar of the wizard realm did not intervene. This time, the perpetrator was the sole level 8 wizard of the wizard realm, Mansur. The sudden turn of events caused a subtle shift in the expressions of the realm masters. The deep blue realm master's pupils contracted, as if witnessing an incredible scene. A transcendent. The deep blue realm master cried out in shock. Everything that suddenly happened seemed to be beyond his expectation, completely unexpected. In this little world, a transcendent has actually emerged. After the deep blue realm master finished speaking, another realm master spoke up. This time, it was the Alistair realm master who spoke. There was a hint of jealousy in his tone, which even Milton Cheney could detect. A transcendent? Milton Cheney's thoughts stirred. This term was new to him. But it wasn't difficult to discern from the words of the Deep Blue and Alistair realm masters that the existence of a transcendent was exceedingly rare. Even they, the realm masters, had not anticipated the existence of a transcendent within the wizard realm. The next instant, Mansur made another move. Another crack appeared atop the power of destiny's wheel. This crack seemed to retain some force that was incessantly eroding it. The other realm masters might be unfamiliar with this force. But for Milton Cheney, this force was all too familiar. It was the spiritual power cultivated by wizards. Although Mansur had acted, not a single realm master could locate the exact point of his attack. They only knew that a transcendent within the wizard realm had made a move. They didn't even know how Mansur had acted. Because Mansur's strike was sudden, and it had caught them at a moment of negligence. If Mansur had struck as they were first invoking the power of destiny, perhaps they could have found some trace of his action. But they had already destroyed a third of the wizard realm before Mansur acted. And with his sudden outburst, they were completely unaware of where Mansur was, without any trace to follow. Just as Milton Cheney thought. After Mansur acted, the luminescence within the wizard realm was directly suppressed. Even the power of destiny's wheel was being eroded unceasingly. As time slowly passed, less than an hour had elapsed. The power of destiny's wheel had completely slipped from the control of the realm masters. The next moment, darkness once again enveloped the wizard realm. However, this darkness no longer had any effect on the wizard realm. Because the most crucial power of destiny that could have destroyed the wizard realm was now gone. The power of destiny's wheel was now just an empty shell. We were deceived. This world is not simple. Neither the world consciousness nor the transcendent are coincidental. It seems as if this world had anticipated all of this, the deep blue realm master spoke solemnly. Having been taught a lesson once, they would not be fooled a second time. So, from this point forward, neither the deep blue realm master nor the other realm masters could afford the slightest negligence. Even when reaching the final step of destroying the wizard realm, there would be no further carelessness. Otherwise, there was indeed a faint possibility of capsizing in the gutter. And this time, the loss was too great. Because they had almost mobilized all of the power of destiny from the mission symbol, launching another fatal strike against the wizard realm would now require 100 years of waiting. If it doesn't work this time, then repeating the same tactics next time might still fail. The wizard realm's preparedness will only become more sufficient. What's more, there exists a transcendent within the wizard realm. Another realm master spoke. After these words fell, the deep blue realm master frowned slightly, as if contemplating something. Milton Cheney's heart stirred upon seeing this, as if he had thought of something. The next instant, once the deep blue realm master spoke a certain sentence, Milton Cheney inwardly exclaimed that it was just as he expected. As he had thought, what was supposed to come had arrived. Chapter 437. If we want to be cautious, we might need to ask for the presence of a few true spirits. The deep blue realm master spoke. Upon the conclusion of his words, a contemplative expression emerged on the faces of the other realm masters. Milton Cheney had also heard this statement. However, Cheney didn't show any surprise, as he already had his suspicions. The involvement of the true spirit realm was inevitable. The deep blue realm master wasn't foolish, knowing the situation within the wizard realm, he would certainly not just sit back and await his demise. Aside from the realm masters of the Tide Realm, the only ones who could provide substantial assistance were the true spirits of the True Spirit Realm. At this moment, Cheney also sighed softly in his heart. By this point, Cheney fully understood that even within the reincarnation simulation, the fate of the Wizard Realm could likely not escape destruction. Although Cheney was well aware of all this, he didn't take the initiative to speak out. After all, his role was still that of an outsider at this time. The fate of the Wizard Realm and whatever methods the Tide Realm might utilize were of little relevance to him now. Inviting true spirits within the fifth ring to take action comes with an exceptionally large cost, another realm master pondered aloud. Once a realm master's mission is shared through a mission symbol, it's no longer just that one realm master's mission. If this mission of the Deep Blue Realm Master were to fail, though they would not lose their identity as realm masters, they would still face some repercussions. Naturally, should the Deep Blue Realm Master's mission succeed, they would also reap the benefits. That was the corresponding balance. After all, if there were only risks with no benefits, no Realm Master would help the Deep Blue Realm Master. Yes, and the true spirits of the True Spirit Realm are not easy to deal with. Even if we ask for their help, they might not necessarily come, another Realm Master added. The Tide Realm and the True Spirit Realm both occupy the centralmost positions in the World Sea. Although the two realms aren't that close to each other, they still have some understanding of one another. The main reason why Cheney, during his time in the True Spirit Realm, had no contact with the Tide Realm was largely because he was at the very periphery of the True Spirit Realm. After the remarks of these two Realm Masters, a serious countenance formed on the face of the Deep Blue Realm Master. Actually, with just the Realm Masters themselves, there was still a chance to completely obliterate the Wizard Realm after several hundred years. But there would be risks involved. The risk was time. Time was running out. If the Wizard Realm were to defy his expectations again and cause further delays, then everything would be too late. After all, there was only 1,000 years left until the next convergence in Destiny space. Therefore, the Deep Blue Realm Master had to complete this mission within a millennium. If he didn't destroy the Wizard Realm within the next 1,000 years, he would lose his status as the Realm Master of the small world within the Tide Realm. Such an outcome was unacceptable to him. However, if he could invite a few true spirits to intervene, the risk of this scenario occurring would be minimized. Correspondingly, his confidence in completely destroying the Wizard Realm within that time frame would be greatly solidified. He might not even need a full 1,000 years, perhaps a few hundred years would suffice. This time it's different. The True Spirit Realm might show significant interest in this world. After all, the emergence of a transcendent in a little world, an almost impossible situation, has occurred. It's conceivable that those true spirits might be quite intrigued, the Deep Blue Realm Master stated. With such a remark, he was essentially indicating his readiness to pay some price. Even if the true spirits of the True Spirit Realm were willing to assist, they would not do so without compensation. The next moment, as the Deep Blue Realm Master's voice completely faded, his figure also disappeared from the void. As the mysterious symbol representing the Deep Blue Realm Master was recalled, the massive ring encircling the Wizard Realm also began to crumble. The disintegration of the ring signalized that the Tide Realm's thunderstorm strike had ended in failure. The other Realm Masters also recalled their mysterious symbols, yet their expressions showed no significant change. After all, there was still some time. Since the Deep Blue Realm Master had gone to invite the true spirits from the True Spirit Realm, there was even less reason for this mission to fail. All of these events unfolded before Cheney's eyes. A profound look flickered in Cheney's gaze. Even now, Cheney didn't entirely disbelieve in the Wizard Realm's chances for hope. Although everything that had happened so far matched his experience in the True Body simulation. If everything was the same as in the True Body simulation, then the Wizard Realm's contingency plans should also be the same. The world ascension of the Wizard Realm should have begun by now, Cheney muttered to himself while floating cross-legged in the void. His thoughts, naturally, were inscrutable to the other Realm Masters. Cheney's gaze passed over the faces of all the Realm Masters present in the void. At this moment, not a single Realm Master had detected any anomaly in the Wizard Realm. Despite his inability to sense it, Cheney, having experienced the destruction of the Wizard Realm once before, knew that something dark and quiet was ongoing. However, everything taking place in secrecy would turn to naught upon the arrival of the true spirits from the True Spirit Realm. Chapter 438 The world consciousness avatar scheming behind the scenes of the wizard realm probably never expected this. That the wizard realm would actually draw the hands of two worlds located at the center of the world sea. If the true spirits of the true spirit realm didn't come, or came a bit later, would the future of the wizard realm change because of that? Milton Cheney contemplated this in his heart. However, this thought disappeared as soon as it arose in Milton Cheney's mind. There wasn't much hope. After all, the gap between the wizard realm, the tide realm, and the true spirit realm was simply too vast. This kind of gap was fundamental. After all, whether it is the tide realm or the true spirit realm, they are among the earliest worlds born in the world sea. Whereas the wizard realm was only born tens of millions of years ago, the gap in time alone was more than just a tiny bit. So even if the true spirits of the true spirit realm did not get involved, the fate of the wizard realm would simply be delayed destruction. Milton Cheney, who had come to understand both sides of the matter, suddenly felt that the world consciousness avatar of the wizard realm seemed somewhat irrational. Why start the planning so early? Milton Cheney sensed that the world consciousness avatar of the wizard realm was somewhat anxious. After all, it had waited 20 million years, why not wait a little longer? Was there some compelling reason for acting now, something that Milton Cheney didn't know? Thinking this, Milton Cheney shook his head. Although he had come to understand a lot at this point, once he returned to reality, he would still be far removed from that level. Simply put, on a world level, he, as a level 4 wizard, couldn't offer any help to the wizard realm. What exactly the world consciousness avatar was thinking, Milton Cheney was not yet able to discern. So Milton Cheney didn't contemplate it further. Time slowly passed, and 200 years went by in a blink. Outside the wizard realm, within the void, 200 years had passed, and during this time, the realm master of the tide realm had not taken any further action. Likewise, the wizard realm had not launched any countermeasures, as if it was just waiting for its end. After all, the wizard realm definitely knew that someone was plotting against their world 200 years ago. The ruckus was so big, it would have been impossible not to know. But over these 200 years, the wizard realm didn't have any means of retaliation. Even in the void beyond the realm where the realm master resided, no wizards had come here in these 200 years. This situation made all realm masters except for Milton Cheney wonder. What did this mean? Had they given up resistance? We are waiting for the next thunderstorm strike, but what is the wizard realm waiting for? However, though these realm masters were somewhat puzzled and perplexed, not a single one of them acted rashly. Even simple probes were no longer continued. What they had to do at this point was simple, and that was to wait. Wait for the deep blue realm master to return, wait for the mission symbol to fully restore the power of destiny. Of course, while the other realm masters were not clear about why the wizard realm was motionless, Milton Cheney knew. Because he was very aware that the wizard realm was not inactive at all. Not having any countermeasures was all to create a mysterious atmosphere, thereby allowing the wizard realm's secret plans to proceed better. Of course, Milton Cheney would not point this out actively. He also wanted to see if the future of the wizard realm this time would differ even slightly from the future of the wizard realm in the true body simulation. Even the slightest difference would be a unique gain for Milton Cheney. Time continued to slowly pass. Within the void, Milton Cheney's brow suddenly twitched. The next moment, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. In this moment, the other realm masters also simultaneously made some subtle movements. Shortly after, a familiar figure appeared within the void. This figure was not unfamiliar to Milton Cheney. The deep blue realm master had returned. 200 years, almost exactly the same as Milton Cheney remembered. And the deep blue realm master did not come back alone, 2 identical young men stood by his side. Except that these two's bodies were somewhat different from that of normal humans. True spirit body, the 2 true spirits. Upon seeing these 2 true spirit bodies, a thought stirred in Milton Cheney's heart. He was all too familiar with true spirit bodies, having once reincarnated in the true spirit realm and even become a true spirit body there. Thus, the moment he saw these 2 young individuals, Milton Cheney recognized their identities. The deep blue realm master succeeded after all. With true spirits entering the fray, the wizard realm's plotting is bound to fall through completely. At this moment, Milton Cheney murmured to himself with some emotion. Indeed, it was not much different from what he had thought. In the end, no miracle had occurred. He thought that if there really was going to be a miracle, it wouldn't have resulted in the destruction of the wizard realm during the true body simulation. After all, everything that happened in the true body simulation and what was happening in this reincarnation simulation was the same. It was just that his perspective was different. Moreover, even though Milton Cheney had followed the Deep Blue Realm Master here, he hadn't done anything that might affect the future. Of course, there was nothing Milton Cheney could do that had the chance to impact the future. So, the future of the wizard realm would not change. Compared to the true body simulation, Milton Cheney had merely learned more about the inner workings. Let's begin. Upon returning, the Deep Blue Realm Master, without saying much else, turned to the two true spirits at his side and spoke. As his words fell, the gazes of the other realm masters also shifted toward the two true spirit bodies, including Milton Cheney's. Hearing the Deep Blue Realm Master's words, the two true spirits showed no change in expression and simply nodded lightly. The next moment, both true spirits made their move simultaneously. Their bodies became semi-transparent at this time. A translucent thread emerged from their bodies and instantly connected to the wizard realm. Milton Cheney sighed inwardly upon seeing this scene. There was no chance now. With the two fourth ring true spirits acting, all the secrets of the wizard realm were about to be fully exposed. As time slowly passed, the pupils of the two true spirits closed, as if sensing something. Meanwhile, a powerful force burst forth within the wizard realm. World power, this time it was truly the world consciousness taking action. The appearance of true spirit bodies in the wizard realm was akin to an outright face slap. The world consciousness of the wizard realm had been merely in hibernation, not non-existent. So this time, the innate world consciousness of the wizard realm was fully awakened. It wasn't an avatar of world consciousness, but the actual world consciousness itself. However, even with the world consciousness of the wizard realm awakening, it was already too late. After all, aside from these two true spirit bodies, there were 24 realm masters present in the void beyond the realm of the wizard realm at this time. With just a little resistance, the entire wizard realm could be thoroughly scouted out. As time lapsed, the world power spurred by the innate world consciousness of the wizard realm was blocked within its confines. This world power simply couldn't reach the void beyond the realm, let alone affect the two true spirit bodies. The next moment, both true spirit bodies opened their eyes at the same time. A trace of surprise appeared on their previously calm faces at this moment. It seemed that what they saw was beyond their expectations. Naturally, the Deep Blue Realm Master also noticed this scene. A serious expression appeared on his face as his gaze shifted to the two true spirit bodies, apparently waiting for them to initiate the conversation. This world is undergoing a leap in transition, even an ascension on the plane level that has already started for 200 years, one of the true spirit bodies spoke. There was a hint of surprise in his tone. Even he had never encountered such a situation before. If this was his first encounter, it was even more unheard of for the Deep Blue Realm Master. After hearing this statement, the Deep Blue Realm Master's heart jolted, and shock painted his face. The next moment, he took a big breath of relief in his heart. It was fortunate that he had decided to invite the true spirits to intervene. Otherwise, there really could have been a mishap in the gutter. "We can't wait, interrupt this world's transition now," the Deep Blue Realm Master said. The next moment, all the Realm Masters summoned the mysterious symbols again. And the two true spirits, once again, initiated their vision. Chapter 439. Time flowed gently, and 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the wizard realm, within the void, Milton Cheney's gaze was fixed on the depths of the void space. And the place he was looking at was precisely where the wizard realm had once existed. Indeed, no miracle occurred, nor any accident. After 30 years the wizard realm no longer existed. There was a depth in Milton Cheney's eyes. Although the wizard realm had not escaped its fate of destruction in this round of reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney had come to understand much of the inside story. After all, in this round of reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney had witnessed everything that happened. Indeed, many changes have occurred this time. "Fortunately, we had a true spirit intervene," he said. In the void, the Deep Blue Realm Master, standing beside Milton Cheney, spoke up. There was a trace of sigh in his tone as well, even he had not expected so many complications to arise in this mission. In this expanse of void, only the Deep Blue Realm Master and Milton Cheney remained. The other Realm Masters and the two true spirits from the True Spirit Realm had already departed. What about that transcendent? Milton Cheney asked softly, a hint of curiosity in his voice. For Mansur had not intervened directly until the wizard realm was destroyed. Even Milton Cheney did not know what final outcome Mansur had met. Indeed, even within the true body simulation, the fate of Mansur had been unclear to Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney had hoped that another round in reincarnation simulation would make it clear, but regrettably, he still did not know Mansur's ultimate fate. Upon hearing Milton Cheney's question, the Deep Blue Realm Master's eyebrows knitted together slightly. Though the mission had ultimately been completed successfully, some unexpected events had transpired. One such anomaly was the existence of a transcendent within the wizard realm. That transcendent of this world seems to have disappeared, but what's certain is that he didn't die, the Deep Blue Realm Master said. He must have used some unknown method to escape this world. After he finished speaking, Milton Cheney nodded. He had already guessed as much. After all, when a wizard reaches the status of a level 8 wizard, the means at their disposal are simply too numerous. Even facing the destruction of the world, death isn't guaranteed. This world willingly attracting an outer domain visitor is akin to inviting a wolf into one's home. It's no surprise this outcome ensued, the Deep Blue Realm Master continued upon seeing Milton Cheney nod. Even if the world consciousness of the Tide Realm had not issued the mission to destroy the Wizard Realm, the future of the Wizard Realm would not have been optimistic. Outer domain visitors are not easy to deal with. For a world of modest scale to actively draw in a visitor from the outer realm is not much different from gambling. Perhaps this outer domain visitor could indeed have greatly aided the world's development, but such assistance is akin to pulling up seedlings to encourage growth. Because the natural pace of a world's development is not that rapid. The arrival of an outer domain visitor accelerates this pace, inevitably leading to the risk of backlash. Just like the wizard realm at present, the outer domain visitor became a transcendent within the realm, essentially a double-edged sword that is sharp on both ends. What exactly is an outer domain visitor? Milton Cheney asked, curious, after the Deep Blue Realm Master had finished speaking. This time his curiosity was genuine, not feigned. After all, though he had known of Mansur as an outer domain devil, it was only a few hundred years ago that he heard the term outer domain visitor. Milton Cheney's understanding of the deeper aspects of outer domain visitors was rather vague. During the mission given by the Deep Blue Realm Master, Milton Cheney had no chance to ask. But now that the Deep Blue Realm Master had mentioned outer domain visitors, Cheney decided to inquire directly. Upon hearing Milton Cheney's question, the Deep Blue Realm Master gave him a glance. His furrowed brows relaxed slightly as if he had anticipated such a question from Cheney. But he did not hesitate and directly spoke up. After all, this information is not considered a secret within the Tide Realm. It's just that Milton Cheney, as a relatively new realm master, had too little exposure and was consequently not yet informed. Whether it's our Tide Realm or the Wizard Realm that has just been destroyed, they both belong to the worlds within the World Sea. The difference is that the Tide Realm is at the very center of the World Sea, while the Wizard Realm is at the very edge. There are far too many worlds within the World Sea to count. However, there are worlds that exist beyond the World Sea as well. These worlds, completely unconnected to the World Sea, are collectively known as the Outer Realm worlds. The Transcendent in the Wizard Realm was a visitor from one such Outer Realm world. Under normal circumstances, it would not be possible for him to appear in the worlds of the World Sea, yet if a world consciousness intentionally draws one in, such outer domain visitors might appear in our worlds, the Deep Blue Realm Master explained. His explanation was clear, and it was naturally impossible for Milton Cheney to misunderstand. After hearing everything the Deep Blue Realm Master had to say, Milton Cheney nodded to indicate he understood. Are there many outer realm worlds? Milton Cheney asked again after a moment's pause. He didn't necessarily need to ask this question, but he did anyway. Taking this opportunity to learn more was always going to be beneficial for him. Chapter 440. Hearing Milton Cheney's words, the Deep Blue Realm Master nodded. Many, but the majority are worlds that belong to the divine territory or the abyss, the Deep Blue Realm Master explained. Just like the Transcendent in the Wizard Realm this time, they might have been led here by the world consciousness of the Wizard Realm from some world within the abyss. The Deep Blue Realm Master said, shedding light on the matter. What he spoke of wasn't considered a secret, at least not to the Realm Master of the Tide Realm. The divine territory and the abyss? Milton asked with some confusion upon hearing the Deep Blue Realm Master's explanation. Indeed, asking more questions had its benefits. It had allowed him to learn about two new concepts. Yes, the divine territory, the abyss, and the world sea, where we currently are, make up the three largest realms in the universe. These three realms nearly encompass all the worlds within the universe, said the Deep Blue Realm Master. He clearly understood what Milton wanted to know, so every time he spoke, he provided the information that Milton was most eager to learn. The next moment, without waiting for Milton to speak, the Deep Blue Realm Master continued. It is difficult for beings from the divine territory or the abyss to come to the worlds in the world sea, and similarly, it is hard for beings from the worlds in the world sea to travel to the divine territory or the abyss. To go to other realms, the most basic requirement is to become a transcendent, he said. Just like the transcendent that emerged in the wizard realm this time, he actually meets the most basic condition to travel to the other two realms. This transcendent has disappeared, and it is highly likely that he is already on his way to a world in the abyss. After all, he originated from the abyss, the Deep Blue Realm Master concluded. After the Deep Blue Realm Master finished speaking, Milton nodded thoughtfully. Although this newfound knowledge might not be too helpful to him at the moment, it definitely expanded his horizons. After all, he had no knowledge of these things before. So you're saying that we also have the chance to be led to other worlds? Milton inquired after understanding everything. At Milton's question, a smile appeared on the Deep Blue Realm Master's face. It seemed that Milton's words amused him. How could that be possible? Within the three great realms, it is almost only possible for beings from the worlds within the abyss to be drawn to other realms. This is because beings born in the worlds of the abyss are almost all nurtured by heaven and earth, which not even the true spirit realm within the world sea can compare to, he said. Of course, this isn't 100% certainty, as beings from the worlds within the divine territory also have a small chance of being drawn, but the likelihood is minuscule. However, the worlds within the world sea have absolutely no chance at all. That's because not a single being from any world within the world sea is completely nurtured by heaven and earth, he elaborated. Any being born within the world sea wishing to travel to other realms must first become a transcendent, the Deep Blue Realm Master concluded, leaving Milton to understand everything. Having understood, Milton's expression remained unchanged, but a significant tide had risen in his heart. According to this, wasn't he essentially an unconventional transcendent? At least he possessed some abilities that a transcendent would have. However, these abilities were given to him by an external plugin. Indeed, this ability was the reincarnation simulation. Having undergone so many reincarnation simulations, Milton was extremely familiar with the reincarnation space. He was absolutely certain that the worlds he could reincarnate into were not limited to those within the world sea. Within the reincarnation space, there definitely existed worlds that represented the other two realms. In fact, Milton could even travel to worlds not part of the three great realms through reincarnation simulation. And it seemed he had already reincarnated into worlds from the other two realms before. No wonder Milton had not obtained any information about the spiritual divine realm in either the true spirit realm or the tide realm. Perhaps the so-called spiritual divine realm he had reincarnated into before was one of the worlds belonging to the divine territory. Even within the divine territory, the spiritual divine realm was one of the most powerful worlds. Because Milton noticed something very clear. That was, in the reincarnation space, the light cluster representing the spiritual divine realm was even larger than those representing the tide realm and the true spirit realm. Milton had always found it curious that in the world sea, such a large world could exist without him noticing even a trace of it in reality. Now he understood that the spiritual divine realm was not a world that belonged to the world sea at all. With this thought, Milton Cheney stopped contemplating. Thinking more about it wouldn't make much sense anyway, after all, these things were all too distant from him. And verifying all this was simple for him, he just needed to go through a reincarnation in those worlds via the reincarnation simulation. Of course, Milton Cheney wasn't considering these things right now. So how does one become a transcendent? It seems that Alistair is also very interested in becoming a transcendent, he said, broaching the topic. After gathering his thoughts, Milton Cheney spoke. He didn't ask directly but instead brought up the Realm Master Alistair. Hearing Milton Cheney's words, the Deep Blue Realm Master's expression did not change, but he let out a slight sigh. It's incredibly difficult, just the first step is as hard as ascending to the heavens. I only know the first step to becoming a transcendent, which is to completely detach from the fate of one's original world. On one point, outer domain visitors have it a bit easier than the natives born in the world sea, but it's still not much easier. At this point, the Deep Blue Realm Master changed the subject and looked at Milton Cheney. Do you know how many Realm Masters there are in the Tide Realm? Milton Cheney did not hesitate and immediately answered. 13,422 Realm Masters. Milton Cheney knew the number of Realm Masters since he had counted them in the Destiny space. Hearing Milton Cheney's reply, the Deep Blue Realm Master shook his head. Indeed, there are currently 13,422 existing Realm Masters, but there are also 6 Realm Masters who, despite having the status of Realm Masters, are not within the Tide Realm, not even within the World Sea, said the Deep Blue Realm Master. Hearing this, Milton Cheney realized what it meant. So he organized his words and spoke, does that mean there are 6 transcendents within the Tide Realm? Yes and no. In fact, there is one more transcendent within the Tide Realm. It's just that this transcendent, even though he has detached from the fate of the Tide Realm, has not left the Tide Realm, said the Deep Blue Realm Master. After these words, Milton Cheney recalled the statement from Alistair centuries ago. 0 Realm Master? Milton Cheney asked uncertainly. Perhaps as the words fell, the Deep Blue Realm Master nodded. 0, the only being within the Tide Realm who, after detaching from the realm's fate, did not leave the Tide Realm. These 7 transcendents are all the transcendents that have ever been born in our world from its creation until now. This should help you understand why we Realm Masters are so shocked to see a transcendent born within the Wizard Realm. The birth of a transcendent is simply too difficult. Perhaps it's also why the Wizard Realm dares to attempt a leap of transcendence at a world level, said the Deep Blue Realm Master with a hint of exclamation in his words. In fact, from the moment he learned that a transcendent had been born within the Wizard Realm, all he thought about was completing the mission. It wasn't just him. Even Alistair, upon learning of the birth of a transcendent in the Wizard Realm, did not set his sights on this transcendent. In other words, they did not dare to lay their plans on this transcendent. Because regardless of whether the transcendent was born in a little world, they were no longer on the same level as them. Perhaps this transcendent could not prevent the destruction of the Wizard Realm, but they could do nothing to him. A transcendent compared to a little world, the latter is definitely easier to deal with. The next moment, the Deep Blue Realm Master did not continue speaking. Instead, he summoned the mission symbol. A phantom door appeared in front of the Deep Blue Realm Master, who gave a signal to Milton Cheney before stepping into the phantom door. Milton Cheney didn't hesitate and followed closely behind. Chapter 441. White Raven Realm, within the Domain Master's space. Milton Cheney sat cross-legged, suspended in space, surrounded by countless points of light. The power of destiny emanating from the light points provided a continuous stream of power to Milton. However, though the power of destiny seemed abundant, the actual enhancement it brought to Milton was not particularly significant. Since the destruction of the Wizard Realm in the reincarnation simulation, more than 300 years had passed. After bidding farewell to the Deep Blue Realm Master in the Destiny space, Milton returned to the White Raven little world he controlled. Within these 300 years, Milton had not left the White Raven realm. After all, he was not yet a particularly strong presence among the Realm Masters. Apart from the White Raven realm, the places he could go were quite limited. Over the years, in addition to cultivating the law of belief, Milton spent more time contemplating the future of the Wizard Realm. Not only pondering the future of the Wizard Realm, Milton also contemplated his own future. Even with the simulator, Milton still did not have absolute confidence that he could become a level 8 wizard within a millennium. Let alone becoming a transcendent. After all, the current Milton was different from before. The former him knew very little, but the present him knew much more. Milton was very clear that becoming a transcendent, ensuring his future in the Wizard Realm was unimpeded, was by no means an easy matter. This conclusion was drawn after witnessing the destruction of the Wizard Realm with his own eyes. The destruction of the Wizard Realm was accompanied by the demise of almost everyone within it. Other than Mansur, the so-called transcendent, almost no one from the Wizard Realm survived. Naturally, Milton did not want to become one of those who perished in the Wizard Realm. Therefore, over these years, Milton had been reflecting, attempting to find an alternative path. It would naturally be best if he could become a transcendent within a millennium, but even if he could not, he must find a way to ensure the survival of himself and his family. Of course, even with an alternative in mind, finding such a path was not an easy task. With his current perspective, after pondering for 300 years, Milton had yet to come up with a perfect plan. This was largely due to his current realm in reality. If he were a level 7 wizard in reality at this time, he wouldn't need to think so much. He would just need to focus on how to become a level 8 wizard, how to become a transcendent. But unfortunately, the current him was just a level 4 wizard in reality, and even reaching level 5 wizard was not far off. Yet, this distance could be shortened using the simulator. Milton thought for a moment, realizing that he was only a few text simulation opportunities away from becoming a level 5 wizard. Converted into real-world time, that was less than 10 years. In other words, if he did not consider other alternative paths and focused only on how to become a transcendent, he would have to advance from a level 5 wizard to a level 8 wizard within a millennium. The gap between these levels was definitely much more substantial than that between a level 1 wizard and a level 5 wizard. In fact, the gap between a level 7 wizard and a level 8 wizard might be even larger than that between a level 1 wizard and a level 7 wizard. One very important point is that the normal limit for a wizard's cultivation in the wizard realm is at level 7 wizard. Becoming a level 8 wizard might indeed represent becoming a transcendent. After all, becoming a level 8 wizard in the wizard realm essentially means transcending the boundaries of the wizard realm. And transcending the limit of the world seems to be no different from transcending the fate of the world. Of course, these are just Milton's speculations. After all, Mansour's situation was just like that. Whether it's actually the case, Milton could not be 100% certain at this point. Thinking this, Milton stopped dwelling on the thought and, with a motion of his mind, the light points swirling around him gradually began to dissipate. Milton, floating in midair, slowly opened his eyes. The development of transcendent power in the White Raven realm was fast, but all of this was within Milton's expectations. The faster the world developed, the more benefits it brought him. As for the direction of development the world would take after his departure, that was not part of Milton's plans. Even if the world were to be destroyed immediately after he ended the reincarnation simulation, Milton wouldn't care. After all, he only reincarnated into the Tide realm, and strictly speaking, he wasn't even a native of the Tide realm. Everything in the reincarnation simulation, no matter how real, was not reality. Like the true body simulation, which is even more realistic, almost indistinguishable from reality. But what of it? No matter how realistic the true body simulation is, it's still just a simulation. And in reality, no matter how strange the events, that is indisputably the real world. Everything in the simulation is simply there to assist the real Milton. In this aspect, text simulation, reincarnation simulation, and true body simulation are all the same. Milton saw this very clearly. If he didn't understand all this, he wouldn't have been able to maintain an almost perfect mindset after so many simulations. Because Milton knows that no matter how real the simulation, one cannot become completely engrossed in it. Otherwise, it would only be detrimental and provide no benefit to him. The current Milton regarded the reincarnation simulation more as a mode of trial to improve himself. He could come away from these trials without any gains, but he absolutely could not live only within them. Chapter 442. In the Domain Master's space, Milton Cheney's thoughts shifted. An invisible light screen suddenly emerged before Milton Cheney. Upon the light screen were the scenes within the White Raven realm. The light screen flickered countless times in an instant, its myriad scenes all captured by Milton Cheney's eyes. A moment later, Milton Cheney's thoughts shifted again, and he concealed the light screen. After concealing the light screen, Milton Cheney pushed down the countless thoughts in his mind. The next moment, Milton Cheney's figure stirred and vanished from the Domain Master's space. When his body reappeared, it was already in another space. This space, too, was a Domain Master's space of a little world. It just didn't belong to Milton Cheney's Domain Master's space. This time, accompanying the Deep Blue Realm Master to the Wizard Realm to complete the mission, Milton Cheney did not only gain a deeper understanding. He also made the acquaintance of quite a few other Realm Masters from the Tide Realm and obtained numerous coordinates of other Realm Masters' Domain Masters' spaces. For Milton Cheney, these Realm Masters were the best channels for acquiring knowledge on various other aspects. After all, confining himself in the White Raven realm was of no help to Milton Cheney. Seeing Milton Cheney's figure, a smile appeared on the face of Realm Master Alastair. "White Raven, you've arrived," he said. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had gone by. 1,000 years vanished in a flash. Milton Cheney's figure suddenly appeared in the Domain Master's space of the White Raven realm. Upon returning to the Domain Master's space, Milton Cheney only briefly sensed the situation of the White Raven realm before his figure moved again and he left the Domain Master's space. In the span of these thousands of years, Milton Cheney had visited many little worlds within the Tide realm. Some worlds were those where other realm masters had actively invited him. Of course, there were also worlds that Milton Cheney found particularly interesting and visited of his own accord. As a fellow realm master, the others naturally would not refuse his visit. Having traveled to so many little worlds, Milton Cheney had met more than one realm master. From these realm masters, Milton Cheney learned even more. Not just about the Tide realm, but also about the entire World Sea. Of course, concerning the areas beyond the World Sea, Milton Cheney's knowledge was not much different than before. After all, not just Milton Cheney, but the knowledge of the other realm masters about the areas beyond the World Sea was also very limited. There was probably only one realm master in the Tide realm who could be said to have a deep understanding of other realms. That would be the only transcendent of the Tide realm at present, the Zero Realm Master. However, Milton Cheney, though eager to meet the Zero Realm Master, had no opportunity to do so. After all, beings at the transcendent level were ever elusive, like the proverbial dragon that shows its head without revealing its tail. Even if Milton Cheney wished to meet that being, it would be very difficult to see them. When Milton Cheney's figure appeared once more, it was already within the destiny space of the Tide realm. Milton Cheney took his seat in his own chair. Scanning the destiny space, Milton Cheney noticed that several new seats had been added to this space. This signified that in the years that had passed, several new realm masters were born within the Tide realm. With this rate of growth, how could the Tide realm only have a little over 10,000 realm masters? Milton Cheney thought upon seeing this. One time might be coincidence, but twice or thrice could not be attributed to mere happenstance. In just thousands of years, the number of realm masters in the Tide realm had increased again. Last time there were 3 new ones, this time was the same. With this pace of growth, it was absolutely impossible for there to be only a little over 10,000 realm masters in the Tide realm. After all, by this time, Milton Cheney came to understand the Tide realm quite well. Milton Cheney knew that from the birth of the Tide realm to the present, the time span was at the very least 1 trillion years. If a few realm masters could emerge every few thousand years, then the number of realm masters in the Tide realm should at very least be in the millions. Could it be that there are very few little worlds within the Tide realm? Milton Cheney didn't think so. Because only he knew that within the Tide realm, there were millions of little worlds. However, most of these worlds were devoid of transcendent power, or were worlds where no life existed at all. Even so, the number of realm masters being only 1% of the number of little worlds still felt a bit exaggerated. After all, the Tide realm was not a new world, but a great world that had stood at the center of the World Sea for countless years. Perhaps even becoming a realm master doesn't mean one cannot perish. After all, in theory, a realm master's life is not infinite, for realm masters are also people, just people favored by the power of destiny of the Tide realm. As long as one is human, they will die. Thinking this, Milton Cheney stopped pondering and put away the distractions in his mind. None of the other realm masters had told him this, so Milton Cheney could only judge and guess on his own. In the Tide realm, there were things that were secrets even to a realm master. After scanning his surroundings with his gaze, Milton Cheney looked no further, especially since the number of realm masters in destiny space was gradually increasing. This time Milton Cheney had arrived quite early. When he reached destiny space, the number of realm masters already seated was not very many. There was still some time before the avatar representing the consciousness of the Tide realm would appear. So, Milton Cheney slightly closed his eyes and sat on his seat to rest and recuperate. His face was shrouded in a mass of black mist, rendering his expression invisible to the other realm masters. Time slowly passed, and after all the realm masters in the Tide realm had taken their seats, the crystalline diamond-shaped crystal suddenly emerged in the central region of destiny space. Milton Cheney opened his closed eyes and turned his gaze towards the diamond-shaped crystal in the central region of destiny space. The massive diamond-shaped crystal was entirely white and transparent. As Milton Cheney's gaze settled on the diamond-shaped crystal, white light began to spill forth from the surface of the crystal. An indistinguishable force emanated from the diamond-shaped crystal at its center, radiating outwards in all directions. This force, dispersing in all directions, was none other than the power of destiny naturally exuded by the Tide world consciousness. Milton Cheney's expression remained unchanged at this sight, since this was not the first time he had witnessed such a scene. Including the previous 2 times, this was the 3rd time Milton Cheney had seen such an event. The other realm masters within Destiny Space also remained still in their respective seats. Time continued its slow march, and the power of destiny swirling around the diamond-shaped crystal also began to increase. The power of destiny around started to become more distinct to sense. The observable threads of destiny's power transformed into fine tendrils that spread outwards. In the moment of spreading, these threads gradually wrapped around all the realm masters present in the space. This force of destiny naturally entwined itself around Milton Cheney as well. Milton Cheney made no resistance, calmly accepting the baptism of the power of destiny inherently released by the Tide World consciousness. Having gone through this twice before, Milton Cheney was quite experienced now. Although he knew that to become a transcendent, one must sever the ties with the world's destiny, he still chose not to resist these forces of destiny at this time. After all, this situation was not necessarily a bad thing for him at the moment. Milton Cheney did not intend to become a transcendent directly in the Tide realm. One can't become fat with just one bite, Milton Cheney understood this. In the space, Milton Cheney slowly closed his eyes once again. The threads of destiny's power that had wrapped around him began to merge into his body, and Milton Cheney could clearly feel a significant elevation in his realm. After a while, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the other realm masters. Milton Cheney was looking for a particular realm master. Seek, and naturally he found. Because it was too obvious. Within the entire destiny space, there was only one realm master whom the threads of destiny's power did not approach. Previously, Milton Cheney had always thought that this realm master was instinctively resisting the power of destiny. But now, with a clear understanding, Milton Cheney realized why this was the case. It was because that realm master was a transcendent who had already separated himself from the fate of the Tide realm. Therefore, even though the destiny's power was driven by the inherent urge of the Tide world consciousness, it could not approach that realm master. Chapter 443. Time trickled slowly by, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. Nearly 300 years had gone by since the last convergence of the Destiny Space. Although Milton Cheney had participated in the Destiny Space convergence for the 3rd time, regrettably, he still hadn't been chosen for a mission instinctively issued by the Tide World consciousness. But that was normal. After all, the difference between 1,000 and 10,000 years wasn't that significant. Even if Milton Cheney had been a realm master for 10,000 years, it really wasn't considered a particularly long time. Moreover, although the missions instinctively issued by the Tide World consciousness were somewhat related to the duration one had been a realm master, the relationship wasn't significant. At most, there were only several hundreds of mission opportunities, yet the number of realm masters in the Tide realm exceeded 10,000. At this moment, within a Destiny Space, Milton Cheney looked at the elderly man before him, a hint of curiosity in his expression. The old man watched Milton Cheney with a composed face and, after a short while, finally spoke. "You're somewhat strange," he said. "If I hadn't sensed the lack of an outer realm aura on you, I might have thought that a visitor from the outer domain was standing before me." Even though his words expressed strangeness, the old man's tone remained exceptionally calm. It seemed no matter what odd things he encountered, he was always this unruffled. In fact, this was normal as this elderly man was the only transcendent among the countless realm masters of the Tide realm, the Zero Realm Master. Although Milton Cheney had heard such words for the first time, similar remarks were not new to him within the Tide realm. During his second reincarnation in the Tide realm, the Dusk Realm Master had once uttered similar statements. Only back then, Milton Cheney didn't understand, and the Dusk Realm Master had also been rather vague. However, since his reincarnation and becoming a realm master of the Tide realm this time, no one had said anything similar, not even the other realm masters. After all, once one became a realm master, it was not so easy even for another realm master to pry into his affairs. Of course, the Zero Realm Master was undoubtedly an exception to this. Upon hearing the Zero Realm Master's words, an unexpected color also crossed Milton Cheney's face. "Why do you say that?" Milton Cheney asked. The Zero Realm Master shook his head gently. "You don't seem to belong to this world, your consciousness is not complete," he said. "I'm not sure if you are a pawn placed by some higher being, nor am I interested. However, if you're looking to understand anything about transcendence, I may not be able to help you," the Zero Realm Master added. He spoke with an even tone, as if he was simply having a casual chat with Milton Cheney. However, Milton Cheney wasn't disturbed by these words. He had prepared himself before seeking out the Zero Realm Master. Reincarnation simulation could shield against the perception at the world level, but it couldn't completely block individual perception of him. Therefore, it was expected that the Zero Realm Master might gain insight into some of his secrets. Despite this, Milton Cheney still came. "Why, have you not already become a transcendent?" Milton Cheney asked softly, the curiosity in his voice evident. Upon hearing Milton Cheney's question, a smile emerged on the usually unflappable face of the Zero Realm Master. "Did you hear about the Transcendence technique somewhere, which is why you came to me?" the Zero Realm Master questioned in return. Milton Cheney didn't hesitate and nodded. Indeed, that was part of the reason, and Milton Cheney had no intention of concealing it. In front of the Zero Realm Master, his little schemes could not stay hidden. Milton Cheney was actually surprised that the Zero Realm Master agreed to meet with him. He had not even entertained the thought that the Zero Realm Master would agree to see him. Since he had been granted an audience, Milton Cheney naturally said whatever came to mind. However powerful the Zero Realm Master was, he had no reason to harm him for no reason. And even if he did act against him for some unknown reason, it would merely result in ending this particular reincarnation simulation. "I can tell you that there's no such thing as a transcendence technique," said the Zero Realm Master. "In any world, among any people, the path to transcendence is different. If the transcendence technique could be passed on, wouldn't everyone become a transcendent?" he remarked. "If that were the case, the Tide Realm wouldn't have gone nearly 10 million years without the birth of a new transcendent." The Zero Realm Master said this as his gaze lingered on Milton Cheney. Hearing this, a glimmer of realization flashed in Milton Cheney's eyes. He did not show any surprise, as this outcome was within his expectations. After all, as his understanding of the Tide Realm deepened and combined with his previous experiences, he had already speculated as much. But speculations after all were just speculations. Sometimes a definite answer could put Milton Cheney's mind at ease. "How much time did it take you to become a transcendent?" Milton Cheney, the look of realization fading from his eyes, continued to speak. Since the Zero Realm Master was clearing up his doubts, Milton Cheney naturally took the opportunity to ask everything he wanted to know. At that question, the Zero Realm Master laughed softly. He didn't answer Milton Cheney's question right away but turned his gaze to the side. After a moment, the Zero Realm Master spoke softly, "Time has no meaning for transcendence. Just like your question, I can't answer that for you," he said. As his words fell, Milton Cheney nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 444. It seemed as though the Zero Realm Master hadn't said much, yet Milton Cheney still discerned some key points from the Realm Master's words. The subject of transcendence was still too vast. At this moment, he was extremely far from that step, both within simulations and in reality. "However, I can tell you that you cannot become a transcendent. Or rather, this body of yours cannot become a transcendent." The Zero Realm Master turned to look at Milton Cheney and spoke blandly. "Why? It is because your body is incomplete. To become a transcendent, you must first fully bind yourself to the destiny of the world of your birth and then be able to break free from the control of destiny," the Zero Realm Master explained. He seemed to have a favorable impression of Milton Cheney, or perhaps for other reasons, but he had answered all of Milton's questions regardless. "Moreover, your lifespan is not much longer." This last sentence caused Milton Cheney's expression to change slightly. Upon hearing these words, Milton slightly furrowed his brow. He had not expected the Zero Realm Master to suddenly say something like that. It was something Milton had not anticipated in the slightest. After all, he did not feel at all like his lifespan was nearing its end. At this time, Milton felt in great condition, no different from when he had just become a Realm Master. But surely the Zero Realm Master would not say such things without reason, and of that, Milton was certain. After all, as the only transcendent of the Tide Realm, the Zero Realm Master had no need to deceive him. So these words were definitely not meant in jest. Perhaps his lifespan truly was running short. Why has this come to pass? Moments later, Milton's expression gradually returned to calmness as he asked. He had come to accept the fact that he didn't have much time left, but he still harbored doubts. After all, he currently had no sense of this whatsoever. Because you are not a true realm master. Although you have the identity of a realm master, you do not have the lifespan of one. Your body cannot perfectly integrate the power of destiny of the tide realm. If the body of a normal realm master is seen as a perfect container, then yours is like a shell that is constantly leaking water. You simply don't feel the leakage because this feeling was shielded from you the moment you became a realm master. Just like a person without the sense of pain may not feel it, but it doesn't mean they cannot be injured. The Zero Realm Master stated. He indeed had no need to hide or deceive Milton, he spoke only the truth. Upon hearing this, Milton sighed softly to himself. So it was because of his body after all. In this regard, Milton had already somewhat anticipated this. After all, a reincarnation simulation was not 100% perfect. If it truly were a flawless simulation without a single defect, it would not require only 2 years to accumulate one simulation count. This situation of yours, I've never encountered before. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have been able to be born into the Tide Realm, let alone become its realm master. Perhaps it was the favor of the Tide Realm that allowed you to be born in this world, it's just that this favor ceased the moment you became a realm master. Seeing that Milton had not spoken, the Zero Realm Master continued. He didn't intend to discourage Milton, he was merely stating the facts, helping Milton understand his own situation better. Although Milton did not directly respond to some of his questions. However, he had his suspicions. He believed that Milton might be a pawn of some powerful entity within the world sea, only Milton himself was unaware. Such machinations by powerful beings were something he was quite willing to oblige with a favor. After all, it was just a matter of speaking a few words, which did not affect him much. Over the years, he had grown somewhat bored and would welcome involvement in something meaningful. If it wasn't for his inability to leave the world sea after his transcendence, he would have left the Tide Realm to visit other realms long ago. How many years do I have left? Milton asked. To claim he was unconcerned would be impossible. Even if this was just one reincarnation simulation, it had gone very smoothly for him. If it were to end because of a lifespan issue, Milton would certainly be upset. After all, successful reincarnation simulations were not common. In most cases, Milton's reincarnation simulations yielded little. But fortunately, this time his gains from the simulation had been substantial. It would indeed be most regrettable to have the simulation end just after he had become a realm master without any further achievements. Dying of old age is always better than perishing midway. With your current body, you will not live more than 2,000 years. The Zero Realm Master declared without hesitation. 2,000 years was the very limit of Milton Cheney's lifespan. There was no more possibility beyond that, unless Milton's body could be made whole. If he had a complete body and a complete consciousness, then he would truly be a legitimate realm master. In that case, lifespan would no longer be a concern. In layman's terms, consciousness is akin to a soul. At this moment, the soul within Milton's body was incomplete. Unfortunately, such an if did not exist. After all, this was a reincarnation simulation, and that's how it was meant to be. If Milton were truly a complete soul reincarnating, the risks would be much greater. Even the death in the simulation could have repercussions in reality, it was a situation with both advantages and disadvantages. Chapter 445. Even so, Milton Cheney was actually quite satisfied. That is to say, my lifespan will reach its limit after at most 2,000 years. Milton Cheney said aloud. The Zero Realm Master nodded. Unless you can complete those parts of consciousness you lack, which is almost impossible. Because your condition is not due to postnatal factors, it is innate. The Zero Realm Master explained. He spoke very clearly, and Milton Cheney could easily understand. Milton Cheney did not speak further, but instead, a contemplative expression appeared on his face. 2,000 years, to him, wasn't really considered a particularly long period of time. If it were in the real world, 2,000 years would indeed be long. But this was in the reincarnation simulation, where 2,000 years wasn't considered lengthy. Whether it was 2,000 or 4,000 years, or even 10,000 years, the impact on Milton Cheney wasn't particularly significant. The gains from this reincarnation simulation had actually exceeded his expectations. Even if the reincarnation simulation ended now, Milton Cheney wouldn't feel at a loss. After a moment, Milton Cheney gathered his thoughts and continued to look at the old man before him. Would it be convenient for you to tell me why you chose not to leave the Tide Realm after becoming a transcendent? Milton Cheney changed the topic and asked. This question was purely to satisfy his own curiosity. He was truly curious as to why the Zero Realm Master did not choose to leave the Tide Realm for a grander stage, but instead decided to stay within the Tide Realm. After all, it's only natural for people to seek higher grounds. Why become a transcendent if not to go to a better place? If one stays within the Tide Realm, what difference does it make whether one becomes a transcendent or not? After all, since its inception, the Tide Realm had not only given birth to the Zero Realm Master as a transcendent. Milton Cheney was somewhat aware of this. So he knew that before the Zero Realm Master, the Tide Realm had produced a total of 6 transcendents. Without exception, these 6 transcendents had eventually chosen to leave the Tide Realm. Hearing this question from Milton Cheney, the Zero Realm Master smiled. It seemed he too had not expected Milton Cheney to ask such a question. It was a somewhat secret matter, but the Zero Realm Master had no intention of not answering. Sometimes, secrets are only secrets to certain people. I just said, everyone's transcendence technique is different. My technique temporarily prevents me from leaving the Tide Realm. However, if another transcendent were to emerge within the Tide Realm, I would naturally be able to leave. Now is different from the past, the current Tide Realm is no longer an ordinary little world. The Zero Realm Master said. He did not give specific details, but Milton Cheney could understand the gist of his words. Simply put, even as a transcendent, the Tide Realm still had an effect on the Zero Realm Master. This effect would completely disappear only after the emergence of the next transcendent. Of course, this was just Milton Cheney's guess. However, Milton Cheney believed that the reality was very likely close to his guess. There must be some constraints at play. Milton Cheney could tell from what the Zero Realm Master said that he did actually want to leave the Tide Realm, but was temporarily constrained. As for why the previous transcendents born in the Tide Realm could leave directly, Milton Cheney did not know. Perhaps initially, the Tide Realm did not have the ability to constrain a transcendent. Or maybe the transcendence techniques different individuals use vary, and only the Zero Realm Master's situation was unique. Any of these possibilities could be true. However, Milton Cheney did not continue to ponder these matters. After all, they were not of much relevance to him. He was still far from the level of existence of the Zero Realm Master. It wasn't even a matter of distance, they were worlds apart. For the Zero Realm Master of such stature to patiently help him resolve his doubts, Milton Cheney was already very grateful. Not everyone would do the same. Sometimes, even a slightly stronger being may not pay heed to those weaker than themselves. How long have you been a Realm Master? Milton Cheney continued to ask. Having such an opportunity, Milton Cheney naturally seized any chance to ask anything he could. Although this question seemed to be of little help to him, Milton Cheney could gauge the lifespan of a transcendent from it. Hearing Milton Cheney's words, the Zero Realm Master chuckled, seemingly guessing the little calculation in Milton Cheney's mind. When I achieved transcendence, the number of Realm Masters in the Tide Realm was only half of what it is now. The Zero Realm Master said. He did not choose to directly tell Milton Cheney the number of years, but rather answered the question in a different way. This way of answering had an even greater impact on Milton Cheney than simply stating the number of years would have. The message in these words was not just about lifespan. There were other deeper meanings within, and it seemed the Zero Realm Master had intentionally answered that way. After hearing this, Milton Cheney was startled. How many years had that been? That was the first thought in Milton Cheney's mind after hearing the Zero Realm Master's answer. Then came the second thought. It was that since the Zero Realm Master, more than 6,000 Realm Masters had been born in the Tide Realm, and yet no new transcendent had emerged. Chapter 446. Does this mean that it's become more difficult to give birth to a new transcendent within the Tide Realm? The Zero Realm Master seemed to have read the thoughts in Milton Cheney's heart. With a calm visage, he began to speak. It's already very difficult for a new transcendent to emerge within the Tide Realm. The stronger the world, the stronger its limit, the higher the difficulty of birthing a transcendent. After these words fell, Milton Cheney nodded in agreement. He could understand this point. After all, following the Zero Realm Master's explanations, his own understanding of transcendence had deepened. Factors pertaining to the world are definitely a significant influence on the birth of transcendence. In that case, wouldn't it mean that those weaker worlds could produce transcendence more easily? Milton Cheney pondered before voicing this thought. His idea seemed to have no issues. However, while the idea appeared plausible, reality was not quite so. The Zero Realm Master also smiled faintly upon hearing Milton Cheney's words. He knew that after he spoke this sentence, Milton Cheney would ask such a question. After all, he had intentionally led Milton Cheney to this line of inquiry. Desiring transcendence, although somewhat related to the world, is not the main factor. In weaker worlds, it's not easy for cultivators to reach the world's limit, let alone transcend it. The Zero Realm Master explained. In weaker worlds, not to mention birthing transcendence, even the threshold for cultivators is higher than that of great world cultivators. Moreover, wanting transcendence is not only dependent upon the world. The power of destiny in weaker worlds is extremely difficult to separate from the individual. Most cultivators can only perceive the existence of the power of destiny after cultivating to a very high realm. In contrast, in the great worlds, where world consciousness is more potent, individuals can perceive the power of destiny at the earliest opportunity. Some even clearly sense the power of destiny from the moment of their birth. With such different starting points, the final outcomes are incomparable. As the Zero Realm Master explained, he was also observing Milton Cheney. All of Milton Cheney's reactions were within his expectations. In fact, when he met Milton Cheney in the Destiny space, he had already noticed the anomaly in Milton Cheney's body. There weren't many things within the Tide Realm that could interest him, but Milton Cheney was one of them. After all, there weren't many who had the strength to place a piece in the Tide Realm. Within the World Sea, there are only so many worlds at the center. The Tide Realm certainly is not among the weakest. Though the Tide Realm is not the strongest world in the World Sea, it's definitely not a weak one either. Of course, no matter what Milton Cheney's circumstances are, he wouldn't care. At most, he was just interested. I have no hope of transcendence. Milton Cheney murmured with a wry smile. Transcending within the simulation was a thought Milton Cheney had entertained before. After all, he wanted to know if, after transcending in the simulation, he retained everything from within it, whether he could also transcend in reality. Of course, this was merely a wishful thought of Milton Cheney's. Even without the Zero Realm Master's recent words, Milton Cheney hadn't harbored great hope. After all, the reality was that his real-life self was far from reaching transcendence, let alone in the simulation. This time, the Zero Realm Master's words merely served to completely dispel that notion. The most a simulation could do was to provide convenience for his transcendence in reality. Directly achieving transcendence within a simulation was almost impossible. Unless Milton Cheney first transcended in reality, experienced the sensation of transcendence, and understood all the processes involved. In that case, he might still have some hope of transcending within the simulation. But by that point, transcending once more within the simulation would probably hold little meaning. Transcendence is not so easily attained. Among all the realm masters currently in the Tide Realm, only one has a glimmer of hope for transcendence. Hearing Milton Cheney's sigh, the Zero Realm Master spoke. There really was a realm master with hope for transcendence? Milton Cheney was caught off guard by these words. The next moment, he instinctively asked. Which realm master? Alistair, the realm master. He is the only one in the Tide Realm with a hope of becoming a transcendent, said the Zero Realm Master as he revealed the title of a realm master. So it was Alistair. Milton Cheney's brow raised at this revelation. He had previously engaged with the Alistair Realm Master for nearly 100 years. Many of the things Milton Cheney now understood were explained to him by Alistair himself. However, Milton Cheney hadn't expected the sole Realm Master with potential to transcend, as mentioned by the Zero Realm Master, would be Alistair. As far as Milton Cheney was aware, Alistair had not been a Realm Master for very long. At most, it had been less than 100,000 years. While this period may seem lengthy, compared to beings like the Zero Realm Master who had lived for innumerable years, it was hardly a long time at all. That youngster has also sought me out. He is very close to peeling away destiny. But he is too fixated on my transcendence technique, so after meeting him once, I chose not to see him again. Unless he finds a transcendence technique of his own, his chances of becoming a transcendent are still slim. The Zero Realm Master spoke. From his words, it was not difficult to discern his high regard for the Alistair Realm Master. Chapter 447. Sometimes, one may not fully comprehend what they possess. The Zero Realm Master did not discuss these matters in front of Alistair, the Realm Master, because some things require personal enlightenment. However, he did tell Milton Cheney, for he knew that Cheney would not recklessly share the information. Does that mean you won't be able to leave the Tide Realm for a long time? Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney asked. After the remark was made, the Zero Realm Master smiled. Who told you I couldn't leave the Tide Realm? I simply cannot leave the World Sea. A new transcendent will inevitably arise within the Tide Realm, it's just a matter of time. The Zero Realm Master said. After countless years, he had actually come to terms with it. Moreover, at this point, his desire to leave the Tide Realm was not as intense as when he had just become a transcendent. After all, he could afford to wait now. As long as he remained in the Tide Realm, his lifespan was limitless. Unless the Tide Realm perished. Other Realm Masters might face a limit on their lifespans, but he had no such limit. Having explained this, Milton Cheney nodded. If the Zero Realm Master was unconcerned about these matters, then Cheney saw no need to worry on behalf of others. You seem quite interested in transcendence, so would you like to personally experience the sensation of transcendence? The Zero Realm Master suddenly asked. The moment the words were spoken, Milton Cheney thought he had misheard. What did he hear? To personally experience the sensation of transcendence? Milton Cheney was bewildered, as he briefly lost grasp of the meaning behind those words. He wondered if that was really what he understood it to mean. Surely the Zero Realm Master wasn't joking with him. If that was the case, could it be true? Could such serendipitous fortune truly fall from the sky? Milton Cheney did not immediately respond, as he truly was puzzled by the intentions of the Zero Realm Master. To say that the Zero Realm Master wished him harm would be entirely unnecessary. In front of a genuine transcendent, Cheney did not believe he, a pseudo-realm master, stood a chance. If the Zero Realm Master truly intended to harm him, there would be no need for such roundabout methods, he could have taken direct action. Of course, it wasn't out of the question that the Zero Realm Master had other plans or intentions, it was just that Cheney was unaware of them. Yet, with such an opportunity before him, he seemingly had no reason to refuse. After all, the reason he chose to undergo reincarnation simulation in the Tide Realm was to understand how to extricate himself from the influence of the power of destiny. If such an opportunity existed, wouldn't it mean he could achieve that in one fell swoop? It seemed nothing could deepen his understanding of transcendence more than personal experience. The Zero Realm Master's gaze lingered on Milton Cheney's face. He took in every nuance of Cheney's expression. He did not interrupt Cheney's contemplation. Instead, he waited quietly. After a moment, Milton Cheney nodded. There was actually nothing to hesitate about, and Cheney's ultimate choice was decidedly to accept. With matters having come this far, there was no reason not to accept such an opportunity that presented itself at his doorstep. Seeing Milton Cheney nod, a smile appeared on the Zero Realm Master's face, as if he had thought of something amusing. However, I need to tell you in advance that if you experience my process and sensation of becoming a transcendent, then you will no longer have any hope of becoming a transcendent yourself. Even if you complete your consciousness and become a fully integrated individual, you will not have the chance to become a transcendent. Because this is my transcendence technique. Once you've experienced my technique, you will absolutely not be able to forge a new path. The Zero Realm Master said. Hearing these words, Milton Cheney did not hesitate and nodded again. This was no issue for him, as he had never intended to become a transcendent during the reincarnation simulation. Plus, the memories formed within the simulation would not affect reality. If there was a chance that the simulation might impact reality, Cheney could rely on his simulator to block out the effects of those memories. So, this was naturally not a concern for him. That was also the function of his simulator. If his simulator did not have the capability to shield the effects of memories from within the simulation, perhaps Cheney would not have chosen to take the risk. But since it did have that function, what was there to fear? Seeing Milton Cheney nod, the Zero Realm Master did not continue to speak further. He simply waved his hand gently, and a white light flew from the space toward the center of Milton Cheney's forehead. Milton Cheney could clearly see the white light, his body's instincts seemed to want to resist, but Milton Cheney chose to suppress some kind of instinct. The next moment, the white light burrowed into Milton Cheney's mind from the center of his forehead. Milton Cheney's consciousness went dark, and his vision changed abruptly. The Zero Realm Master vanished before his eyes, and the familiar space also disappeared from his view. Suddenly, Milton Cheney felt that his body seemed different. Milton Cheney looked down at his body with his consciousness. Indeed, his body was no longer his own at this time. Now, he occupied the body of a stranger. His memory, however, was no different from before. As time slowly passed, in the blink of an eye, Milton Cheney's vision altered once again. Before him, the phantom of a world suddenly emerged. Under this world phantom, Milton Cheney felt a strong oppressive force. This force nearly caused his body to collapse. His consciousness also seemed to be gradually eroded by this world phantom. Milton Cheney forcefully endured this discomfort. The feeling of a whole world bearing down on him was indeed unbearable and could even be said to be extremely difficult to withstand. But Milton Cheney's will made him hold on. In such a situation, let alone perceiving the passage of time, Milton Cheney couldn't clearly sense anything from the outside world. A moment later, Milton Cheney suddenly felt something being forcefully extracted from inside his body. Another force, different from the one before, weighed down upon him. If the previous one was simply a force in terms of momentum, then now it was pure power. These two sensations of oppression were totally different. The sudden force weighing down on him, Milton Cheney was all too familiar with it. It was the power of destiny. Carrying this power of destiny, Milton Cheney felt an excruciating torment every moment. This power of destiny weighed on him so heavily that he could barely breathe. Milton Cheney could clearly feel that this power of destiny appeared because of the things that were stripped from within him. What had been stripped from him just now must have been related to the fate of the Tide Realm. After the power of destiny was extracted, it now transformed into a tangible force pressing down on him. At the same time, Milton Cheney had an indescribable feeling. This feeling was as if, though his body wasn't previously weighed down by a boulder, it was tied with a chain. But now, even though there was a boulder pressing on him, the chain had disappeared. It was as if the old him had a limited range of activities due to the chain. But for the present him, though a boulder weighed upon him, if he could just manage to lift it, he could go anywhere in the vast world. But the next moment, Milton Cheney found he could no longer bear the weight. This was no longer a matter of willpower. The actual oppressive force was about to destroy his body. After a moment, Milton Cheney forcibly endured for a while, but his body was still crushed by this power of destiny. At the moment his body shattered, Milton Cheney's consciousness darkened and everything before his eyes vanished. When his consciousness returned to clarity, he was once again looking at the familiar space and the familiar face of the old man. However, the Zero Realm Master now looked at him with a smile. "How does it feel?" the Zero Realm Master asked with a light smile. Upon hearing these words, all Milton Cheney could do was give a wry smile. It seemed he had only lasted for a mere moment. "Not too good," Milton Cheney said frankly. The sensation indeed wasn't great, and could even be described as quite unpleasant. Even Milton Cheney, under the pressure of the power of destiny, found it extremely hard to move an inch. This is only the first step to becoming a transcendent, stripping away the power of destiny. Having felt the oppression of the power of destiny, do you realize how difficult it is to move? If you want to become a transcendent, then from the moment you strip away the power of destiny until you truly transcend and become a transcendent, you must continuously bear this power of destiny on your shoulders. During this period, you are essentially bearing the power of destiny of an entire world. The Zero Realm Master explained. As for what came after that, he had no intention of letting Milton Cheney experience it just yet. Upon hearing the Zero Realm Master's words, Milton Cheney thoughtfully nodded his head. It must be said, his decision to meet with the Zero Realm Master was absolutely right. The gains were immense. Chapter 448. In the Domain Master's space belonging to Zero Realm Master, Milton Cheney's figure vanished. Seeing Milton Cheney leave, Zero Realm Master's expression remained unchanged, and there was a hint of profoundness in his gaze. His eyes lingered on the spot where Milton Cheney disappeared for a moment before shifting away. When Milton Cheney reappeared, he was in the Domain Master's space of the White Raven Realm. After bidding farewell to the Zero Realm Master, Milton Cheney returned to his own Domain Master's space. His time was running short, and there was no reason for Zero Realm Master to deceive him. In this world, he could stay for at most another 2,000 years. Such a period might seem quite long in reality, but in reincarnation simulation, 2,000 years wasn't considered very lengthy. With this thought, a look of contemplation appeared in Milton Cheney's eyes. He must make use of this time, ensuring he received the maximum benefit possible. In fact, he had already gained much from this reincarnation simulation. At the very least, he had learned everything he wanted to know, and he even had some unexpected gains. As for the things he couldn't access now, even with another 2,000 years, he still wouldn't be able to reach them. After all, he had already met and exchanged information with the only transcendent in the Tide Realm. Becoming a realm master within the Tide Realm was already the limit for Milton Cheney. To strive for further strength within the Tide Realm seemed unrealistic. After this reincarnation simulation ends, Milton Cheney is unlikely to choose to reincarnate in the Tide Realm again in the near future. The reason is quite simple. After all, even if he chose to reincarnate in the Tide Realm again, he wouldn't gain more than he had this time. This reincarnation simulation is probably the limit of what he could achieve in the Tide Realm for now. It must be said, his luck this time was indeed quite good. He had almost completed all the goals he had set for himself in advance. As for how to break free from the power of destiny of the world, Milton Cheney was no longer considering it too deeply. After all, he still had a lot of time in reality. A few thousand years might not be particularly long in the reincarnation simulation, but if this time were placed in reality, it would be utterly astonishing. In reality, he has the simulator. With thousands of years, Milton Cheney could certainly accumulate and use the simulator countless times. Moreover, the transcendence technique can only be comprehended by oneself and cannot be taught by others. The former Milton Cheney had thought of escaping the world's fate in two simple terms. That's why he set such far-reaching goals, and the current, enlightened Milton Cheney knew just how naive his original thoughts were. It must be said that sometimes one's horizon limits the farthest one can see. Of course, with the simulator, Milton Cheney's horizons would only broaden further. The remaining 2,000 years must also be utilized. There are still many realm masters in the Tide Realm whom I have not communicated with. In the Domain Master's space, Milton Cheney's face showed contemplation as he murmured to himself. In the Tide Realm, it was quite normal for different realm masters to exchange information with one another. Milton Cheney had communicated with more than one realm master over the years. However, the ones who helped him the most were the Deep Blue Realm Master and Zero Realm Master. Of course, Milton Cheney understood what could be shared and what must be kept secret. At the very least, he wouldn't recklessly divulge what Zero Realm Master had told him. After all, there would be no benefit to him in doing so. With that in mind, Milton Cheney ceased to think further, calming the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The next moment, his figure moved and once again disappeared within the Domain Master's space of the White Raven Realm. Time gradually passed, and in the blink of an eye, 1,800 years had gone by. Nearly 2,000 years had flown by in an instant. Milton Cheney's lifespan was nearing its limit. Yet until this moment, Milton Cheney had not felt the slightest indication that his lifespan was reaching its limit. In his perception, his body felt no different from how it had been 1,800 years ago. This even gave Milton Cheney the impression that Zero Realm Master might be playing a joke on him. After all, in previous reincarnations into other worlds, he was at least aware of his basic lifespan. At times, this awareness would be somewhat blurred but never absent. But this time was different. This time Milton Cheney had no sense of his lifespan nearing its limit. This situation could only mean that his body's instincts were deceiving him. And most likely, that was the case. Perhaps, as Zero Realm Master said, after becoming a Realm Master, there were some things he could no longer perceive. But just because he could not perceive these things did not mean they did not exist. Just like lifespan. Milton Cheney might not sense the passing of his lifespan, but that doesn't mean it wasn't passing. Now, within a strange Domain Master's space, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged opposite a young man. A moment later, a contemplative light appeared on the young man's face as if considering the truth of what Milton Cheney had just spoken. In the end, the young man nodded, choosing to believe what Milton Cheney had said. Seeing this, Milton Cheney did not continue to speak. The exchange of information was mutual. Milton Cheney got what he needed, and he supplied what the young man required. Now that they were even, Milton Cheney naturally had no need to speak further. Chapter 449. If what you say is true, then I'm no different from you, except maybe for having a slightly longer lifespan. The young man said with a wry smile, breaking the silence between them. There's nothing wrong with that interpretation. However, you're not without hope. Perhaps you could also try to meet the Zero Realm Master. Hearing what the young man said, Milton Cheney replied. He didn't mean to discourage the young man. But that statement was merely Milton's way of offering comfort. He knew all too well that the Zero Realm Master was not so easily approachable. In the Tide Realm at this time, the number of Realm Masters who could meet the Zero Realm Master did not exceed 10. And among those 10 Realm Masters, clearly, this young man before him was not included. After Milton Cheney finished speaking, the young man responded with resignation. Then forget it. I won't aspire to become a transcendent. Throughout the history of the Tide Realm, there have only been 7 transcendents. I rather regret listening to all this now. After hearing all this, where will I find the motivation to improve my strength? After the young man finished speaking, Milton Cheney fell silent too. He just listened. After all, how could the willpower of someone who has become a realm master possibly be so weak? In the hundreds of millions of little worlds within the Tide Realm, the number of humans is beyond count. But the number of realm masters is just over 10,000. Under such circumstances, each and every one who has become a realm master is a chosen child of heaven. Such beings are naturally unlikely to be swayed by bits of news. An ordinary person might be, but realm masters, especially those who have been realm masters for countless years, could not be so easily influenced. The reason this young-faced realm master spoke this way was merely out of casual lamentation. But there's some truth in the deeper meaning of the realm master's words. In this world, Milton Cheney was but a passerby, having merely reincarnated into this world. But the other inhabitants of this world were not so. They were truly born within the Tide Realm. Milton Cheney wouldn't be affected after learning such news. Even if he learned that his lifespan was nearly at its end, his mentality would not be greatly disturbed. After all, no matter how real it might seem, this was nothing more than a simulation. And regardless of how precious a simulation may be, it definitely wouldn't affect Milton Cheney's mindset. But it's different for the natives of this world. Some news, knowledge of which might not significantly affect Milton Cheney, could definitely sway the mentality of the world's original inhabitants. It's only a matter of how much impact it would have. The stronger and more resolute the person, the less they are affected by external news. Conversely, the weaker and more fragile the person's will, the greater the impact certain news can have on them. Sometimes, when an ordinary person suddenly comes across information they should not have access to, information that could shatter their worldview, then in such a scenario, that person's mentality will definitely be greatly affected. They may even become completely disheartened, a situation that does indeed exist, just not for Milton Cheney. Even if, in reality, Milton Cheney suddenly encountered some far-removed information, he would most likely not be mentally affected, because he possessed the simulator. If I were to find out that my lifespan was running out, I definitely couldn't be as calm as you. Seeing that Milton Cheney didn't speak, the young-faced realm master said. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Milton Cheney's face. Milton Cheney just smiled and didn't join the conversation, appearing as if he had come to terms with it. He was indeed very calm. What else could he be? Does the Zero Realm Master have no solution either? The young man continued to speak, his tone containing a hint of pity. The idea that a Realm Master could die due to lifespan issues inevitably made him feel a sense of sorrow for another's misfortune. After asking this question, though, he somewhat regretted it. Because it seemed like he had asked a very foolish question. After all, if the Zero Realm Master had a solution, Milton Cheney wouldn't have said those things to him just now. At least he believed Milton Cheney had no reason to come to his domain master's space just to deceive him with so many words. Before this, he and Milton Cheney were 2 realm masters who were completely unfamiliar with each other. Perhaps if I could become a transcendent, I wouldn't have to worry about the problem of lifespan. Milton Cheney said, amid a smile on his face. Of course, this statement was merely a joke. After all, Milton Cheney was well aware that he couldn't possibly become a transcendent, and the young man before him also knew that he couldn't possibly become a transcendent. Upon hearing Milton Cheney's words, the young man also showed a trace of a smile on his face. His chat with Milton Cheney was indeed very pleasant. Although he wasn't quite sure why Milton Cheney, who was about to die, still took an interest in interacting with other realm masters. After all, he did gain something, and even the gains were not small. After all, if it weren't for Milton Cheney, he might not have had the chance to learn about these things later on. Time slowly passed, and after they conversed for a while, Milton Cheney left that domain master's space. By the time Milton Cheney's figure reappeared, he had already returned to his own White Raven Realm's domain master's space. As time went by in a flash, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. 100 years vanished in a moment. Within the domain master's space of the White Raven Realm, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged, suspended in space. The luminous points around him had dissipated. At this moment, Milton Cheney's expression was calm, without the slightest change. Previously, he hadn't felt any change in his body or his lifespan. But in the instant just now, Milton Cheney suddenly became aware. The Zero Realm Master had indeed not deceived him, his lifespan was truly nearing its limit. The passing of lifespan, Milton Cheney could suddenly sense it very clearly now. At this moment, he could feel the power of destiny inside him draining away continuously. It seemed that at this moment, these powers of destiny were flowing back into the Tide Realm from his body. As time slowly passed, Milton Cheney could clearly sense the power of destiny within him gradually diminishing, then dwindling more and more. Until Milton Cheney could no longer feel the existence of the power of destiny within his body. At this moment, a new thought suddenly emerged in Milton Cheney's mind. That was, whether the passing of destiny at this time counted as an alternative method of detachment from the world's destiny. After all, if his lifespan dissipated completely, it would seem to also represent a complete separation from the world's destiny. But if one's life is gone, even if they've separated from the world's destiny, what would it matter? It appeared to be a paradox. However, Milton Cheney had a feeling that it was, after all, a method of completing the first step of transcendence. If someone could pull him back into reality at the instant when the power of destiny in his body had completely dissipated, wouldn't that signify the first step of transcendence had been achieved? But this was just wishful thinking. After all, even the Zero Realm Master couldn't do it, so who within the Tide Realm could? Milton Cheney's thoughts stopped there because in the next moment, his body turned into points of light within the Domain Master's space, completely dissolving in the space. At the same time, a white light that no one could see emerged from within Milton Cheney's body. This white light transcended time and space, flying out of the Tide Realm. No one could see it was not an empty claim, even the Zero Realm Master, who appeared in Milton Cheney's Domain Master's space at that moment, could not see the white light. The Domain Master's space of the White Raven Realm began to collapse gradually at the instant Milton Cheney's body dissipated. Amid the collapsing space, an old man with a calm expression looked steadily at the spot where Milton Cheney's figure had vanished. In the next moment, a flash of light streamed through the Zero Realm Master's eyes, as if he intended to spy something with the dissipation of Milton Cheney's body. After a moment, the light in the Zero Realm Master's eyes disappeared without a trace. He frowned slightly, as if he hadn't managed to discern anything. This situation was somewhat bewildering even to him. Chapter 450. Milton Cheney naturally didn't know that when his body dissipated, the Zero Realm Master appeared in his Domain Master's space. After all, his consciousness had already completely fallen into darkness at this time. Time slowly passed, and the white light that flew out of the Tide Realm entered the reincarnation space. Within the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness regained clarity. The next moment, before any thoughts could take shape in his heart, this strand of his consciousness was kicked out of the reincarnation space. As consciousness left the reincarnation space, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in Milton Cheney's mind. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated memory of the reincarnation. Detected that the host will not be affected by the reincarnation memory, simulator memory protection function is not activated, do you want to activate it proactively? Detected that the host is a realm master, do you want to keep the changes to adapt to the wizard realm rules? Do not activate memory protection. In reality, upon hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Milton Cheney's thought flickered. The memory of the reincarnation simulation was fully retained in reality. Milton Cheney did not actively enable memory protection. After all, since the simulator detected that he was not affected by the memory of this reincarnation simulation, there was naturally no need to take unnecessary actions. Inside the wizard tower, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, Milton Cheney's face wore an expression of contemplation. At this moment, he was considering whether to keep the Realm Master level obtained during the reincarnation simulation that had been adapted to the Wizard Realm rules. This was the first time Milton Cheney hesitated after a reincarnation simulation had ended. After all, this reincarnation simulation was not quite like any previous one. This time, the reason he could become a realm master was actually a shortcut. Moreover, becoming the master of a little world in the Tide realm actually meant becoming the avatar of the Tide world consciousness. This was not a realm that Milton Cheney had attained through normal cultivation, it was more like an identity that was granted to him directly. It was because of this that Milton Cheney felt a slight hesitation. After all, he didn't know if keeping it would lead to some situations beyond his expectations. After contemplating for a moment, Milton Cheney eventually chose to retain the cultivation level of Realm Master. After all, this kind of situation might occur again in the future, and Milton Cheney couldn't always choose not to retain it. If so, what would be the point of the reincarnation simulation? Since he could retain changes to adapt to the wizard realm rules, there was nothing for Milton Cheney to worry about. Milton Cheney would not refuse an opportunity to enhance his strength. Retain. In that moment, Milton Cheney wished it so. The next instant, his consciousness appeared in the spiritual sea. At the same time, a luminous transparent light cluster, emitting white light, emerged in his spiritual sea. The moment Milton Cheney's consciousness saw the light cluster, a string of unfamiliar memories surfaced in his mind. A moment later, Milton Cheney's consciousness returned to reality once again. In reality, a hint of realization crossed Milton Cheney's face, and a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes. Indeed, this situation is somewhat similar to the previous reincarnation in the true spirit realm, he mused to himself after assimilating the memories. Realm Master is not so much a cultivation level but more like an identity. If Milton Cheney were to use the power of the Realm Master, he could even become a genuine Realm Master and return to the Tide realm. However, even if he wielded the Realm Master's power, he would only have the identity of a Realm Master. After all, he was in the Wizard realm at the time, and it was impossible to wield the Wizard realm's power of destiny with the identity of a Realm Master. Even if he retained a cultivation level adapted to the Wizard realm rules, he was ultimately not the Realm Master of the Wizard realm. If he really could become the Realm Master of the Wizard realm, what would happen to the world consciousness avatar that originally belonged to the Wizard realm? Yet another power that cannot be wielded in reality, Milton Cheney said to himself. Without the need to think, Milton Cheney knew that if he directly wielded the Realm Master's power now, it would be undoubtedly detected by the world consciousness avatar of the Wizard realm. After all, the sudden emergence of a Realm Master from another world within the Wizard realm would definitely not seem normal. Moreover, the Wizard realm was not a simple world. The schemes within the Wizard realm had long begun, and now it was a critical juncture. At this juncture, Milton Cheney naturally would not take risks in reality. Of course, if reality is a no-go, Milton Cheney could try it out in a text simulation. After all, an opportunity for text simulation was not particularly precious to Milton Cheney, he could accumulate one every half year. Experimenting within a text simulation was also an option. Of course, even if Milton Cheney wielded the Realm Master's power during a text simulation and nothing unusual occurred, he still wouldn't take the risk in reality. Sometimes, it's better to be cautious. After all, it wasn't impossible that the world consciousness avatar of the Wizard realm held back from acting rashly due to the fear of his Realm Master identity. In truth, even if Milton Cheney could wield the Realm Master's power in reality, it wouldn't be particularly helpful to him. While the Realm Master identity might have many privileges in the Tide realm, those privileges weren't available in the Wizard realm. The main reason was that the Realm Master cultivation level he retained had lost its most essential power. That was the control of the power of destiny. In the little worlds of the Tide realm, Milton Cheney could wield the power of destiny of the Tide realm. But in the Wizard realm, where would the power of destiny from the Tide realm come from for him to wield?